Hello everybody, how is everyone doing? Bit of an impromptu, unscheduled stream that we've got here today. And that's because I was in the game planning some of the stuff for the next few videos, and I just noticed that a lot of different projects that I've done have just small things that are incomplete. So I thought, part of the OCD nature I guess of me, I just wanted to go through everything and tidy everything up. You know, complete some of the factories that have just little bits that aren't done. Mostly aesthetic things, but some of them actually are missing machines and a few little bits here or there. And there's just some other inefficiencies and things that I want to kind of clean up. So that's what today's going to be like. Pretty casual, pretty laid back. And we're going to be going through factory by factory. So the first one's going to be the coal power plant. I want to add the remaining generators, hook up the final bits of logistics to that. Not going to make any difference to the factory until we upgrade it, but it's also missing some stuff on the rooftops and maybe painting it. So we're going to head straight over to the coal power plant to get that done, and then afterwards I've got a different to-do list for the steel factory and just loads of other things that are in the world basically that I just want to clean up. So that's what we're going to be doing. So I hope everyone's doing well. Hello in the chat. I was going to call it some names. Sebastian, Rob, T. Santiago, Jamie Cal, Martin, Milad, and Lozaza Reverse and Jazlan. Welcome. Pretty chill, pretty impromptu, random, unscheduled stream. So we'll see how many people find the time to join us, because it wasn't really up for very long so people could see it or anything like that. So we're gonna get started. Sorry to bother me. You can't bother me, it's okay. By any chance, do you remember in which video you showed the build of the plastic and rubber section? Yeah, I think so. I think it's the second video to do at the copper factory, and it's at the beginning. Whatever one it is, it's definitely at the beginning. So you can obviously see the chapters on YouTube. So everything has timestamps. So if it's not the first copper video, it's the second one, I think, at the near the very beginning. Hope that helps. All right, and we're just in the Biofuel Factory, and it's working totally good. So this container is totally full up now. This one's at 3378, and I think it's still making some. Yeah, some of it's still rolling up there. But I came back down here basically just to pick up some. We've got about 300 now, so it should carry me through the area for quite a while. As we go back to the coal power plant now. It's been a lot of fun rebuilding this building, and greetings from Germany. Thank you, Schleicher. Sorry, I've obviously butchered the pronunciation, but thanks. I recently started watching your series and playing along for the first time. Hey, on mate. Just finished the episode where you do the roads. Nice. Yeah, that's one of the most popular episodes, actually, is the doing blueprints and stuff. I'm actually thinking about changing something to do with those roads, which is, I think I might remove the streetlights, because it's not really getting much use, and it kind of just adds a lot of clutter when you wire it all up. It's quite nice when you remove them. Things look a lot cleaner, and so I might do that. It's also a little, not expensive, but, you know, a bit of quick wire early on in the game. Not many people have that, so I feel like it's one of those things we could probably just cut out. But obviously you could just modify the blueprint yourself if you want to. So I'm going to start making my way over to the coal power plant over there. Actually should have brought the vehicle with me, I guess. But I have to make sure that we have what we need for adding extra generators. I think I'm missing 28, so I need 28 coal generators. The cave, yeah, I love the cave. Thanks, yeah, I think it turned out great as well. And hello, Scope. Hey, Shattered Reality, Ghost Dog, Wolfden. So yeah, my kind of goal for what I'm doing in the series now was I want to declutter the place. I want to get rid of all these machines that are just on grass. I think Quartz Factory is going to be the next one I do, and that's just sitting up on a hill, again on the grass. So I kind of want to clean the entire save of anything that's not in a factory. And I was looking ahead like, okay, when do we do oil? My power is actually totally fine at the moment. We've got quite a lot of room to breathe. Now, that's because the copper facility isn't actually really on. It's just sitting there, but because I don't have any use for it, really, yet. We will definitely have a lot of uses for it, but there's no point running it. You know, I've just filled up some containers, and that's basically it. I don't need to really run it, because I'm not feeding some other factory yet. We will in future. So it's great future-proofing that's just sat there, but it's not like I need to provide now 20,000 megawatts of power so it can be on all the time. But the goal is definitely going to be to obviously have that on all the time in the future. Anyways, for now, what we'll do is go to power, and we're going to queue up 28 coal generators. I'm going to try and stay a bit more focused today. I often go way off on random tangents on these streams, but I've got tasks in mind. I know what I want to do, and we're going to get the job done. So I'm just going to dump all this stuff. Just take what we need. Pretty much the bare minimum of what we need. So I need reinforced iron plates to build the rest of these generators. And rotors. Bit overkill. That should be totally fine. We need cable. Good morning. It looks like I get to be part of another stream where I'm testing how long I can stay awake. Oh no. How early or late is it for you? Very nice looking biofuel cave. Yeah, it's cool. Star Wars-esque? Maybe. It's just neon and bioluminescence. I guess some of the colors can be a bit Star Wars-y. Right, so that's what I'll need to add the generators. I'll need more cable to hook them up, I guess. We need to do the logistics of the generators, so I've got maybe a little bit more iron plate is probably what I'll need, and some more copper sheets to hook up the pipes. And then we'll sit over there for a little while. But I'll try and keep on track and get it done. One thing after the next, if you know what I mean. So just some iron plates and then we can get going. Oh, you know what would be nice to do? This is the thing that often does take my attention away, but it would be good to go fetch some hard drives in the background, because there's actually a few alternate recipes that I feel like I'm lacking. So I might do that, but it'll require me to, if I want to do it kind of efficiently, I want to look it up probably online. Steel, we'll get some extra steel on the way through. I don't think I need much else then. Yeah, so I'm just going to do that really quickly. I'm just going to tab out. I'm going to go to Satisfactory calculator.com, pop my save in and see which ones are nearby that I haven't gotten yet. It's 6 p.m. in Iran. Oh, wow. Oh, 6 p.m. Oh, that's fine. Sorry, I thought it was 6 a.m. That's going good, TMD. Thank you. Martin found it. Great to hear. Interactive map. Alright, sorry, I'm just loading my save into this thing so we can see where these hard drives are. Then we'll continue. It's not that important, but it'd be nice to open up a few while we're streaming. Add that loot box element. Vector game saves. Pre-stream. There we go. Okay. Save is being dumped in. Alright, I'll have that on my other screen. We can check it in a moment. Right, anyways, for the moment, we're going to head over to the coal power plant. Get working on that. So for anyone who's just joining, wondering what we're doing today, what I'm planning on doing on the stream and why I'm streaming, I was basically working on what I'm going to be working on for the next couple of videos. I want to do a quartz factory, and I was kind of planning ahead, like how do we get to oil? You know, when's the appropriate time to do it? I'd like to do oil soon, but I almost don't want to do... People have kind of complained in the past a little bit in the comments saying like, oh, you don't show us how to make the computers or the circuit boards or any of that stuff. So I'm kind of thinking like if you're going to build fuel generators, you need quite a lot of computers, especially depending on the amount you want, and heavy modular frames. So I'm thinking maybe I should make mini versions of those factories and show the process of that. So almost like a video just for making small amounts of things that you'll need for building these like larger factories, so that you don't have to keep manually feeding boxes and stuff, I guess. And normally I just drive out here, but we're just going to run this time. Anyway, so that's just what we're doing. So what I'm doing in this... Oh, sorry. Then I got distracted because I was looking around the save and I noticed that there's a lot of factories that I've never... Some of them just have things that haven't been finished yet. So I thought, oh, it'd be cool just to chill out for a few hours, go around these factories, do some of their cosmetics, add some of the machines that weren't ever placed in. And I want to start with basically the beginning of the series, which is the coal power plant. Some of the first stuff I did that I just technically haven't completed yet. And then move on to the next one. We'll do steel after this. It shouldn't take too long. We're just copying effectively the format, adding more machines and just hooking them up. Hello from Greece. Hello, Orpheus. Thinking about extending the road with a rail for the train and rebuilding or relocating the road. What do you think? Well, you're totally free to relocate the road as much as you want. I don't mind that at all. Not that I'd mind what anyone does in their game anyway, but I mean, mine is flexible enough where I'll probably move the road as well. I'm not building it with a train in mind, though. I'm still sticking to my plan of pretty much this entire biome down here is going to be just trucks feeding into a train station, and the train will go around the map. That's my plan. But you guys can do whatever you want, you know? Certainly in my previous playthrough, I had trains going to every factory. So you know, it's totally normal to do that. I can't see anything wrong with it. I'm just almost trying out another idea, which is, what if we play the game as design intended? It's like, why are there trucks in this game? Well, it's probably for the smaller local routes. Trains for long, you know, large freight, high volume, long distance. And then drones for things that are either hazardous or hard to get to. That's at least my theory on it, so that's what I'll be doing. Alright, we're here. Alright, we've got what we need to basically... So you can see, like, it's hard to see, but there's some gaps of generators at the end there. And then I haven't put some of the roofs in. There's no lighting or anything like that, so there's just a bunch of little small things I want to do. So we'll just go upstairs. And the first thing is just adding in more of these generators to finish it off. Bonjour from France. Hey, Stephanie. Stefan? Sorry, Stefan, probably. And Tobias. Cute. Everyone's saying where they're from. From Sweden. I've been to Sweden before. Loved it. I've been to Sweden a couple times, actually. Really, really nice. Got some little hatchers beneath me. Hey, Rakshith. Became a member for 6 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I should pop up on screen, hopefully, in a minute. Might have to go deal with this thing downstairs, because it's very loud. Do I have my... Oh, I don't have any ammunition. We can just go give it a smack, can't we? I never provided a way out this way, actually, so just hop out here. Where's that coming from, huh? Oh, they're all over here. And is it just gas that's killing me as well? Did I bring the bombs with me, or did I drop them off? Damn, I dropped them off as well. Ugh. I just didn't think I'd need them. Alright. Let the health come up a bit, and then we'll deal with that later. I have loads of stuff for health as well. I just didn't bring any of it with me because I didn't think I was like, oh, I'm not going to go exploring. But I forgot that there's remains and things right there. Might turn off global illumination actually, or maybe just brighten up the day. What time is it? It is midday. It's just dark in here. We haven't added lights yet. Anyway, first time in stream. Hey, Cinelio. Sorry if I've just butchered people's names. I was wondering when the next cities video will be. Yeah, no one's actually asked today. People ask all the time and I do reply. But I don't know, probably February, early February, and then because I have to go away one more time just for a couple days. I've become an uncle just recently. And so I'm heading over to Ireland, and then other things have taken my attention away. I bought a car recently, but then just there's been all this stuff going on, so I just haven't had the time. So I really apologize for that, but it's January as well, so I've been kind of like, kind of taking a break from working hard in December a bit. But yeah, so February, I'm hoping to get my schedule kind of a bit more refined. It's easier said than done, because it's really difficult. I keep saying, at least for me anyway, from my perspective, it's very difficult to plan out how long something's going to take. Because I tend to spend varying degrees of time in these different games. Like in the bioluminescent cave, that only took about, I think about 8 hours. From start to... Well, that was for the recording. For the planning, it took a few bits longer than that. But it's like, oh, you know, how long is it going to take you to make a quartz factory? I have no idea. You know, it's so difficult to, like, plan for time. How long is it going to take you to update, like, in City Skylines, like, to build out the next area? Well, one of the reasons that it's taken me so long is because a lot of people are unhappy with where I decided to build, and I'm kind of trying to change that now slightly. These are all in place, actually, so let's just mark that off. We do the logistics next. Anyway, long story short, it's just difficult to plan when you don't know how long something's going to take, and one of the next things in City Skylines for me is going to take a very long time. Also, I did prioritize doing Satisfactory and taking on some sponsors in January because basically I needed the money, and City Skylines have been dropping off, which is such a shame because I get great comments about it. People like, you know, following along and saying that they really like it and everything, but every episode loses 10,000 people. And the last one, like, barely crossed 10,000 views, so I was like, oh, damn, man. I don't want to stop it. Oh, sorry, I need the floor holes first, don't I? So I'm not stopping it. I'm definitely going to keep going, but I felt like the series was just kind of getting started. But one thing I'll say is I've been very inconsistent with it, so I can't really blame the drop-off on viewership too much. If I was more consistent, I'm sure it would have retained more, just generally speaking. Anyway, there you go. Hopefully that's a long-winded answer, but February is when I'm aiming, because I'll be back from Ireland. What am I missing? Concrete? God damn. Gonna have to make a run back, guys. I've forgotten a few things when I came out here. We'll do that, but we can zipline back. It'll be quicker. When will the final Anno 1800 episode be? That is planned for... I don't really know when. But the idea is that I'll be starting a new Anno 1800 series, and I want the start of that series to coincide with the end of the other one. So I'll be saying like, hey, this is the end. We'll do that final episode, and then straight away, like, a new series will kick off. But it won't be a traditional series. It'll be live stream. That's at least my plan, so... It is just one episode short as well, which is a tease. Oh, also, today, you know, someone wanted the save file for that, and I was like, okay, they've been around for a long time, been asking for a while, so I was like, okay, yeah, I'll give them the save file. Can't log in. It's been over a month since I logged into Ubisoft. Tried to log in. I guess I put my password in wrong. Although I don't think so, because I don't really have many passwords, but okay. It could be the wrong email. But anyway, it's locked me out. So then I was like, okay, I'll try a browser on a different computer. Locked me, it's just completely, like, locked me out. So I was like, okay, send me a forgot my password thing, a password request. And then it just hasn't arrived. So it's not going to any of my emails. I tried 3 different emails. I only have, definitely no more than that would be ones touching it. So I can't even access the game right now. Thanks to Ubisoft. So it's very hard to tell you when anything's going to be done until I can get an email back from them. I'll probably have to start messaging customer support. That was just this morning, so I was just waiting on that, so we'll see. I've already just talked about what we're up to today, so I'll mention it again in another, like, 15 minutes or so. I've mentioned it twice already, sorry. Thanks, Rakshith. Yeah, I really like CS2, City Skylines 2. Kind of waiting for more updates as well, though, from the developers. There's my bombs. That's what I needed for taking out that thing. I also need some silica for the windows. I guess bring that just in case, and some rebar. Yeah, okay, that should be everything. Let's look up where I can go get a hard drive really quickly. I'll just look on another screen here really quick, see where we can pick one up and get some new recipes. Sorry, I just have to turn off some of the filters on this because it's going to be super slow, the website, if it's loading everything that I've built. Alright, I'll show you actually what I'm looking at. Be a good idea. Right, so we want to go collectibles, hard drives. So I've found 26 so far. Big stinger. Oh, I didn't know they put those on the map. So yeah, let's see. Hard drive, 12 quick wire. And this one, 2 crystal oscillators. We can get both of these. These not been opened. I guess not. Wow. 30 megawatts of power needed. Really? I feel like I've opened that one. Oh no, I haven't. No, I have. It has been opened. That's weird. Because this is my save. It should know which ones I've opened and which ones I haven't. But it does seem like they're actually all showing up. Okay, I guess they have been opened then. And I don't know why it says crate. I have definitely not left any crates behind. Hang on, I'm kind of confused now. Is it just because of my... Yeah, 0 loot crates. It just must be my map marker telling me those are the ones I have got, right? That's showing the map markers. Yeah, okay, that's why. Fair enough. I just thought... I could have sworn that if you'd open the hard drive, it gets removed from the website. Let's see. Options. Map options. Reveal the map. There we go. There we go. We want to look for these ones. 30 motors. I'm just going to write down the things I'll need, and then I'll catch my chat just in a second. We'll just do some of these in the background while I'm working on the coal plant out there anyway. So that's going to be 30 motors. This one requires nothing, apparently. This also requires nothing. Well, that's 3. 3 is probably more than enough. 3 AI limiters and some power. 3 AI limiters. Alright. Yeah, we've got that stuff. 30 motors, 3 AI limiters. That's fine by me. Let's see if we have it here. I was wondering, how come your inventory scale looks really small? Is there a setting for that? Mine looks small. I'm not sure, but there are settings. If mine looks different than anyone else's, it's probably in here. User interface. Use small equipment icons in the HUD. Use small slots for game progression. That might be why. Yeah, that could be it. I thought, didn't I actually make mine bigger? And people complain. Because you can make these really small, can't you? Most people normally tell me, like, your icons look huge. So I don't know. I don't really watch how anyone else plays. But I know that I've seen other people's inventory, and they'll have their entire inventory without having to scroll. So you can compress a lot more in, definitely. But anyway, yeah, it's all in the options. AI limiters. There we go. 103. And then we needed 30 motors. So I'll take those as well. I don't think, do I need anything else? I don't think so. Alright. Can't hurt to take a little bit of health with me. There's no berries there. And there's none there. Don't they regrow? Inventory does look different to mine and bigger, but mine's default. I've never changed it. Yeah, I feel like I made mine bigger so people could see better in videos. That was the idea. I can't remember them. I did this many months ago, so I have no idea. I haven't changed it since. I've never really looked at it since. So hooking up the logistics, I was lacking concrete. Did I pick that up? No. Right, that's the last thing that I need. Take that concrete. Alright, let's get going. And we'll go out and target some of those hard drive sites first. Thanks, brother. Yeah, I just managed to remember just before I saw your message. How you doing? Glad to see that your channel is growing. Thanks. Yeah, not to be pessimistic or anything, but it's not really growing that much. The channel gains subscribers all the time. Almost every channel, I feel like, does, which is great. Can't complain about that. But viewership is actually declining, so it is what it is. That's why you need constant... I need to have different series on the go all the time, because unlike someone like I'm Kibitz or City Planner Plays, I can't seem to hold on to people episode to episode. I hold on to a percentage every time. But they seem to do videos and it's just same people every time. If anything, it grows. Very jealous. Don't know how to do that. Been trying for 7 years to do that. But instead, I'll do episode 1, get like 1 million people in. Well, maybe not that many, but a lot of people in. And then episode 2, it's like half that. Episode 3, it's like, half of that. And it keeps going down, down, down. It's just the way it is. That's why it's difficult to complete Satisfactory if you're doing a series style video, because it seems to have diminishing returns. Or I do. I'm sure not everyone does. I don't play Minecraft. No, I used to back in the day. Like, loved it. It still is one of my favorite games, but don't have any time for it at the moment. It was a bit lower in the UI settings. Can you explain that Anno thing again? Long story short, in the future, I'm thinking of doing an Anno 1800 new campaign, but doing it as part of a live stream. Just doing it live. And that's really it. Yeah, I got the concrete. I got it. We're gonna go hit that hard drive site first, so we can run that in the background. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, the overall trajectory is that, like, I'm doing better now than I was last year. So I don't want to be pessimistic. It's hard not to look at, like, when you see video to video numbers dropping off, but like overall, more people watch now than they did last year. So I guess in that respect, I'm growing and everything. So not to complain. Everything's really good. Not complaining at all. But it's just some people come in and they're like, you're gonna have, oh my god, I love this channel. You're gonna have like 500,000 subs by the end of the year. It's like, no, I'm not. Not if, by the way I'm looking at things. And even if I did, I don't think I'd hold on to everyone watching. People subscribe, which is great, but you lose almost as many in viewers as you gain in subscribers. people just become dead accounts on your channel effectively. You know, you'll see lots of channels with like 1 million subs and they just have maybe 10,000 views. And mine's kind of like that. You know, I've got 120,000 subs or just thereabout, but I'm lucky to get 20,000 views on a video. Man, biofuel, so good. We can get anywhere now. Right, so I'm just finding this hard drive. Just gonna have a quick look again on the map. So 30 motors, 63 altitude. Just trying to look at exactly where that would be. There's one out here. All right, it's just over there, I think. I don't see it, but it said it was right there. Let me just check that map again real quick, sorry. Is it in a cave or something? Oh, it's further up. Much further up. Oh, he throws rocks at you. Alright, I know where I'm going. Ah. Oh, I can't step on any of that, apparently. I'll just take a quick breather. What do we got? What's your most desired mechanic feature building that you want Coffee Stain to add to the game? Love to hear your thoughts. Me personally, I would love some sort of aircraft to fly around on. That's so funny you say that, because I was actually just thinking about that yesterday. That because people complain about traversing the map a lot. I like running around the map, but I get it. I do get it. So yeah, like being able to fly your own drone, that'd be pretty cool. What I was also thinking there in terms of features, what I would really like. Well, first, I'd like them just to completely overhaul how they do fluid and make it actually somewhat realistic rather than how it's done in the game. I totally get why it's done the way it is in the game. But beyond that, what I was thinking would be really cool is... Let's just open this up real quick. And what would actually be useful and needed, just as one small feature, would be a pipeline junction cross, right? But a valve junction. So... It actually, you can set the, it's like almost like a programmable splitter, but for pipes. So it's like you could put down a valve junction. So it comes baked in with like this circle here is a valve, and this one, whatever. So you can like decide, I want 100 to go out that way, I want 50 to go out that way, and I want 10 to go out that way. Because it's a pressurized junction, let's call it that. So that, I think that'd be pretty cool. Logistically, it would help with a lot, and but it would somewhat require water to be liquid to be somewhat overhauled and fixed in the game. Yeah, just one thing I want to do really quickly as well before we open this up. I shouldn't have brought so much stuff in my inventory. I'm just going to delete things I don't really need. Don't need the coal. We've got loads of coal. Plastic. Don't need that. Iron. Some of that can go. Just because I want to pick up some of the vegetation before I delete it. Or blow it up, I should say. I don't actually see any gas coming out of those pillars, weirdly enough. Is there any? Yes. That's something else I need to make, is a gas mask. Sorry, I should change this music as well. It's very stressful. Not enough space for Paleberry. Really? Oh, because we picked up wood as well. Don't need wire. Alright. Alright, let's go bomb this place. I just like to... I always feel bad about wasting the resources, so... now I can blow it up. Just fine. Sweet. I wouldn't mind a hovercraft, so I could worry less about water. And a land train. What's a land train? That'd be sweet. They might end up actually doing the pressurized splitter one. Yeah, that'd be nice. Good morning. Hey, Kendrick. Yeah, I'm just going to change this music as well. I watched the last 2 videos on TV. It's easy to fall asleep, and that over 2 days, so the length fits. And you're, hey, appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of people fall asleep to my content, which I suppose I take as a compliment. Just because people say it, you know, relaxing, chill voice, long form stuff. It's all good. I've got some Minecraft music on. I'll put us to sleep, huh? Right, anyway, we're here for a hard drive, but there just happened to be some gas around it that I thought might as well get rid of while we have these. And apparently it doesn't need anything. What? Sorry, did I just open this and there was nothing there? I was looking at the inventory. What the hell just happened? Well, that was weird. It didn't go into my inventory, right? I just don't have it. Wow, I've never seen that before. Opening a drop pod, like actually opening the animation, because you can never close it again. And it just wasn't in there. Oh, that was weird. You know what? I do feel robbed. So I'm going to give myself one. Because that's not right. I don't care what anyone says. Giving myself a hard drive. That's bullshit. Unless it's like a known thing that you don't get one there. But that's not what it says on the website. The website says you get one. Just fine. Hard drive. No requirements. Coordinates blah blah blah. Drop pod number 42. Strange. That one is bugged? Well, I fixed the bug then, I guess. I'll give myself one and not feel bad for it. Alright, let's, there's 2 more to go. We'll just grab them real quickly, dump these in here, and then we'll get back to our task at hand. Alright, so I've marked it, so we can see that it's, it has been gotten. So by the way, you can put down stamps on anything by pressing Alt and then right-clicking, right? So anything you're looking at. And then if you hold Alt, just on its own, you can see the stamp. That's why I say that doing this is a great way to just mark the ones you have. Because even from a distance, you're far away, you can still just see like, oh yeah, I've got that one already. Super, super good. Little mini tip there. Now that we've our Biofuel Factory, got to collect all that stuff. Yeah. Alrighty. Never had that happen myself. Yeah, me neither. I see, I was looking, my eyes weren't focused on the package for some reason that time. I was looking over, and then when I looked back, I was like, what the hell? It's just gone. So, let's just find where these other 2 are real quick. So many browser windows open now. So the next one requires 30 motors is roughly, see if we can roughly gauge this, roughly there. It's a new one, before the update... Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. I've experienced empty containers as well, but only after update 8. Right, okay. How'd you get the coal manifolds to be efficient? My 120 per minute goes into 8 generators, but feels slow. Should I split it into 2 lines to feed 4 generators each? That would speed it up, so you could do that, yeah, if you don't mind doing that. What I would probably do is just... give myself 800 coal... and just dump it in each machine so they're all full instantly. I don't mean cheat giving myself, I just mean take it off the belts or something and just pop it into all the machines. That's usually what I do. And that way you just kind of kickstart the manifold. I see it, got it in sight. Oh wow, there's heavy modular frames next to it. Nice. Oh, what a shot. How good was that? Biofuel, keep me going. Biofuel's so OP. Oh, he hit me. Oh my god, he sent me flying with that. That was pretty cool. I'm actually kind of low on health. Should probably eat something. Where is he now? Oh, he's stuck. Oh, I feel bad. It's not a fair fight anymore. Did he not leave any remain? There you go. I was gonna say, I'm just getting robbed constantly now. Numbizzle, thank you so much for the super chat. And he's saying, oh my god, you're live. You, sir, are my go-to for learning this game. Like Etho was for Minecraft. I haven't heard of Etho. But nice, thank you. Appreciate that, and thank you very much for the super chat. Why are these not popping up on stream, though, is my question. What's going on? Definitely be appearing. Reload overlays. Maybe I could do that. Doesn't seem to be working. Refresh. See if that will pop up now in a second. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's not appearing. They were working before. Anyway, I can see it obviously, and thank you. And obviously the chat can. It's just, you know, it's nice to have it pop up. Right, so 30 motors. Let's go. That's what we like to see. And we have heavy modular frames around here. Oh, what do I get rid of? I guess iron plates. Don't need them. That it? That's basically it. Right, we'll just mark this as grabbed. Oh, there's computers. Damn, I don't have room for any of this stuff. Alright, stamp added. Good. Same, I love Etho. How do you zoom like that? You press P. Sorry, I do it too quickly. P to go into photo mode. Middle mouse button to hide the UI, and then scroll. Like so. Will this be another 8 hours? No, I don't think so. It'll probably be long enough though, but it shouldn't be that long. Oh, it was enough food to eat. It was plenty. I still have a hand slot. Can I not, There we go. Let's rotate that around. Right, there's one more that I wanted to grab out here. So we'll just get rid of that marker now. And it's just to my east. There's actually two more. One to my east has no requirement, and then one has power. I guess I can't do the power one. There's two that have no requirements near me, actually. Okay. We can get both of those. I'll try to make this quick. We'll just get in, get out. We don't have to do any chopping away or blowing things up. But I need to uncover more of the map, but it's somewhere like up here. So we just have to go northwest. And yeah, I see the slugs. It's fine. Oh, I hear spiders. Oh my god. Let them fight each other. Right, where from here? It looks like it's there, I think. Probably up there, right? Okay. Creatures up here? Looks like we're safe enough. Is that one? Oh yeah, it's like a little stumpy one. Oh damn. Alright, just one more to go. Oh, slugs and things everywhere. Sam, or... Are you thinking about a new series from New Cycle? I'll read my chat just a little bit better when I just get to this last hard drive, and then I'll catch up on a bunch of things. Just because I've covered basically my chat with the window with the map on it, so it's hard to read. And then I have a very small window with it, so I know I'm doing a bit bad with that, but I'll promise I'll catch up in just 1 second to answer those questions. Just trying to find where this last one is. It's somewhere just straight ahead, actually, so that's not too bad. And then we'll just run back. I'm doing the coal power plant, and I'll reintroduce what we're doing, just so everyone can follow along and understand. There it is. There it is. Suspiciously safer than all the other ones. Uh-huh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh, are you kidding me? It's bugged again. No, not like this. I'm on like 1% health. I've never died in this game, actually. This could be the first time. I'll be fine. I'm just going to give myself that one as well, because it was obviously bugged out. I didn't stamp it, though, unfortunately. I have to remember that one. I could stamp it on the actual map, I guess. Alright, am I good to wait for a second? Yeah. Whew, close one. Alright, so that was the one that was here. So we can do a stamp. Say that that's been cleared. But yeah, that's a terrible bug, man. It seems to be for the ones without requirements, so maybe it's something to do with that. But anyway, yeah, let's just check what we got. Caterium wire. And that changes the entire Caterium build, but no. Steel rod and adhered iron plate. Go to steel rod. I don't really want any of them, to be honest, but maybe that, I guess. Alright. Let's get back to work, and then I'll catch up on that chat. There we are. Sea of Dreams. Okay. Just get rid of the interactive map. We'll leave that for a while now. Okay, finally. I can see you guys again properly. Robbed again, I know, right? In the heat of battle as well. Widening out the chat because people are chatting a lot. I'm missing a lot of it. Alright, let me just go through some of the stuff really quickly. So I'm reading everything after Nombizzle's super chat. Famous last words there. I'm low and healthy. It's 1 bar food. Read that already. Etho is one of my favorites. Etho is a Minecraft redstoner. Yeah, no, that's too advanced for my taste. I've mentioned before, I'd love to play... I used to play Minecraft back in the day, and I used to play Tekkit, and I loved it. First experience with kind of a factory game. I honestly think it might be the first factory game ever, because it's before Factorio, and I think it's what inspired it. At least Minecraft did. Anyway, have you ever played Dyson Sphere Project before? I have. I played it when it first came out of Early Access. Really liked it. Only played a little bit, though. Just can't play it at the moment because I've got this game on the go. I can't manage multiple factory games anyway because I spend a lot of time for each video. Unlike you can see these streams, it's me sitting around not getting much done. The videos, it's a lot of prep work and planning, trying to get a lot done, and a lot of editing to bring it down to like an hour or even 2 sometimes. So just don't have time to add another game, like another factory game especially. Are you thinking about a new series from the New Cycle? It's a marriage of Frostpunk and Anno. I was kind of looking at it. I haven't looked at any gameplay properly, but the Steam page is mixed, so I'm mixed on it. Or I'm kind of like, I don't know. Not that popular. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but like I kind of have to lean into what's popular. If you're a smaller YouTuber and you want to grow, kind of have to go in on things that are a little bit more popular. Now, I've been doing this for 7 years. Tried it for 5 years, going in on really niche things, covering indie games, reviewing all these niche things, and it just didn't work. I mean, I was able to just about get by, but it just didn't work. And I'm still covering niche things, let's be real. It's not like I'm out here playing Call of Duty or something. But I'm just saying, when it comes to a game that has barely anyone playing it, and it's on mixed and reviews, you could tell me it's a great game, and unfortunately, I'm just like, well, I can't viably cover it as a YouTuber slash business who relies on viewership as their source of income. Anyways, I hope that makes sense. But it did look kind of good, so maybe it's just some teething problems when it first came out there. And actually, they wanted to sponsor me. Same thing with Dyson Sphere. They both offered to sponsor me. I just didn't have the time to do it. I took on a Timberborn sponsorship this month and the Prosperous Universe one instead. Just because Timberborn I knew was like really, really good, rather than going in on something that I wouldn't know. So I get like a bunch of offers, but I try to pick and choose the ones that I think would be best for my audience, at least. Have you encountered any green spiders? No, I've actually never seen them, but I know they're in the game. Oh, actually, I didn't know about green spiders. I know about the nuclear hog. Yeah, but I didn't know about green spiders, actually, thinking about it. Got first floor of aluminum going last night, says Brian Adams. 4.5 hours making blueprints, getting all the bauxite gathered and sent to localized area for processing. Nice, good job. Yeah, that was one of my first ever big builds. I did it out by all the bauxite up on the top left. I built it down in the desert, just where the desert begins on the eastern part. Sorry, western part of the map. And I remember that was when I had trains delivering bauxite and quartz in, using silica to make, aluminum, basically. I've never seen that bug before. You need to build yourself... Yeah, I'm after seeing it twice now. Build yourself a hypertube cannon? Nah, I don't like hypertube cannons, personally, anyway. Some people say they're fun, like Major MH. Just thought of a cool quality of life feature. How about having maps for each collectible on the stamp store? For like 50 or 100 stamps for each map. That'd be kind of cool. Like, you can pay tickets to find out where they are. That'd be... Yeah, I'd be down with that. Hey, Darren, you're live. Now the dilemma to do... do I watch the live stream for the beginning? Nah, you haven't missed too much yet. All I've done so far is popped more coal generators in this factory and gone out and found some hard drives. Right, so what I'm doing today is all the kind of in-between stuff between normal episodes. I just wanted to catch it. And thank you, by the way, for saying that you loved the Timberborn vid. Appreciate that. It didn't actually view that well. I would have continued doing more with that game because I really like it, but didn't do that well, so I kind of have to leave it. But maybe when the game comes out of early access, it'll have a bit of a 1.0 push and I can jump back in again. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Remy. The radar tower is for just that. You set up a radar tower, and it tells you how many hard drives are in the location, in the vicinity of the radar tower, but it doesn't, I suppose, tell you the specific location. I can see paying tickets just to know where they are will be okay, but I do think there's fun to be had in taking out the object scanner, using a radar tower, and actually just go finding it. Like, I find that fun. I know that a lot of people play this game because they just want to be building and making efficient factories, and that stuff is like, oh, it's annoying. I have to go get these things. So I totally get that, but I like the, what's the word, the combination of both. It's really cool not looking it up on a website to see where these things are. I'm only doing it for these ones because I've done it all before in my last playthrough, so... But on my first playthrough ever, I was like, you know what? I'm going to use what the game tells me and not look up stuff outside the game and just find these things and explore the map. And you do find kind of cool and interesting things around the map. I think so, anyway. Right. Anyway, so what we're doing today is I'm going through factories, and anything that I haven't finished or I've left incomplete, I want to fix up and finish. So the first thing I'm doing is going to the coal power plant. I've added all the remaining generators in. So now I have to hook up their logistics. And while I'm doing that, I just wanted some of the hard drives to be ticking over in the background. In my opinion, there's no fun using the object scanner, says Cold T. Yeah, so some people won't like that at all. I do. I genuinely do. I wouldn't just say it. You know, genuinely do think it's cool. You switch between the different things. One thing that bothers me with the object scanner is it doesn't really have a proper vertical axis. It just kind of beeps when you're close by, but not really close by up and down. So it can be a bit tricky that way to know if you're on the right track. Alright, just gonna go downstairs and start hooking these up to some... Oh yeah, sorry, I need to do the floor holes first. That's why we went and got that concrete. Alrighty, so floor holes and pipe floor holes is the next thing. Sakasi, thank you very much for the channel membership. For some reason, they're not appearing on my alerts. Don't know what that's about. I'm gonna try to just fix that one more time really quickly, because I can see them popping up and everything. They're just not appearing on the screen. So let me test something out really quickly. But yeah, now I should be able to answer chat a lot better while I'm doing a more repetitive task rather than jumping around the map and stuff. So if you guys have questions or anything, fire away. Overlays gallery. Right, I've got my overlays gallery. Satisfactory game alerts. See what's up with them. Gonna manually trigger an alert and see what happens. Someone subscribe to your channel. This is really weird. Yeah, it's just like not working anymore. Maybe the website's having issues. I can see that the images and everything is set up to play the alerts correctly, but it's when I actually preview an alert, it should pop up. Like just a fake one should pop up. Not even popping up on the website, not even just my own stream. So if it's not there, it can't appear here. So apologies for that. I guess the alerts aren't working right now. I'll look into it in between streams, see if there's something else I could do, but it seems to be the site. That's streamelements.com. Letting us all down, unfortunately. Are you expanding the coal power plant? I'm not actually upgrading it. I'm just preparing it so that when I do upgrade it, it just works immediately. It's just one of those things that I never finish doing, and because I've been giving out the save file, I've always felt bad about some bits being incomplete, so I just want everything to be complete. There's a few other optimizations. So I'm just doing the coal power plant right now, but right after this we're going to go over to the steel plant. There's a few things to do there as well. Maybe I'll turn off global illumination because it's quite dark in this part of the factory. I've been watching past EPs for 2 days trying to learn. Just saw you were live. If you've got any questions, fire away. And if you join my Discord, people are in there helping each other all the time, which is really nice to see. And sharing saves and blueprints and stuff like that. Just in the Satisfactory section of the Discord. So there was basically 28 generators that hadn't been hooked up, so that's how many we have to hook up. Thanks for the series. New here, and I've tried lots of Satisfactory creators. There's no shade to them, and you're by far my favorite. Hey, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, people have different styles. Someone like I'm Kibitz has more... It's more about the entertainment factor, I feel like, than actually learning how to do things. Right, so it's just like an enjoyable thing to watch, how he does things and pushing things to a great scale. It's really interesting to see. Total X Clips, maybe more someone to learn from as well. Has little series as well that he does. And then you've got some people who are just pure beauty builders, like Stin Archie and Creatin. And mine is, I don't know, trying to help people play as well, I guess. Nothing terribly advanced, but it's mostly just like some tips and things and how to be a bit more efficient with the game and learn things a bit quicker. Alright, there we go. That's all done. Would you like a third-person building mode? Me personally, no. That's just me, though. Can't really see a problem with the option, but I'm not a fan of third-person generally in games. One of the things I hate about hypertubes in this game is that it throws you out into third-person. That really bothers me. Very inconsistent. Same vehicles. If anything, I'd like vehicles, what's it called, to be in first person, but I guess they'd have to make dashboards and stuff then. Right, I forgot iron rods. Might have to go make a run for those. Or we could make some ourselves, I guess. Maybe we could just make some ourselves. Oh, I need actual ingots. For some reason, I thought you needed plates. Ugh, lame. Alright, well, I have to make a run back. I get the vehicle and just drive out here again. These YouTube ads. Sorry, I think there's an ad every 20 minutes or something. That should be the way it is. If it's more than that, there's a problem. I'm gonna store some of the stuff here that I'll grab when I get back. Right. Alright, let's make a run back. Satisfactory, game where you play on your style, no rules. Yeah, totally. It is. It's just a big sandbox, isn't it? It's like, do whatever you want. Hypercheap third person also ruins some of my attempts to decorate them. Like, the camera's freaking out when you pass. Yeah, that's why I don't like them. Or it's one of the reasons. Hey, Numbizzle. Appreciate becoming a channel member. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry that the alerts are broken at the moment. Hey, while we're here, let's break a few of these bad boys open. And I forgot to look at the thing we just unlocked. Now, weirdly, these mushroom plate things can actually be removed with the bombs, and I don't want to do that. It leaves the terrain looking really glitchy, so I'll probably just leave some of these standing here. So I'll just leave it at that, I guess. Don't need to get rid of them anyway. I'm not building here. Let's do that hard drive, see what we got. Ooh, electrode circuit boards, rubber and petroleum coke. Yes, please. Let's try that. Alright, 2 more to go. You know what? Something I've been planning on doing is getting rid of all the streetlights. I said that at the beginning. How do you jump so far? Well, if you're running and then you crouch, you'll slide. And as you're sliding, you can jump, and it jumps you further. But you also need to wear your Blade Runners. That'll make you go almost twice as far. But then I have a jetpack. And the jetpack's preferred fuel is packaged liquid biofuel. And that burns the slowest, so you can go the furthest. And I just did a video on making a liquid biofuel factory. On how to do it, all in one video. And shared my save with it, and the blueprints, and the exact layout, so you can do it too. Any plans to upgrade to fuel generators down the line? Well, that'll be the next thing. So in looking at what I'm going to do next, I wanted to kind of get rid of a lot of the factories that are just out in the open grass and stuff, before then going on to do oil. Oil would obviously be then fuel generators. But I realized looking at power, I don't really need to that much yet. Power is totally fine. Our consumption line is the orange line here. We've got a lot of room to play with. Pretty much double the production I have, right? I've got 4,800. I can actually bring this up to about 5,600, I think, with the current level of tech that I have. So I don't need to yet, as tempting as it is. So what I'd like to do is maybe build a quartz facility, clean up the iron production I have, and then make very small micro factories for motors, circuit boards, heavy modular frames, and computers. Because all of those things are needed in some way or another to make fuel generators. So if I'm going to tell people, hey, you're going to need 50 fuel generators, I feel like it would be good that we actually had that stuff automated, even if it's only like 0.5 per minute, just so we could use it for building more than anything. But yeah, I'm thinking of getting rid of the streetlights here. I don't know if that's a controversial thing, but they were built into the blueprint, and I just feel like they add a lot of clutter, and I never use them. So I'm kind of thinking, let's just get rid of them. As soon as I'm walking back this way anyway, I'm just going to add this to the dismantle filter. And I'll just clear one entire side. But people don't have to do that if they don't want to. I know a lot of people are playing the way I am, but I just kind of felt like it's not needed anymore. And the roads kind of look better when they're just clean. And it's just for automated trucks. It's not like they need the lights. But what I'll probably do is every now and then on the roads have big signs overhead that tell you where you're going. And that would probably look good. This is actually part of what I wanted to do today, which is like get rid of some of these. And you get some of the material back, obviously. It's quick wire. I'm still on Mark III belts. Yeah, we have pretty much what we need to get to Mark IV. I'll do that in the next video. Because, yeah, some people were just saying, like, oh, man, you didn't show how you made the supercomputers, you know? And it's because, yeah, I just thought, like, it's a bit boring. It's just crafting, basically. Manually crafting. So I was kind of thinking, like, okay, then maybe we should actually make a dedicated factory to do these things. Like, small, just really small amounts. Because there's no way we could do it, like, quote, properly right now with our current size and tech level. I like the street lights. It would look a lot better if they didn't need... Yeah, exactly. It's the cables that... You can run the cables through the foundations of the stuff, the roads below. But I also feel like I would have preferred it if... Maybe it's just a scale thing, but the street lights were... bigger. I feel like you need a lot of them very close together. That was another thing. I just thought after a while it became a bit of a turn-off looking at it with all the cables stretched between them and everything and how frequent they are. And even at night, it's still like kind of a spotlight effect on the ground. It doesn't really give you the proper ambient lighting, so it's kind of like, bit of a shame. It's almost like you should make your own manual version. Build it a bit more spaced out, but higher up that can light the entire road. But whatever. Instead, I've just opted to get rid of it, so we're left with cleaner looking roads. I think it looks just fine. Something I've been meaning to do down here, it's another one of my little to-dos, is trucks are visiting these stations, but he's not waiting here long enough. And so the station is getting full. Now, you could add another truck for that, but another way of doing it is just interacting with the truck that's arriving here and telling it to take longer. I think this is the one on the way. We'll just give it a minute before it gets here and then clean that one up. I don't think we need another truck. I have other trucks built ready to be brought in here, but I don't think it's needed. Yeah, 270 per minute is coming in from two places. Another one over there. Alright, he's on his way. God, let me take a drink. Oh my god, I totally missed that. Sakasi, if I'm saying that right, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you again. So that's gone to Fluffy Isu, Steeper Skill Hub, Tim Didopoulos. Probably said that wrong. And Wootervert and Josh. So thank you. Thank you, Sakasi, and welcome to our new channel members. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Looking forward to the micro factories. My starting area is getting way too permanent and out of control. Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling. I want to declutter. Just declutter, build dedicated things for these, even if they just make small amounts. Alright, so this truck, the reason I had to wait for it was to hop inside of it, disable autopilot, turn on the nodes, interact with this one. So it should be set to 6. Yeah, set to 6 seconds. I'm going to set it to 18. That should be enough to allow this thing to load a lot longer. I had said in a previous video that these wait until they're full. That's not true. That's my bad. But it's a good thing we can just edit the time. You don't have to do the route again or anything. But he should fill up to like 4,800 ideally. He's at 32 now. They have the same inventory space as the actual truck station. And 4,500, that's pretty good. That should be more than enough to get there and come back before this fills up, I reckon. It's not that long of a journey. Alright, anyways. So I came here originally for some iron rods. So we'll just grab those and dump some of the vegetation I don't need anymore. How do you set the destruct filter? You press G. Here's a tip for everybody, right? Anyone that ever wonders how do you do anything. There's a clue on the screen. Does anybody see where it is? There on the bottom of the screen. Dismantle filter. G. Tons of people are like, how do you zoom in? How do you hide your UI when you're in photo mode? Again, it's on the screen. I know these things are easy to miss. But I'm not throwing shade, but it's just, if you're ever finding yourself wondering how to do something, it's usually on the screen, or it's in the like settings menu, like the options and UI menu. Almost, I just say that because it's one of the most consistent things I've had to tell people. How do you do things? I could obviously just tell you the hotkey, but I'm like, just so you can look for yourself in future if you find another thing that you don't know anymore. Like, it's on the bottom of your screen, literally in front of you. Yeah, so that's their old copper there. I want to dismantle all that. We'll do that a bit later as well. In fact, we could probably set some of that up now because there's all of these containers full of wire and I don't need them anymore. So I might say that you're done now. And we'll let it just get through everything. And then when all the machines empty out, we'll just send everything into the awesome sink. It'll take a while to burn through it all. And just keep 1 or 2 containers that I actually need. You don't need these open air factories anymore. They're redundant. So yeah, so anyways, what else do we need? So we actually picked up a lot of iron rods just getting rid of the street lights. They look like they're still... Huh, that's weird. I don't know how I've left them hologrammed like that. I didn't need anything else, did I? I don't think so. This is actually giving me a decent amount, but I guess it wouldn't be any harm to just get some more just in case. I'd like to explore the key bindings in the settings. So many extra features. Yeah, and that's the thing. To be fair, they keep adding them, right? So that dismantle one only just recently got added. So you might have trained your mind not to think that you need to look down there. You can hide the UI as well, like this. But yeah. How about pressing T? New Satisfactory episode, how to? Just everything, how to do everything. No shade, I just feel like I'm spamming. So last time I'll ask, why do you choose the crater over the spot in your update 6.7 series for your coal power plant? Sorry that I missed it, my bad, no bizzle. And don't worry, you're not spamming. If I miss it, just write it again. I'll tell you if I've seen it and I don't want to answer it or something. Yeah, so why did I choose the crater over the spot in my update, my previous series for the coal power plant? Yeah, no worries. No, it's my bad for not seeing it. Yeah, so the reason I chose Blue Crater, I think I actually mentioned in the episode. If I didn't, I'll tell you now. It's that because it was somewhere different. So the coal power plant I built in my previous series was down here. And there are multiple coal nodes there, right? There's like 4 or something. And my vision was to build a bigger coal power plant that would last longer. So the only way to do it down there was to get... I would have had to tell people, okay, it's episode 3, remember, early on. You're going to have to clear boulders. So we'd have to get, like, go through some of the production chains in the MAM to get the nobelisks. It just felt like there'd be a little bit of extra steps for people. It's like, there's going to be a couple extra steps to get the 4 bits of coal down here. And then I was thinking, there isn't really enough space for all the water extractors I'd want. We'd sort of have to... It's just an awkward shape. Whereas down in this direction, it's like, okay, there's 4 coal nodes here as well, but there's a lot more water to play with, and it's big enough that we can build all the generators in a line without having to stack them on top of each other. Because if you remember in my old series, what I ended up doing was I built several generators out here, and then I built several on the water stacked on top of each other, and I called it a coal rig, because it looked kind of like an oil rig, but just built generators stacked in all these different directions. And that was kind of cool and everything, but so it's kind of 2 reasons. 1, I wanted bigger scale, and 2, I wanted variety. So that's why I built out there. I do think, I've said this before, and it's a somewhat controversial statement, but I think this is the best coal power plant you can build in the game, in my opinion. In terms of its efficiency. I think it's awesome. Because we've gone through this many times in my chat, in Discord and in videos and stuff, and people say like, oh, you know, 3 water extractors to 8 generators, the way to do it. I disagree. I think my way's better. I think it's easier for people to learn the game, and better. Now, one thing that wasn't easier was building the generators above the water. People struggled with the pumps and the floor holes because there's bugs in the game. That's totally fair, but I'm talking about the literal efficiencies of it. You built it on, you know, let's say you just extended it out here or something, built it level to the water. so you didn't have any of the pumping issues. I think my breakdown of 45 generators to 1 miner to 15 water extractors is better and will last you longer and serve you better in the early game than any other coal thing I've seen personally. It's not a competition. Everyone else is better than me at everything. But that one, I'm like, I do not understand why people have such an issue with it. So yeah, anyway, so that's just, I stand on my square with that one, where I'm like, no, this is great, and I would do this again. But if I was teaching people how to play the game, I probably wouldn't build it up in the air, because that made it quite difficult for people to understand how to do pumps and stuff. But yeah. I remember that cool coal rig, one of my favorite builds. Yeah, it was, I like it too. People who didn't see it before, it was kind of like stacks of generators built on top of each other, but yeah, it's kind of hard to even explain without just showing it off. You just have to check it out on my channel, I guess. But the way it works is actually kind of cool. Just really quickly, I won't build it now or anything, but if you see the way a chimney aims out to the right, what I did was I put one down like that, and then this one would go out the side here, but above. And that way the chimneys would never like intersect each other. They were just stacked around each other with all the chimneys aiming out the sides of the build. So that was kind of cool. It's one of my early looks at doing something somewhat creative in the game. Just moderate success. Yeah, I normally just drive this road, but because I'm deleting these, we'll just use the jetpack. It's totally fine to get around nice and quick. Not leaving crates behind, am I? No. I was just looking at petroleum. You may have, I just missed it. That's fair enough. Yeah, possibly. I feel like at the beginning I did mention it because people... I try to explain where I'm building and why, because a lot of people ask why. I was just looking at petroleum coke and wondering if you were planning for that or if it's just different. What do you mean? You were looking at petroleum coke and wondering if I'm planning for it. Because at the moment, I make a tiny bit of petroleum coke at the back at the factory because I'm making a kind of a temporary bit of plastic. But I have no plans to use petroleum coke at the moment. My plans for the oil in the future is to use turbo fuel, so that requires making compact coal. Can you use... Is there a recipe for compact coal that involves petroleum coke? Because that'd be kind of a nice use of it, if there was. Anyway, there we go. Cleaner roads. Less clutter. Less objects in the game as well, which is also kind of nice. Why am I removing the lights? I was just saying that I think it looks better without them. Yeah. So I've kind of just decided now that I'm going to get rid of them. I mean, if people like them, obviously just keep it. But I think I'll update the blueprint to remove it. There's too many... It looks quite cluttered. A lot of wires. When you're driving along in a truck, if you move the camera juts in and out because it's hitting the streetlights, if you know what I mean. So I was like, is it worth it? I play the game mostly during daytime anyway. So... kind of figured just get rid of them. Alright, finally we're back. And I'll find something else that I'm missing now, probably. Compact coal is coal and sulfur only. Okay, then, yeah. Oh, I forgot to dump the vegetation. Check that hard drive. Probably have another one by now, right? Crystal computer, oscillators, and circuit boards. That's actually what I made in my previous series. Automated speed wiring and steamed copper sheets. That's what I've been looking for. I can add that into the copper build. Where could I find your blueprints? I've checked the website, but couldn't see. Am I being stupid? Hey, I didn't use the word stupid, but you did. No, I'll show you now, just 1 second. So whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. We hit enter on that, and it takes you here. Okay, so it's my Google Drive. It looks slightly different for me because I'm logged in. But YouTube series update 8. So we have blueprint files, planning documents, and save files. Let's say we want blueprints, we go into blueprints. Depends on the episode. So if you have the time, read the instructions. That'll tell you where to place them, how to get to that folder and where to place it and all of that. How they work if you're curious. So it's just 1 page of stuff. You have the time to read. The color choices, these are the colors that I use. So the hex values for all the stuff that I use in the game. And they're used in the blueprint, so you can match them if you want, or change them, obviously, if you just want to use your own. And then let's say the liquid biofuel episode. So go into that. And these are some of the blueprints that I added just for that episode. So I'm struggling between knowing if I should just add every blueprint to every folder, or if I should just add the ones where I've just added them, because it was becoming quite big. It's like, okay, here's like all the blueprints then, you know? So now I've decided, like, okay, instead of adding them literally every, like, copy and paste to every same one every episode, I'm just adding the ones that I've made use of in that particular episode. And maybe I'll just have like a folder that says all or something, just so you can kind of sift through them. But if you're like, okay, what was the ones that I saw something that I liked in the liquid biofuel episode, maybe you can just get them then, you know. So yeah, so there you go. Same goes for save files. It's like, okay, how do I put the save file in the game? This shows you the folder that you need to add it to. The liquid biofuel save, it's just, there it is, good to go. And that's pretty much where I'm playing off from right now. And then planning documents, if you want to know how something was built. Liquid biofuel again. Well, let's try something else. Let's go to the copper and deuterium factory. And we want to know the rates of everything that was used. All there. So 4,800 copper ore, 1560 deuterium. And this is how it's divided and split. That's why I thought the factory was simple, by the way, when I was telling people it's going to be simple enough, because it is. It's just the scale made it crazy. But yeah, so on paper it's like, this is easy. It's only two things, really, and it gets made into what, 3, 4, 5 things total? Great. How bad is that? Turns out quite bad when you're deciding to do it in the thousands per minute. So we've got the power logic maps, how to do one specific group on its own, because obviously everything's split into multiple groups, so it does get complicated, to be fair. But it's all there, if you want to know how to do it. Loving the series, thank you, Hack on Stormo. How do I go about upgrading the power factory to max capacity without having to redo all the pipes? Mine keeps breaking when I upgrade them. Again, I would just point you to this, if you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, let's say you go to planning documents and the boosting coal. So there's actually a save file that's called working power plant with Mark 5 pipes, or Mark 5 belts and pipes. And there's an issue with the Mark 2 pipes in the game, and this explains how to fix it. It looks more complicated than it is. It's quite an easy fix. So currently the setup is this. We have 5 extractors on the bottom using 2 pumps feeding into linearly 15 generators. If you do the upgrade to Mark 2 pipes, you'll have to do this. You'll have to just extend the pipeline out the other side and connect it on this side. So this segment of pipe here is the bit that's different. And that's it. You don't have to add any more water extractors or anything like that. And the layout of the factory actually fits so that works. You don't have to move anything around or do anything awkward. You can just extend it out the back. And I've attached a save file to show you how to do that. So hopefully that helps if you're wondering, how do I get it to work when I upgrade it? That save file literally shows you the difference. And this explains the difference. And these are the planning documents that kind of show the layout and the floor dimensions and all of that kind of stuff. Hopefully that all helps again. Alright. No more stopping the gameplay just for a bit. Just want to actually build. At all? Well, all the blueprints are added. I was just saying, I don't know if I should add them to every episode number. That's the bit that seems confusing. So all the blueprints that I use are there. So don't worry about that. That's future-proofing? Yeah, it's super future-proof. That's the whole point of this place. It's like, if you just put all these machines down right at the very beginning, anytime then you have to upgrade it, all you have to do is upgrade the pipes. Now, I didn't plan for that second connection to have to go into the pipe. That's technically a mistake. Well, it's not my fault. It's the game that has a bug. And it's the only way to work around that bug is to... So basically, the bug is that a Mark II pipe is supposed to be able to travel 600 liquid on it, but it can't. There's a bug where it's just short of that. It's like a rounding error. So it's basically what ends up happening is one of the coal generators will run at like 97% efficiency. And that will cause your power line to kind of go up and down a bit. So to avoid it, if you just build a pipe going out the other side of the extractors, then it's fine. The bug is effectively that the water gets pooled, a little bit of water, a very small amount, gets pooled at the bottom of the pipe, and it can't make it out. It's not because of the verticality of it or anything, it just happens even if it's horizontal. So what you have to do is take the water out from both sides. That little document I showed explains the bug much better than I'm doing right now, but it explains the bug and why this fixes it and how it's an easy fix. No extra pumps needed. All these people are telling you, like, you gotta build water towers, never feed from below. Don't listen to any of that. It's not true. And I'm telling you it's not true. That's why I give the save files. Like, look, I've done it. It works. There's also like a manual document on how fluid works in this game. A lot of people cite it on Reddit and stuff. They're like, this is the document that's like the complete manifesto of how like pipes and pipelines work in the game. I've read it. Half of it's wrong. Like, it's just not true. It's kind of mixed in real life engineering into how it thinks the water is working. A lot of it's great, by the way. A lot of the stuff is great. Not throwing shade at it, but it's vastly like more complicated, that little manual, than how liquid really works in the game. It's really not that complicated. There's no pressure in this game. And because of that, water can flow back and forth on a pipe and often gets stuck in little pockets. Because it's almost like, it's like having a bottle of water and tilting it sideways and calling that a pipe. That's basically what's happening in the game. And the less water that's in that bottle, you get this sort of sloshing back and forth when you turn it sideways. It'll roll left and right until it eventually slows down and evens out. But I feel like people out here with like degrees in engineering or something are like, oh, this is like how, you know, the fluid dynamics work. And it's like, well, this isn't really how it works in the game, actually. It'd be cool if it did. But it turns out it's just a pretty simple numbers game, and there's just some bugs with the numbers. That's basically it. Alright, we're making good progress now. Loving your style of builds. Just wondering, how much did you plan the factories for size and where to place the machines? Or how did I? I just used paper. I don't know. People often ask that, and I unfortunately just don't have a good answer for it. It's like, I looked around on the map where I could build things, and then I'll go in and I'll build out dimensions of a certain size and see if it fits. So I work out how many machines I can plan on using, right? So I knew there was a certain amount of... the most coal we can get out of the miners here is 600. There's 4 miners, right? So I was like, okay, 600 times 4. We've got 2,400 coal to use. 2,400 coal divided by a normal generator consumes 15. 160. Right, so we need room for 160 generators. So then, I look at the spacing of a generator. It's about a foundation and a half, give or take. So then, I draw foundations out across the entire lake, and I go, do I have enough to fit, you know, this many generators? So you go, it's 1.5 foundations deep, and it's like 3 long. So then you work out, like, oh, how many can I fit lengthways? And how many can I fit widthways? And I just built it in a big rectangle, because it just happened to fit. And I had to, like, locate it right over the water. And then it's like, okay, well, how many extractors do I need? Is there enough water here for that? Yes, there was. You know, you just do it the same way. It's like, okay, each generator, 160 generators takes 40 water each. That's 6,400 water. 6,400 divided by 120, because that's the consumption rate of water extractors. That's 53. It's an uneven number, though. So I basically took a while to kind of work out, well, how can we make these all super beginner friendly? and easy for people to build into and upgrade and make use of things really nicely. So it's like, okay, well, if we take one line of 600 coal and then we say it's divided by 15, right? That'd be 40 generators traditionally. 40 generators divided by, sorry, multiplied by 40, because that's how much water they can, sorry, they consume 45 water. That's my bad, 45 water. That's 1,800 water. 1,800 water divided by 120, because they can, that's how much they produce standard. That's 15. I was like, okay, we're getting some cool numbers here. Like, things are starting to work out. And then you can start looking at divisibles. Is that the right word? It's like, okay, well, how does 15 go into one? If we had 160 generators, you know, how many lines do we need of extractors to kind of go into all that? So that's just basically what I did. Now, somewhere along the lines, I can't remember, I decided that I'm going to underclock these to 88% to make it so that it's 40 water per machine, not 45. And that means it consumes 13.333 recurring coal. It's this whole thing. But we get a very nice effect out of that, which is that whatever number we're bringing along the pipeline, right? So let's say we've water extractors downstairs making 300 water. That means that the row of generators supports 300 coal. And that's stuff that took me a while to work on and think about. I can't explain other than I just used a pen and paper and thought about it for a while. And, you know, played around in the game for a bit, seeing like what would work and what wouldn't. And how can I make it this as easy as possible for other people to build and follow along. So conscious that a lot of people don't want to be working with weird numbers. Yeah, I just try to make it as simple as possible in that regard. Now, what I didn't factor in was some of the bugs that the game has, that people would really struggle building vertically with pipes. I don't really find a problem with it, but so many people are finding issues with that, telling me like they can't seem to pump the water up, and then other YouTubers, in my opinion, giving somewhat misinformation, saying like, oh no, you should never pump from below, always drop from up high because of gravity and all this stuff. And it's like, okay dude, like I've given out my save file and it works like totally fine, I don't see the issue. But I can understand how if you're a new player, some of the things I might take for granted with like knowing the pipe floor hole bug and how to navigate around it could be, you know, something I probably should have explained a bit better. Anyway, what we're left with though is, so basically you do all that and you create one block. If we just think about the one miner, there's 4 miners in total, right? If we just think about one miner, everything you see on screen fits to one miner. So if I just open up, very last thing I'll do is just show you one last planning document that I had for this place. Yeah, these are online as well to have a look at. This is the, like, once I worked out some of the numbers, this is the idea. It's like, okay, we've got one miner, 600 is the max we can ever get out of it in the future, and that means that 600 is the most that can travel along one pipeline, which is perfect because it's the max number on a pipeline. So it's great. 5 water extractors, all at 120, sending a pipeline into 15 generators. And then we only need a splitter to split 3 ways for the 3 rows. So it's 200, 200, 200. Splitter has 3 outputs, so it works just nice. And it's just then laid out in a big rectangle. So one of those sections, like I said, is literally right in front of me, and then there's another one there, another one there, another one there. That's how, hopefully that kind of explains how I did it. Yeah, people use online calculators like Satisfactory Calculator and Satisfactory Tools. I've never used any of that stuff. I never liked it when I've used it, just personally. I've never tried the Tools website, but the calculator website, I just don't think has a very good clean layout for planning things, basically. So because of that, I decided just to start doing my own, and kind of keeps the series a bit more original anyway that way. Alright, I'm just gonna take a drink, I'm parched. Would it make sense to add the petroleum coke to the coal line for the power plant instead of sinking it? Not really. I think it would disrupt the building quite a lot. In my opinion, anyway. It's like how I mean, what does it make? Plastic. We have one plastic refinery, right? Oh, it's sorry, it's the not plastic, rubber. Oh, it's it's both, right? We turn the heavy oil into petro coke. So we're getting 120 per minute. I don't know what's its burn rate. It depends. What's its burn rate in a generator? So what I would do is you could maybe build a couple generators out there and just send it in. Sure. I mean, that gives you more power. I just feel like I don't need to do that, you know. What would you rather get? This number to go up higher even though you're not using it, or would you rather to make tickets? Like tickets that you can actually do something with. Because I consider all this just complete wasted power. There's nothing happening here. We could make that number go up to 100,000, but unless we're using it, what's the point? You may as well sink it. You'll actually get something for that. You don't get anything by just bringing this number up, unless you plan on using it. So that's kind of where I fall on that. Hopefully that makes sense. Alright, we have to hook up the logistics downstairs of those extra generators, and then we can get out of here. By the way, there's a lot in the chat. I appreciate it, but I have to be selective with what I'm reading now because I just can't keep up and build at the same time. But I do appreciate everyone chatting along. Sorry if I'm missing things. If you're really urgent or desperate for me to see it, just write it again. I have no problem with that. It's okay. Right, so basically you just have to build these lines out. These 6 lines in total, I guess. Now, our generators might stutter a little bit because yeah, in fact, they will. Just to prevent that, I'm just cutting these pipes here so that the water just stops there. We'll just add these on a bit later. Did I? Yeah, I messed that one up. It's not straight. I messed that one up badly. Jeez. Could have been arguably blueprinted, but we didn't have blueprints when I first built the place. Anyway, I planned the old-fashioned way, pen and paper. Yeah, that's how I do it. I've just got reams and notes in front of me, of all pen and paper. And then the reason I use that Milanote program to display it in those kind of graphs is purely because I do this on YouTube, so that people can have a nice viewing experience. It is nice to look back on it then. It does keep it organized for me after I've got a million notes around the place. Alright, so pipeline junctions are needed. Alright, and then we can just snap onto those ones. They're just temporary to allow us to do that. Just picked up the game on the Christmas sale, says Matthew Marshall. First time playing through, doing a server with some friends. Nice. Any bugs? Performance seems to be where... unfortunately, no. I don't really play it online. Or I have, and I do like playing it online, but not with this update. So, they made a big engine change this time, so my information is totally outdated just for this particular update regarding online. So, maybe a few other people might have some, but... sorry, I got nothing for you. But that's a great way to play, by the way. Playing with friends is awesome. Just, I suppose, just try to keep separate saves as backups. I would just always try to save backups if you can, just in case it gets corrupted or saves over itself somehow. But keeping saves every 10 hours of playtime is probably just advisable, I would say. Because you never know. If something happens in the game, like someone places a machine, the machine's bugged on the server, and it only kicked in hours later, and then that save is bugged from then on out. It'd be nice just to you know, just be safe and have a backup somewhere further back. Would be my advice. How much power will the copper factory use at 100% again? Something I don't know exactly, actually, but something it's tough to say. It's around 20,000 megawatts. About 20,000. But it won't be used fully until we get Mark 5 belts. Yeah. And until we need to ramp it up fully. You know, it depends on the demands of some other factory. It can make 12,000 copper ingots per minute. No point making those until we need them. What the hell's the problem with it? There we go. That is weird. It's like weirdly latching onto things. I always like to start from the top down just to know that you're on the right side, because sometimes it'll plug in. Like, what is going on there? If I press control, it'll fix itself. Like, just tap it, not hold it. Very weird. I haven't seen that before. Maybe he was trying to latch onto the one behind it with the angle I was looking at it. That could be what was going on. Seems to be, because it's not doing it now. Right, I'm going to chop this away. These will have to be... new floor holes will have to be added in the future for there. The power might stutter a little bit for a while because of the way I've just done this. Because now the water is going to be trying to fill up all these pipes. And these all have space and inventory to fill. And this is a lot of the time why people say you should fill your water first before you turn on your machines. Because it's trying to fill new space while it's also trying to feed certain machines. So no doubt the power is going to fluctuate a little bit until it gets sorted out again. Alright, just one more over on this side. Okay, there we go. Alright, so the pipe's done on that lane. Let's do all the pipes first, so we've got 2 more of those to go. Can you show the piping you added to loop the water for the extractors? I'm not going to show it now, no. But there's a save file in that directory that I told you about, and there's the diagrams for it. And I showed it on the previous stream I did, so I don't want to waste any more time. You have everything you need to see it yourself, I guess, if you load up the game. Or if you just want to look online at the previous stream, because I went into it to show people the difference. If I have time, I'll do it even today, just to actually add it on. You need the Mark II pipes and Mark IV belts to make the coal plant run at max? Yes. You need Mark V belts. Yep, and it's a known thing, but a lot of people would say that, is it worth powering up a coal power plant at Mark V when you're already, you know, by that point doing oil? The whole point, though, was to say that, like, you'll never have to, at least in my playthrough, the plan is that I'll never ever tear down a factory. You just upgrade it and forget it. It'll be a couple extra 1,000 megawatts of power. By that stage, it won't really be that much that it matters, but it's no harm. It means not having to redesign anything. So at least the idea with this playthrough was that I feel like a lot of people get burned out when they build temporary structures or structures that do certain things, which is great, but then they find that, like, okay, now you need, let's say you made something that made 100 circuit boards. It's like, cool, makes 100 circuit boards, just whatever. And then you get to a point in the game where it's like, I now need 1,000. And it's like, oh. And you go back to your original factory, and you now have upgrades to your coal, or sorry, to your oil. And it's like, okay, I could make more plastic, you know, plastics needed in circuit boards, for instance. So it's like, okay, I can upgrade this now to a Mark II pipe, and I've got more power, so now I can do a few more things, and people will start spaghettifying their own factories because it wasn't built with the intent of being upgraded that way. So at least this save, I've tried to build everything so far with the idea that, like, you can very easily just add on to this to get more out of it without ever deleting or adding anything new. That's the plan. And it's for me as well. It's for me to be like, I don't want to get burnt out going back to a factory that I don't remember how it works and I don't know how to change things around. Instead, when I come back here, all I have to do is click the pipes, be Mark II. That's it. And the belts, obviously. But I don't add any machines or anything. It's all done here at the beginning. But it does mean we're building things that largely sit dormant for a long time, but then when we need them, we just turn them on and it makes stuff. It's like the copper facility. It can make 12,000 ingots per minute. It takes 20,000 megawatts of power. I only make 4,500 megawatts right now. I can't even really turn it on. You bet your balls I'm gonna one day, and it'll all be sitting there waiting for me. And we can still just power on little segments of it. That's why I built the power control room. So it's like, okay, it's modular, so we can just get a little bit out of it. And we only need a little bit now anyway, so it's totally fine. Too old to build that fast? Yeah, you get used to it. Once you know what you have to do, I suppose. Alright. Okay, we are clear. Just connect the rest of these bits. You can hear the machines whirring up and whirring down because of all this extra water we've just added. Good news is that when we do power on those coal power plants, they'll all generators, they'll all fill up completely. First, before they get their coal. Which is what you want. You want to run the place nicely. Invalid placement. I'm not right there. Oh, I know what's happened. Let me mark that with a stamp. The floor hole has connected through the ground, or the pipe on top is connecting to the bottom of it, if you know what I mean. Damn, I added a stamp, but it's not showing through the ground. I thought it would. Should have just painted it or something. That would have been a smarter idea. Either this one. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I'm just gonna go downstairs and paint it. There's something obviously wrong with that one. You made me start a world, and your tips are really helping out. That's great. Good to hear, Secret. It's the Mark III miners that take the most time. Almost the entire end of the game before you unlock the Mark III miner. Yeah, with this place for sure, the Mark III miner is the biggest slowdown. Try this again. This is here, horizontal to vertical. Invalid placement. That works. Color it's something different actually. Right, so it'll be red when I go through that one. We'll get back to it. I'll go upstairs later. Oh, totally forgot to add more down here. Whoops. To be safe, sometimes I worry it's gone through the other side. There we go. Got another one there. Another weird one. Marked. I haven't had that before. I don't know what that is, so that's something new. Built this entire place, never had that before. And that's the one that can't go up there, right? Yeah. Strange. Oh no. Right, there we go. Alright, let's go upstairs and see what's up with those two ones. I saw on Reddit that you can blow those weird rocks up through your building. Yeah, no, not entirely. Some of those kind of mushroom plates, if you want to call them that, can be blown up. This one, I don't think so though. This is actually just rock. I could try it, but I saw that video as well, and I did do it accidentally to a different thing. Yeah, not these ones. Right, so it's this line. So we're looking for a red floor hole. There we go. Something's wrong with you, buddy. I don't know what's up with it, but I'm just going to delete it, put it back down fresh. Okay. There was another one somewhere here as well, wasn't there? There it is. Yeah, it does look weird. Something's going on with it already. Going on with it. Alright. Anything I need in here? More pipe stuff? Go. Yeah, darn, I began watching the start of this series, but I'm not playing the game, so I kind of just stopped watching. But I might start playing again because I really like your builds. Thanks. Yeah, one nice thing, at least I think, is if you're a little lazy, or you dread the idea of going through the whole beginning again, you could just take one of my save files and just continue from there, perhaps. Or yeah, just now that there's enough videos, there's 12, you could just do a complete build along, and that can kind of take some of the stress of the thought out of it, if you know what I mean, like having to worry about making things work and knowing if the numbers will work. It's like, oh, that bit's just kind of done for me. I could just chill and build. Alright, that seemed to fix it. Alright, one last lane to go. Alright, let's begin. Try to do it quickly. It's always kind of hard to line these up. I always feel like it's like neither. I guess there, okay. In the middle? Probably easier to do this running backwards rather than going forward, actually. I had the same issue on some of the floor holes. Just remove them and add them again. It worked for me. Yeah, what a it's so weird that I've done so many of them and not had that. I've had lots of issues with floor holes, but not that one. That's a strange one. Alright, let's get rid of all these. So we need to alternate now. So this side. Started running the pipes through the ground and add the floor hole after with nudge. They all do that. They do that all the time. I'm catching the chat a lot better now, by the way, because people have slowed down. When are we going to release a new City Skylines video? Not until February. And then they'll be much more regular again after that. At least that's the plan. Only one on YouTube that makes an easy step-by-step follow along with videos of this quality. Others show the builds, but no step-by-step like you do. Guess that's my niche. Oops. Yeah, I feel like a problem with that might be that once people kind of learn how to do these things, and they don't really want to see it step by step anymore. Is that it then? that's it. Alright, so first bit, I'll just clear the bits that are connected by a junction or like a support. That can just play a little bit of havoc with your pipes, clean pipes, what we want to see. Alright, so auto 2D, bonk. Alright, let's hook these bad boys up. See if we got any more of those funky ones. Yep, that's a funky one. I'd love to know what that is. It must be something to do with connecting the pipe on the top. Alright, so just the one pipe that has to be redone upstairs. Alright, let's just go do that real quick. And then we'll do all of the belts. Yeah, it like goes down further than it should. It's strange. At least in its hologram. Alright, am I doing YouTube full time? Yeah, I've been full time actually since 2017. Yeah, I used to work for Creative Assembly for a couple of years in marketing. I had a YouTube channel, basically I had a YouTube channel that got to about 30,000 subscribers. I covered Total War. And then I got hired by the people who make Total War. And then 2.5 years later I left. And I decided to go do YouTube again. And I changed my channel. I had 30,000 subs, but I changed it from just being Total War to doing like reviews of strategy games. And I did that for about 4 years. Then I added Let's Plays as a separate channel onto that. Then that channel started doing really good. So I stopped doing reviews about 1.5 years ago. And I renamed this channel to What Darren Plays, because it used to be called Republic of Play. And that's where we are now. I disagree on getting tired of following along. One thing I get from is your taste in design. Hey, I appreciate that. I suck at design, so it's neat trying out your material and colors combos. Thank you. Thanks, Craig. Still here. Had to start working. Hey, Numbizzle. Hopefully you heard all my answers to any of the questions I got. I was hoping for a modded to the Guilds playthrough after you finished the last one, but you ended it and started this tutorial series. Are we ever going to get that modded run? Maybe when the game comes out. Because I just don't think it's a good idea on YouTube to start a series that's modded. If the game is potentially, if your mods could go out of date, like you're making a series that people are watching that you don't know for sure if you can even continue it, depending on certain things. You're kind of at the behest of the updates of the game and the modders. As much as I like modded games. For YouTube, it's just a bit unreliable. It's like, oh, sorry guys, like the mods are out of date, you know? That's a long way back. How you come this far? It's been it's been very long, grueling process, I gotta say. But at least it's somewhat starting to pay off. I left to do YouTube when hang on. when it was making about $250 a month. So if anyone's ever thinking of leaving their job to pursue online content creation, I would tell people, I mean, everyone says this, but it's definitely true. You should definitely wait until you're making almost as much doing the online stuff as you are in your regular job. If you can get to about, I would say, 80% of your income from whatever your online side hustle is, then it's possibly worth going in on it. I wouldn't do what I did, which is go, you know what, screw this job. I'll just make it on my own and figure it out, which I did eventually do, but I gotta say, I mean, it came with a lot of sacrifice. Working 7 days a week for 4 years to very, very little money. Running out of money, taking loans, stress on your relationship and all of that kind of stuff. Effectively paused my life for 4 years in terms of like, couldn't save anything, couldn't do anything else. But now it's like, okay, well, like, now I finally got where I wanted to be, kind of. So it's like, okay. But was it, I don't know, was it worth it? If I just stayed in that job, probably would have made, I'd have more money from the job than I would now, just in monetarily. But I do love this job, and having the freedom to do what I want to do is amazing. Man, it's tough. Really, really tough. Anyway, that was Mark II belts. Okay. Why couldn't I build more of those? Didn't it just say that I ran out, but I have 100 here? I thought it did. Oh no, it ran out of the lifts, didn't I? Yeah. Never mind. Don't want to connect those last ones up. Want the water to feed in first. So upstairs, I think I've got more plates upstairs. Let's go get them. 5 years of doing Twitch to no avail. Must have been rough. Yeah, I was doing Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, my Twitch grew to about 100 concurrent viewers, but it never grew beyond that. And I tried loads of different things with it. Every year I would basically try something different. Where it's like, okay, I'll try stream more, or I'll try stream less but longer, or I'll only stream this type of game, or I'll stream a variety. Like, I tried loads of different things. Never built in a cave either. That was fun. Haven't completed his lighting improvements yet. We're working on that today. Nice. I did. Nice. Good to hear, Numbizzle. You seen his last build, the biofuel cave? If there's no water pressure, how would a valve prevent water to pass? You need to wait until everything is filled. There's no pressure in the game, but if you could think of it like this. Really quickly try to illustrate it. Imagine that you've got a water bottle. And the water bottle, I don't know, is filled to here, right? In real life. Alright? Now, this is how Satisfactory pipes work. You take the water bottle and you turn it sideways. And then your water line is going to be, you know, somewhere along here now. Or whatever. And you'll notice that it'll kind of flow back and forth. Imagine you literally just tip that over. It would flow sort of back and forth. So what does a valve do then? If there's no pressure? Because the water can go either way. Because there's no pressure. It just rolls whatever way gravity brings it. Or if something is pushing it from one side. Like if I'm constantly pushing water out this way, then it'll push it along. Not strictly pressure though, because you can actually push it back the other way if you push it hard enough. So it's almost like simulated pressure, I guess. But anyways, so what does a valve do? In the logic of the game, this is what a valve does. Let's see what's the best way to draw this. You basically set a limit on the flow rate. What a valve is doing is it's basically saying, like, I'm a smaller pipe that's going to plug onto that. Plugs onto the bottom though. And it says I'm a smaller pipe. So just really quickly, actually, I'll just grab this. In the logic of the game, when you put down a valve, it puts down something like this, and you're determining up to 300, or down to 100. So it's only letting that much through. It can only let that much through. The 100. So if you now fill this up to 300, it's not like the valve is then going to force. Let's say there's 300 flow rate in this now, because it's a full pipe, right? 300 flow rate. It's not like the valve is going to say, like, I'm going to shoot that 300 out now at a high pressure because I've put a little clasp on it. It's going to say, no, no, no. I'm literally just like allowing less to flow through. That's all it does. That's what it does. Okay, that's what a valve does. There's no pressure. It's just like turning a water bottle on its side, and then a valve is like making a small gap in that water bottle. And you'd need a tremendous amount of force or something to kind of go faster than that, but obviously in the game it's just, yeah, like you're just clasping it. Art. That is straight up art right there. Oh, and the same is with pumps. Like a pump is just setting the height. So, very last thing I'll do with that paint actually, because a lot of people wonder about pumps then as well. This is our vertical part of our pipe, and this is our horizontal. And our water extractor is, I don't know, just here, whatever. This is our, so we'll just color the water extractor in orange. Our pipeline is the two black rectangles that we have. So we need it to go vertically. And let's say that this is, this is 5 meters, 10 meters, 15, 20, whatever. You get the idea. So on and so forth. Let's actually go more than that. So this is going to be 10, and this is 20, 30, 40, and 50. Right? That's meters high. So 10 to 30. So we have water at the bottom, and we filled it all up, and we get 10 meters of head lift out of the extractor. So what the game's doing is it's actually setting a y-axis value on the pipe for how far your water can go. And it doesn't matter how much force you push water out of your extractors, or how many extractors you pile onto here, sending stuff into this pipeline, it'll just never go beyond that. Whereas in real life it would. If you just kept pushing water into a network, it would just keep rising. Although it would actually need more and more force the further you had to go, I guess. But anyway, let's just say then, so 10. 10 is where we stop. By default, a water extractor is 10 is the cap. But if we add a pump onto that, our pump will slot right onto the 10 mark. It has a hologram that will say that's the height, right? So it just goes straight onto that, and then it adds 20. So now our water can just basically, it has a new Y value. Under the hood, it's got a new Y value, and instead of saying like you can only go to the height of 10, it's now saying you can go to the height of 30, and it'll stop before it needs another pump. It doesn't matter how much is flowing through or how little is flowing through. Doesn't matter. It's just setting a new Y value on the pipe. That's it. That's all it's doing in the game logic. A lot of people, when I built this place, were like, oh, clearly like, the valves and the, well, there's no valves, but the pumps are the issue. They're not pumping the water up fast enough. Like, that's not the case. Not the case. Because it does work. Pumps work totally fine on Mark 1 pipes. On Mark 2 pipes, there's a glitch where 600 isn't able to travel. And that's explained in those documents that I provided and talked about earlier. I don't want to go through it all now because it just would be repeating myself. So yeah, so hopefully if you just think of it as in like, imagine the simplest way you could code water in a game to reduce the tax on your CPU. That's what they've done. And I can't blame them for it. That's the way I would do it. It's quite simple. Good way of doing it. Where it's just like, what's the minute? You don't want to be calculating all these forces on different pumps and pipes. Think of the scale some people build these things off. That's a lot of number crunching for the game to have to do. Whereas it's a lot easier if you just say like, water can go to this height, and that's it. And that's what it does. And it has a it just has a flow rate for the volume that's in there. And that's, I can't remember the algorithm they use, but it's a known algorithm where the water can go back and forth. Anyways, we got the material we need to do the rest of these. And that's all good. Right, we just have to do that in 2 more lines over here now. The good thing is these line up with the pipe in front of me, so I know if we're aligned. quite easily. But I think it's because I like how you illustrate liquid dynamics. Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say I have a degree in programming. I think it's because, and game development specifically. I think it's because I know how games are made that I don't look at things and assume like, oh, this is working like it does in the real world. It's like, well, almost nothing is in a video game. Whatever they're doing whatever they can to fake it, right, as best they can. So I think that's why I'm allowed to see through some of the online discourse around certain mechanics in the game. Certain mechanics. But I'm by no means the expert on most of the stuff in these games. Right. Whew. So does that mean headlift is also buggy? No, not that I've seen. It has less moving parts, so it's inherently less buggy. It just sets the Y value of where things can go. So it's pretty good. It says pipeline. Well, headlift does have this one major bug. Here's the flaw in that system. If you're setting the Y value of a pipeline to a certain height, it then makes a check for every connected segment. Right? So it goes, hey, my headlift value is, let's say, 60 on the world grid. That's how high we can go on the world grid. So I'm going to apply that now to every pipe that I'm connected to. And that's what it does. Every pipe that it's connected to applies its headlift of 60. Problem with that is it's become exploitable, and it has been exploited, as we've talked about in the past. Which is to say, if you just connect a single source of water that's high up, then your entire pipe network will get set to that height. And that's why, that's the exploit of the water tower bug and stuff. Not using water towers traditionally, I'm talking about using the actual exploit from the water towers, which is you set a height with a little bit of water, and then you add water to the bottom of the pipeline, or add other sources, and you get free headlift. And that's because they've used a really simple system to determine what headlift is. They've used a number that they're applying to the entire pipe network, and because of that, you can exploit it. Alrighty. I make mesh clothing for games and rig and weight painted. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I did a game development course. 4 years. Bachelor of Science or whatever. Can't even remember what it's called. And we did in our first year, it was kind of like electives that you have in America, I think, where you can kind of like feel it out and see which ones you like. So we did a bit of everything. We did some animation. We used Maya and Blender to make some models and stuff, and then we did some light rigging. But then we also did programming, and we did a bit of everything. Graphics programming, network programming, engine programming, using different languages. Network programming would be like using Python and SQL databases and stuff. And that was really cool. You got a really well-rounded understanding of how everything works. But the problem was you didn't really become very good at any one thing. Then the second, third, and fourth year, you kind of specialize a bit more. But we mostly just did C++ programming at that point. We did a little bit of other things. But I would say I never became really good at any one thing. And the same for my peers. No one became really specialized or really good at any one thing. Like, it would have been cool to have a course, like, for a full year or two on graphics programming. It's very difficult. Or AI. Also very difficult. But I think I'd be really well suited to, like, not that I want to. Now I'm totally fine. I don't want to do any of this. But a producer role. Because I have a pretty good understanding of every component of a game, how it works. Like, I worked at a AAA studio as well, and an indie studio. I've also seen these games get put together and worked with all the various disciplines. So I think I'd be a decent producer and time management person, or even a director, obviously, would be awesome one day. But I don't think I'm actually really that good at programming or anything myself. But I'm always blown away, yeah, by the talent of artists, especially animation and rigging. I find to be very it's like technical art, isn't it? It's really, really cool. A lot more difficult than people think. Do we have Mark 4 conveyors now? At the moment, no. I'm still at Logistics Mark 3. I could do it if I wanted to, but I don't want to just yet. I'll do it on a video in the future. Can you stack the pumps in one place and get head lift? No. Again, that's because of the way the game does it. You just set it, it's like, you have to just go to the max height and then just add it onto there. It's like they stack on top of each other. That's because, again, there's no pressure in the game, right? There's no pressure in the game, so there's no force being applied in the pumps. It's not like the pumps are pushing, and therefore if you just add more of them, they keep pushing with more power. You just have to spread them out onto the pipeline to basically add plus 20 to the y-axis, or plus 50 if you're using Mark II. Thanks for all the support, by the way, in the stream. Shout out to the new subscribers. And also thank you to the super chats and the memberships, those gifted memberships as well. Very helpful, thank you. We're almost done now. I might do that thing where we make that closed loop though, so that it's totally future-proofed for the Mark II side of things. Normally I would just blueprint this. This is pretty wasteful in terms of time, but I never did any blueprints in this factory because it was before I unlocked them. Alright, just this side to go. Oh, I have to do the belts as well, but yeah, almost done. I have a dilemma. You always fit power to the grid, even if the power line is coming in from a weird angle. Or do you allow power towers to freeform with the wire direction? Oh yeah, I think I know what you mean. You're saying like, well, are you basically saying that you're not sure if you should have power lines go at 90-degree angles or not? Is that it? Like to let them freeform curve their lines around, or do you stick them on the world grid so that they're all 90 degrees? I aim to do I stick them on the world grid, but I let their cables flow between each other at offset angles. That makes sense. That's what I do, but I think it would look nicer if you could keep it all gridified. I've been building them next to the roads that I do, but sometimes they have to flip on either side, and it can look weird seeing the lines cross over the road like that. So I see where you're coming from. Why did I just stop doing that? Alright, so what do we Mark II'd out of our minds still? Oh, I'm out of reinforced iron plates. That's alright. That's the easy part anyway, the belts. Okay, good. Look up the logistics, do the rooftops, and then paint it all. So what I'm trying to remember is, I want to do the closed loop thing, so that we can be ready for the Mark II upgrade for pipes. Basically, here's the problem, right? We have 5 extractors. Got 5 water extractors all ready to be piled along this way and then head up towards the central pump pipeline whatever area, central pump area, right? They're all getting pumped up here. And everything's going great. No problems. Power has been extremely stable. There's no issues with the system. There will be when we upgrade all of this to Mark II. So these do 120 power, 120 water each. 5 of them do 600. Mark II pipeline can handle 600, but there's a bug in the game. Confirmed bug in the game. It's not just me saying it, Coffee Stain say it. And the bug is basically that they can't get 600 traveling along the pipe. For some reason. Don't know why. Instead, there's little rounding errors where a little bit of the water doesn't quite make it through. And what you're left with is usually about 97 to 98% of the water traveling through. And what tends to happen is the extractors will still be making the water. They're doing it correctly. And what will happen is it'll actually get bundled up here in the inventory. It'll get bundled up here and here, just like on the beginning of the pipe. All this water kind of gets bundled up, and it doesn't make it upstairs at the flow rate that it says it is. So, in order to fix the problem, we can basically just extend this out and send it upstairs directly into the same line that it's feeding anyway, but just directly from below. And that way we've got, if we take a bit of a distance at it, we have a closed loop, right? The loop is basically that we go up, around, and down. That's how it works. Doing that means that the water that's getting pooled in this one has a different route to escape and get up. So the 600 we make still makes it upstairs. And that's how we fix the, well, work around, I should say, the Mark II pipe bug. So I'm going to do that. We can do that pretty easily. I just need to work out where the floor hole needs to go for that. And it's just one pipe. It's just the placement is a little awkward, but once you have the placement down, it's just one pipe, so it's not too bad. I ended up showing the loops anyway. Yeah, the loops are available in a save file. I have done this before in order to get it working to test if it did work. And it does, thankfully. Yeah, so I'm trying to remember how I did it. I think I did it right there. And this might clip through the... This one might clip through the rock. The other ones are clear. Yeah, I think we'll just have to put up with it and clip through the rock to hit into there properly. Is that the way I do it? I'm trying to picture it in my head. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Alright. So it's on the vent line, I want to say, is where I've done this. I think this is correct. Something about this has me going, I don't remember it being like this. Hang on one sec, let me see how I did it before, because I actually just don't remember. Hey, Carrington. Yeah, I know, it's a pain to load your save while playing. Yeah, that's fair enough. You found it in my last stream video? Nice, nice. Working power plant Mark V is probably it. Let me just see where the placement is and then we can do it ourselves. Sorry, Guy said, location on a pipe of the pump makes no difference. Not sure what you mean. A pump's location on a pipe does make a difference. If you're talking vertically. Horizontally, it doesn't make any difference. Oh yeah, this is a save file. I'm so sorry for this place. It just explains, like, how do we work around that loop thing I was just talking about. Let's just fly. Yeah, so that's where they have to come down. So they should be perfectly in alignment. Ah, see, I knew something wasn't quite right. They have to turn and go down. Yeah. Okay, so they turn to align with what they need to do. So did I build this through the rock on the other side? No, I did, yeah. I guess you have to with that one, but everything else is fine. Alright, yeah, well, let's just make that happen then. Yeah, so when you're placing a pipe vertically, the pump has to be placed at the top of where the head lift is, or it should be, you know? It's like if our head lift goes up to 10 meters, then you put the pump at 10 meters, and then it'll pump a further 20. If you put it at 5 meters, then you'd only get an extra 15 head lift. Because you don't stack head lift. It doesn't combine. So if you want to be efficient, you place the... And there's a marker for it on the pumps for you to see that. See that blue hologram? If I was to just put... Well, I can't really show you very well here, but if I put one here, and then I held control, I could snap onto that 20-meter mark. It would just snap to it automatically. So it kind of does it for you. Right, so we'll do one that's a bit easier. This one, perhaps. We need to line up with our thing right there. One, two, three. 6 across. Looks accurate to me. We'll have to just line one of these up to make sure. We'll also need to put in some concrete on the bottom, otherwise I can't get over to it. Ugh, it's gonna be a bit of a nightmare actually, because I got rid of all the concrete. It used to just be there. That won't be that bad actually. Yeah, just having this will be in place. Just so we can put down the first support. Right, so that's our floor hole. That's where we're aiming from. We go horizontal to vertical. Bring it straight down. And we just have to keep it in line with its buddy. Is it in line? No, it's not. So it's going to have to move over. Alright, that's why we did one at a time. So we knew where that was before I made a mistake. Yeah. Okay, well that's easy enough to know then. It's on the corner of the foundation. Good. So does this actually plug in? No, unfortunately not. So that's why I needed the concrete in place, just to give us like some bit of support first. So again, this will just need to move over. Corner of the foundation. That can just go in there now. And that's it. Get rid of the support. And that's that done. That'll just have to be upgraded to Mark II now in the future. Alright. So yep, just gotta do the same on the other side. So the support was put down here. That's the awkward one, so I'll have to do that upstairs, but the others I can do all from down here actually, so that's fine. Gonna make his way out. Seems like he's okay. That's the full factory. It looks so awesome with the Mark V belts. Yeah, that would have been it in that other save file, yeah. Yeah, I never did any of the cosmetics though. It'd be nice to put in like the paint the place and do the finalize the roof and a few other things. How easy is that, huh? That's it. Just gotta do that on the other side now. And then just do that awkward one in the corner. And then we can get rid of some of the concrete that we've left hanging out there. Yeah, so I'm not sure how far over this has to go. Might have to just hover up to it to see where we're at here. Watched the vids for a while and popping in for my first stream. Hey, Spooty. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so I remember this. These lifts would have to move just slightly if you want to make it look nice. You don't have to do that, I guess, but this is our snap point here. Make sure that's in line. Yep. Alright, so just got to get the concrete foundation somewhere. world grid it. Just temporary for support right now. So much hostile alien life on this planet trying to kill me. That didn't really work. It took him way longer to press the button than I thought. See if we can do it here. There we go, huh? How about that? I don't know how far it works. Oh, pretty good. Okay, cool. Anyways. And hey, Ninja. Do you have any? No more videos for Timberborn. It was just the one-off sponsorship. If the video did really well, I would have done more, but it really underperformed actually, so... Not going to go back to it, unfortunately. Maybe when 1.0 comes out, because I quite like the game, so I'd like to go back to it. Just can't do videos if only 4,000 people are going to watch them. Got to be minimum 10. But for a first episode in a series, it should be way higher than that, for me anyway. Because you're just going to lose people every video, so it's going to go down to nothing like so quickly. Right, anyways. Bonk. How far can you go? Up to here? Alright, almost done. We'll get rid of that concrete in just a moment. Let's just put in these final floor holes. So we're traveling along this seam right here. So I remember where it is. Well, I looked down for a second. And I lost it. Okay. Could have just painted the foundation, but... That's a bit more of an effective way of doing it, just locking the blueprint or the hologram in place. I'm not using Mark II pumps to get the water that high. Nope, I'm just using multiple Mark I pumps. But obviously when I get Mark II pumps, just replace these and put one on the bottom. This is the boombox. You unlock it in the Awesome shop. It plays music. It's in my last video as well. So you can open the menu and put in different tapes. You can find tapes around the map. So this is one of them. It's the Deep Rock Galactic soundtrack. And what you can do is you can make multiple of these and just place them in factories. Like that. And then it creates music for your factory, kind of. Like, and it fades out the further out you get. You can have a speaker system of the same thing running if you wanted to, I think. But an added side thing is you can equip it. And when music is playing, you can right-click the trigger turbo bass. And it just creates a bit of a damage radius around you. You can also hide it and just have the music playing in your pocket if you want. By pressing H. But I'm just going to turn it off. Got my own music. Alright, 2 more pipelines to go. And then we are totally done. Yeah, see, this place is supposed to be easy to upgrade. This is the one thing that I feel like is my failure. Because there is that bug in the game. You have to place new pipes, and that was never the intent. The workaround. But at least it works, and it's relatively simple. Not some, like, massive design overhaul where machines have to move or something. Alright. We're all in position. So now we can get rid of the supports and the concrete. So when I do choose to upgrade this now, next time, which isn't going to be for forever, actually, because you need Mark III miners if you want to upgrade it to actually use Mark II pipes, but at least it's in place now. Like I said, this stream I wanted to go around and just like tidy up any of these things that I've left on my checklist. It's like, oh, we'd have to do this eventually, so it's like, let's just get it done now then. Alright. Okay, all good. Alright, let's go upstairs and do the other side, because we've just that one little bit that couldn't be done yet, because the rock is in the way. How many coal generators did you have running in each row currently? Don't know, 7, I think? I could check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 7. Oh no, 6? Just 6. So every miner has 18 generators running. 18 times 4, so there's 72 generators online right now? Let's see if I'm correct with that, because if we just check how much they output, because remember, they're running at 88.8888%. $66.7. So 72 generators. Yeah, it's our 4800 that we have on the grid there. Yes, next floor down. Okay, so we needed one here. Is that right? Want to make sure it's the same as the others. In from the vent line. Alright, so we're gonna have to do a little bit of cheating. Whoa. Oh. Well, in that case, I don't mind. How did we do that? We just fell straight through it a second ago. Oh yeah, just that bit you can fall through. Huh. Well, if the game doesn't think it's there, I certainly am not going to think it's there. Alright, got it. That's straight. Oh, it is. It's just the way the land goes up. It looks like it's dipping, but it's not. Alrighty, so you can just get rid of all these concrete bits now. And then we can go up and just connect those pipes again, and then that's it. The loop will be complete. Oh boy. Alright, done. Just have to connect it. We're done on the bottom bit. So those pipes are all in place now. They created a loop. They can be upgraded to Mark II in the future. Man, coal power plant took longer than I thought to kind of get in and get out of. Those logistics does take its time. I have 6 in each row, making 4752. You're at an even 4800. Apparently something is wrong on mine. 66 megawatts times 72. It's 66.667. There's your problem. Remember, you got to underclock them to 88.8888%, just like that. 4 8s. 6 8s in total, right? 88.8888. So if they're underclocked to that, they'll make 66.67 megawatts. And then you times it by the 72 you have and you get 4800. The decimals matter. Yeah. Yeah. I know, and such a pain. I'm so sorry that they had to be like manually done or whatever. I feel like these are supposed to go further back, to be honest, but... Is that really the way it's supposed to go? I feel like that's not right. Although I don't know how else it could go in there. Feels like that should have been pushed over to this side. Anyway, whatever. One bendy pipe. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. Yet. What? I'm so confused. What have I done different with that one? Oh, these are over the vent. Okay. Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. You can do it in... Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. That's good to know. If you have to clock all the machines, you can just do it in Satisfactory calculator. Alright. Messing this one up. Right, so down here then, is that pipe offline? Yeah. But it should line up the same. It must have had a little curve in it that I didn't notice. Because it's technically off, or it was technically off. Alright, good. At least it looks a bit better that way. I was thinking, like, I wouldn't have done it where that happens. Unusual. Alright, just gotta do the same down on the other end. You can mass edit the clocking when you upload your save. Yeah, that's really nice to know. I didn't know that. It's such a shame. Like, all machines can just have their clocking copy and pasted, except for generators. Don't know why that's a thing. Maybe it's because the way they make power, I guess. Yeah, better. Okay, good. Yeah, I would probably move those belts a bit further back, but for now we'll leave it just to get the ball rolling on some stuff. Oh no, can I actually not do that then? Alright, let's not... I said I wouldn't be lazy, let's just do everything today. So we need this, but it has to just go here. Oh, I'm too low on reinforced side plates for just that little bit. I actually can't rehook this up. Oh my god, embarrassing. Can I make some? Reinforced... I have screws. Make a little bit. Thanks for fixing that. Yeah, I shouldn't leave anything. That's the point of this stream. Even I just get worried people might get bored or something, but I know it's a chill stream. We're just hanging out, doing some bit more monotonous stuff in the background. It's all good. That must be in the wrong place too then. It's too close to the seam. Is it? I don't know. Oh yeah, it's because I was using horizontal to vertical. Oh, okay. Excuse me. So, noodle will work. Alright, there we go. Back to normal. Alright, I have to do that 2 more times over. Well, actually, this has its area cleared for me, which is good, so they don't have to change too much. I feel like I didn't use noodle before, but oh well, whatever. Is it a Mark 3? That's Mark 2. Alright, just reconnect these bad boys and we are in business. Oh my god. Alright, done. Whew. There we go. Alright, so now we're basically ready for our upgrade. Although none of these have been hooked up. Would people mind? Can I hook these up, guys? Or should we get on to do something else? You guys can tell me. I'll defer to you. I don't want people to be bored. But I'd have to hook up all of these, and all of those, and all of those. So we did that earlier on, but I just would need to do it again. Before then we go to the steel... Or actually, then we're doing the roof. And putting on some more walls and stuff like that. What am I working on? So today, generally on the stream, what I'm doing is... There's a lot of little things that I've left behind that I haven't gotten done yet. So today was about going into various older factories and just totally clean them up so they're totally done, you know? We're OCD dying over here. Alright, we'll do it. We'll get the job done. I've got the materials. Alright, let's try and get it done nice and fast. What kind of music can we put on here? A bit different, but I'm going to put on the Metal Gear soundtrack that was on at the end of my old series. It'll just take me a second to find it. Audio assets, music. Let's play. Yeah, I got it still. Good job, Pass Darren. Kept things very organized. Alright. Gonna be a little odd music, I guess, for a while, but it'll be good. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna put down all the junctions first. Oil power upgrade next episode? No, oil's not gonna be for a while. I was gonna do it sooner, but then I realized, like, we don't have technically... So here's the thing. You need computers and heavy modular frames to make a fuel generator. And to do oil, we'll probably need, I don't know, at least 50 of those. That's a lot. It's a lot of stuff to ask people to just make on their own. Now, I would have done that had it not been for the previous episode. I got multiple comments of people saying, like, hey, you made like 10 supercomputers. You didn't really show how you did it. You just said, hey, I made them over there, and just left it. And that's because it's all just made with components we have, and I manually put it together. And I would, I guess, do the same for the heavy modular frames and the, you know, whatever is needed for the fuel generators. Circuit boards, computers, all that stuff. But I decided, if it's going to be a proper build along, if we want to get people following along, we should really just should show people how to do all that stuff and make micro factories. So we don't need high volume heavy modular frames or high volume computers. Instead, I'll probably make smaller factories that can do those things that literally just make, you know, 0.5 per minute, but just enough so that we can have enough building up in the background to actually build with them. Oh, you meant coal, sorry. Yeah, I might upgrade coal in the next episode, I'm not sure. We don't need to. It just depends on, if I hit Logistics Mark IV, I'll probably show myself just running in here. And all that has to be upgraded will be the belts. The pipes don't need an upgrade when we hit Mark IV belts. Because the max we can get out of the miners is 300. Until they become Miner Mark II. Or, sorry, Miner Mark III. But because they can only get 300 out... Oh, shit. Because we can only get 300 out of the coal, we won't be able to upgrade this place to use much more power until we get Mark III miners, which is until, like, the end of the game, basically. So it's almost at its semi-final upgrade. Upgrade for a long time, anyway. Alright, that's one line done. Alright, cool. We've got our vertical pipes ready to go. Want to get rid of anywhere that has supports, just because they can cause issues. Like those ones are fine, but in between these little small segments here. Alright, looks like we're good. But I'm going to do this for every row. We'll just do that and then we'll hook all the verticals afterwards. So do this one again. Set the coal generators to 88.8888%, and my production is now at 4753. End me now. Well, you gotta check which one's the one that's not doing what it should be. But that's a very unusual number. Oh, well, it sounds like you're one generator short. That's exactly one generator short, isn't it? So either one of them is powering on and off, or one of them's just not getting what it needs at all. So you're close. You're pretty close. And hello, Mackenzie. All right, so now we can pop these in. Whoops. You're gonna have to take a supply trip. You've worked out that I don't have enough copper sheets. I have some downstairs. We might be okay, but yeah, for the belts, I don't think I'll have enough. That's okay, it's good to get out of the factory. Actually, speaking of, don't we have a hard drive still? One to collect. I think we do. Check what we got. I hate the way it just moves. Alright, clean. 2 lanes done for their initial junction crosses. 1 to go. Or 4 lanes, 2 to go. Yeah, so weird. Power line is rock solid at 72 burning. But you don't. It's impossible. One of them's not burning. Gotta find out which one. If you stand up on top and look at the chimney stacks, you might be able to spot it quicker. Or look at the lights. One of them's obviously flickering. Is there a difference between clocking at 66.667 or 100 times 2 divided by 3? No. You just go 100 times 2 divided by 3. And then what you can do on a machine is you can copy this and paste that into its productivity. It'll give you that longer number. Or you can just type out the number, whatever you want. But both works. But the generators don't have to be clocked to that. I know you're just asking, but the generators, just for anyone wondering, they're clocked to 88.8888. And that will give you an output of 66.7 or 66.6667. Troubleshooting is the bane of the existence in this game. It's satisfying though when you get it though, you know? It's like anything. You have to do some of the monotonous stuff and then you get the payoff. That seems to be the way it goes. Is this on the line? Yep. That was a bad placement for me, that one. Let's get that one out of there. Alright, hopefully we've got enough left. Maybe. Getting kind of tight. Would it take longer to copy the logistics to a blueprint? No, it would have been faster. Yeah, it would have been faster. The only reason I didn't is I would have had to run back to base to get the steel and the modular frames to make the blueprint machine. But it still probably would have been faster, because these all would have been spaced out for me. But, you know, whatever. It's fine. We're here now. We're doing it the old-fashioned way. But after this, not really, because I have to hook them up like their lifts and their vertical pipes anyway. You can't blueprint that. But for the placement, yes, definitely would have saved time. That's all good. We all had fun doing it, right? I believe you can type formulas into the machines too. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, you could put this literally into the machine, and you'll get that. You won't see the results, but you'll just, that's what it'll do. Alright, so you just need to clear up the junction bits, or the support bits. None on this side, right? Alright. Did my question come about the blueprints? I might have to repeat my question. What was yours? Been watching most of the Let's Play and it's interesting. I'd like to ask if you've seen or know about the exploit for blueprint making and have templates outside the box. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, not interested, but I've seen it. And it's cool. I'm not taking away from the person who did it or figured it out. It's just not something I'm interested in doing it myself or anything. I don't know, I'm weird. I like to play games. See, as I mentioned before, I went to college for game design and programming and stuff like that. And I don't know, I guess I genuinely just like to play games as they're intended to be designed. When I see people exploiting games, I'm like, to me, that just ruins the game. But each to their own, genuinely. Like, genuinely, if you find joy and happiness in doing whatever, it's all great. But when I see people exploiting, like, Total War or Civilization or whatever, I'm just like, okay, it's just, you've ruined the game. I'm actually weirdly playing Grand Theft Auto 5 right now. I haven't played it in 10 years, and I'm just playing the single player. And I wanted to get some trophies in it. Although, looking at the platinum, you have to play like, you have to level up to level 100 in GTA Online, so I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. So, I guess it's pointless. But one of the first things on a trophy guide was like, oh, there's like an infinite money glitch if you just do this. And I was just, well, that would just completely ruin the game then. So no, I'm good. But you know, obviously people love that stuff. Just wondering if I should get, I'll just put these down and we'll get more stuff later. Alright. Because I'm gonna run out. Yeah, I bet these pipes will all work because none of their top bits have been connected first. So there must be some glitch with that. We saw that earlier. Well, that's a weird one, huh? I'd understand if it connected into the wall segment, but it didn't even do that. It put it down and didn't connect the pipe into it. Alright, so we are totally hooked up on that row. 2 more rows to go. Now, when the pipes get their eventual upgrade, these bits don't need to be upgraded, just the bottom bit, the horizontal bits. What are your thoughts about modded? Oh, I love mods. Yeah, I think mods are great. Mods just add more content to a game for me. My whole thing is you can do anything you want to a game, as long as you're enjoying it. What does it matter, you know? Unless it's online. Obviously, don't mess around with hacks or anything like that. But, to me, if you're basically what I'm thinking with when I said like you're just exploiting the game for yourself, I mean, if you can make a bigger blueprint and you enjoy that, and it's fun and it just helps you out or whatever, and you're like, this does not take away my enjoyment of building in the game, then go for it. Absolutely. That's fine, but there's no clear... I think everyone's line in the sand is probably a little bit different. But I do think it's true, and a lot of designers say this, that if you give players the ability to optimize away their fun, they will. And they'll do things to basically to the point where they ruin the game for themselves and stop playing. So it's a delicate balance, I think. Because once you start opening Pandora's box, there's no... Well, not to mix up references, there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. I feel like when a lot of people start messing with using the Satisfactory calculator, or they use the pack utility mod just to... Maybe they just need to fly every now and then or something. Then eventually what happens is you'll see them just like giving themselves... You know, oh, I don't want to run for an hour to get... Or not an hour. I don't want to run for a few minutes to get some item. I'm just going to give it to myself right now. And then before you know it, you're just cheating left, right, and center. And maybe you're still having fun, but you will burn out in the game faster that way. Guaranteed. So it just depends. As long as you know you can just mod it or cheat or do whatever exploit just a little bit and you're enjoying that, absolutely go for it. I think that's great. I really do. But yeah, my whole thing is I have a weird puristic view of certain games, not everything, where I'm just like, yeah, I'm just going to play it as intended. Now, I've never actually beaten this game. I've never gotten to the very end. I'm sure once I do that, then I'm like, yeah, let's throw in a few mods and fly around a bit. You know, I've done it. Is there anything to be gained by doing it a second time, etc.? Probably not. But I guarantee you there's satisfaction to be gained doing it the first time. Exactly, some mods wreck the game. So for me, with mods, my preference for mods will be giving me more things to do. Not giving me shortcuts to doing things I already do or anything like that. So I've seen some mods where you get like the productivity of a bunch of machines like remotely. I'm like, that's awesome. You just give me more info, it's awesome. How great is that? Mods where they add new materials, new things to build with, new resource deposits. Hell yeah, man. Who wouldn't want that? Just more content. Love it. But then there's mods where it's like infinite inventory. I'm like, don't know about that. You know? Not sure about that. I mean, some people... They draw their line in the sand a bit differently on that one, I think. But to me, I'm like, no, there's something... Because then there's something to be said about building a central storage. Or working out a train network to bring materials around to you. You know, that there's fun to be had in figuring that stuff out. But if you just mod it so you've got infinite inventory, well, then you never really do that, do you? And maybe you don't ever want to. And that's okay. Knew there was a bit more to be grabbed down here. That's the great thing about mods. People can kind of pick and choose what they want and mod the game to their liking. I mean, that's the whole point. As long as you can just, like, try and not ruin it for yourself, then totally great. Uh-oh, I missed one. Oh no. Even worse than missing one, it's off. Alright, one more row to go. I'm trying to beat it now. Have you looked into Satisfactory Plus? I haven't personally looked into any mods. I've just seen a couple every now and then when I was getting like the pack utility and the time of day one. Those are the only two mods I have at the moment. So when you load up to get different mods, you see them being advertised. So I've looked at them, but I think clear fluid buffer was another one I got. So you can actually see the liquid in the buffer at a distance. I love that one as well. But no, I haven't looked at Satisfactory Plus, excuse me. Because I just know I don't have any time to play it, so... The games that I played modded the most would be Stellaris. I've modded Total War over the years quite a lot. I used to make mods for Total War back in the day. I've made mods for Stellaris also. And they're basically, and I made maps for Company of Heroes. They're basically like content mods. You know, it's like, oh, here's a mod with more stuff. That's basically what I like the most usually. Oop. Oh my god, and we are all hooked up. Okay, so next thing's the belts. Belt's the last thing though. Do I have what I need for it? I need a lot of these. And then I need the... Okay, well let's just see how much we can get done. Or I have to make a run for something. What soundtrack do you have on in the background? It's the Metal Gear Solid... Well, it's actually not... It's various different songs from Metal Gear Solid 1, I think. And 2. I think it's mostly 1. I love it. Alright, big Metal Gear fan. I wish they made a counter. One you can place on a belt or storage to see precisely how much travels on that belt. Yeah, that'd be kind of neat. Someone asked me earlier in the stream, what would you add to the game if you could add just anything? Personally, I would add an expansion that goes underwater, does a bunch of things. I've talked about that many times, but if it was just one small object, like one thing that came in an update, it would be a pressurized junction. So a junction that looks like this, but maybe it would come out as far as, I don't know, there. Well, it doesn't really matter. The idea would be it's a pressurized junction. So a junction just like this, but you get to determine the flow rate going out on each side. Because at the moment, what you can do is you can do this, right? You can do that, and then you can stick valves on them. So you've made your own version of it. But I always hate the fact that we've got this little piece. And you don't want to bring it too close to the back, because that piece still exists no matter what. It just becomes smaller and smaller. So I'm like, can't we just have a junction that has it built in? A pressurized junction. And then I could send, you know, 300 out that way, 150 out that way, and 100 out that way. I'd love that. It would do a lot for building a bit more flexibly with liquid. Anyway, Minecraft and Skyrim are my two most modded games by far. I played both of them in vanilla. Minecraft's probably one of the... I know, Total War is the first game I ever modded, but yeah, Minecraft for sure. Alrighty, let's line these up. Again, blueprints would have helped us out here. But this is easy to do now. Now that the pipes are in place, you just look at where that pipe is and put it in front of it. It's easy enough. Alright, and just to get the same height, we just stack them 3 times. Alrighty. Yeah, I'll need more iron plates for show. Alright. You could use, yeah, as I mentioned, you could use valves for it, but I just don't like having the little segment in between them, because it means that a certain amount of liquid is going in, then coming back. It's just a bit messier than having it built into the actual junction, I think. But yep, technically it is achievable. It would just be a quality of life object almost. A more precise object, I guess. It's the same with people. I agree for splitters and things. I think they should make something called a super splitter. I think it should use like a supercomputer, and much like a programmable splitter, you can filter, but you can also set the rate. Or maybe you can just set the rate. Did I just build something all the way up there? I think I did. And that way you can just control the rates of your own belts. But, you know, be an endgame type thing, you need supercomputers to build these if you want to build them often. It's 10 plates for each one of these. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a run for some of this stuff. I might have more upstairs, but I don't think so. Be nice to get outside there for a bit. These signs and glass walls still cause lag in this game. In my opinion, Unreal Engine 5, sorry, I was gonna say Update 5. Unreal Engine 5 has made that way better. But I've got a pretty beefy rig, so it's hard for me to really know. I think it has made it better. Whoop. Oh, I always think I'm in the other tower. The other tower has an entrance just there. Oh, actually, the box I left upstairs is over that way. The original idea was to have a hypertube that could take you up. No plates. I'll take some of this stuff back to base. It's not needed here. And then also, don't know if I have what I need for a MAM. There we go. A rigger motor. Rotors, stators, which is what's needed in a motor anyway, but throw in a crystal oscillator and you get more out, I guess. Bio, coal, and automated speed wiring. These two have come up for me so many times. I guess I'll just get this. Yeah, so I'll just dump a few things I'm not going to need for a while. Alright, make a run back home. Supercomputer factories are complicated. I've yet to decide how I'm going to do it. Yeah, same. Flying increases interaction distance. Maybe that's what you saw. Who is that said that? And Jamie Cal says, I'm curious what mods you could add to this if you were to create them. If I would add to this game? Honestly, I would add content stuff. So like I said, the underwater aspects. That'd be difficult to mod in though. Yeah, I don't know. I'd need to think about it for a while. I don't have any that could come to mind right now. But it would be, like I said, like a pressurized valve, a way of limiting what goes on a belt, that kind of thing. You can see why that could make the game a bit too easy though, splitting, like just literally writing what you want on a belt. And it just working. Probably have a like a mod that said chainsaws can take all types of fuel, not just biofuel. I think I'd speed up vehicles as well. I think the Explorer could go faster. Should go faster. Do I have concrete? I do, actually. Let's, speaking of, you know, finishing things off in this game, let's add the pillar support to this. It doesn't have one. Oh, I need plates for it. Yeah. Alright, well. Connecting the power cables from the coal generators and then reconnecting them is incrementally raising my power production after fixing the value. Yeah, it sounds like to me something's wrong, that a machine isn't getting something. You shouldn't have to do any of this. And that, I can't see why that would be the case. Disconnecting one and then reconnecting it seems to me that you're not making enough of something, or not enough water is getting up there. Something is a problem. And that way, you turning one off for a minute is kind of making it work for a while. Because there's some resource you're short on, probably water. That's what it sounds like. To me, anyway. Make sure your pumps are raised high enough. A lot of people have put their pumps a bit too low. And not all the water is getting where it needs to go. That could be it. If I was to guess, that would be it. That's because a lot of other people had that problem. Sorry, this music's weird now. Fortune music from Metal Gear 2. Yeah, I wanted to dump some of this biomass. We could throw it into our new Biofactory, actually. Let's do that. Pick up the Explorer on the way over there, actually. 'Cause it's still sitting over there. Telling people I'm deleting all the street lights. I just feel like they actually kind of make the place look ugly, and I don't really use them, so it kind of feels like it's a bit pointless. A lot of added objects and material for no real reason. There's my baby. And the rule is, if we go in here, it's got to be global illuminated. Gotta go, thanks Darren, see you later, Technotone. A couple days ago I left my game going for 48 hours, only to come back to having lost power shortly after I left it. Oh, that's so rough. What new production chains would you add to the Satisfactory? Are you planning to reach the last tier with this playthrough? As long as people keep viewing the videos, then yes. If the viewership drops off, then, you know, ultimately I'll have to stop. So what production chains would I add to the game? I don't know. I've never actually completed the game, so for me it's like I don't need anything more right now. So I'm good. You know, I'll get there eventually. But like I said, I would personally, if I was Coffee Stain, add a whole underwater sort of biome and do stuff with underwater. So I would add oxygen production as a gas. Right, the gas is in the game already. So maybe somehow you can get hydrogen and oxygen or whatever, even make water. So hydrogen, oxygen, I'd add those two. So oxygen production. So basically for my idea it would be like, okay, you can go underwater and maybe you can get a suit to wear underwater with oxygen tanks in it so you can breathe. And then maybe when you build out an area, I don't know, either you use a pump to empty it out, to pump all the liquid out. Seems a bit complicated knowing how they've made the game. Or it's just like once you seal a room, it just empties, you know. Either or, I guess. So then you'll have underwater bases, basically, that you can then get to material that's underwater, set up like underwater miners, feed it into these underwater factories, make things, and then send it up to the surface. So personally, with something like that, it feels like that'd be like a DLC or a big major expansion in the future, like the underwater biome. You add oxygen, you maybe add geothermal vents under the ground. You could even have volcanic stuff under the ground or something, like special ore from where underwater fissures, you know, where lava has met water and cooled to make some sort of like obsidian or something similar. And you could use that to refine it into something else. And that's kind of what I would do. If I had any say in the direction of the game, maybe post 1.0. Oh, it looks a bit weird there, flickering along. Anyway, wanted to ask why you still sometimes use Mark 1 belts. Is the only reason you have so many iron plates stored up? I like to use the minimum belt necessary. It makes things moving look nicer. That's why. If you only need 40 on a belt, 40 per minute, I think it's quite overkill to use a belt of 780. I think it looks better if you use a belt of 60. And then you can just watch it slowly trudging along. I think it just looks nicer that way. It's more satisfying, as they say. But that's the only reason, really. Sometimes I'll use it for logic purposes. If you've got a belt of 480 and you want to split 60 off of it, put a splitter down and then use a Mark 1 belt off of it, and then you have 60. So sometimes that's the reason. Most of the time it's just I just use the minimum that you need. Since you're here, would you go over really quickly how you hid the power lines in the cave? Yeah, sure. Well, sometimes it clips straight through the rock, but that's not really intentional. The power lines are just like that. Along the roof. To do that, I just got a metal beam. And I would draw it like in a line. You know, whatever. Doesn't matter the direction. And then just put a wall outlet on it. And then get rid of the beam. And that's it. The power then also travels up along top of the metal beam that I had in place for the lights. And then it feeds down to the machines. That's just what it does everywhere. It either travels along the roof of the cave or along the top side of the beams. You can see it there when we brighten things up. But if you turn off our torch, you don't really see it. It looks much nicer. Oh, these are both full. Nice. I imagine the fluid buffer is just full of biofuel then. Yep. Cool. Nothing to do here then. Except take more of this stuff, I guess. This whole time I only used 50. It lasts so long. It's great. And we made more other cartridges. Yep. I'm gonna check one other thing as well downstairs. Nothing there. Alright, nice. Alright, let's get out of here. Just dumping that vegetation. I also thought it'd be nice to be in here and get the Explorer, which is just outside. There we are. Right, so I came up here to get some more plates. I need reinforced iron plates as well for Mark II belts. Maybe some concrete, and then I think we're good to go back. Something else we did earlier in the stream was I changed the wait time at one of the stations to see if the truck would pick up more stuff. Because if you remember, it was filling up, the truck station. So now we can go over and see, in just a sec anyway, is it still filling up? Or has it now emptied out without adding another truck, you know? Just by increasing the wait time there. So pop that back in, give you the concrete. Probably more than enough concrete, I'm sure. Don't need heavy modular frames, just leave that here for future. What else can I get rid of? Or what else do I need? Oh yeah, reinforced iron plates. And I might get some steel on the way as well. And then I want to declutter this place, remove all these machines and stuff. It's taken me so much longer in the coal plant than I'd anticipated, so I guess this will be a long stream today. We're 3 hours in. I've barely even scratched the surface of what I wanted to do. I have a to-do list on the right side of the screen there, but I've got one on my own screen with way more things on it that I thought, yeah, totally get all this done. But to be fair, the coal plant I think is the one that will take the longest because it actually needed machines. A lot of the other things I need to do today don't require building. It just requires painting or adding a few bits of cosmetics. It doesn't require hooking machines up, I mean, so it should be quicker. Just out of curiosity, how much is in that? 2,700, that's good. As it goes on to our copper facility in the distance. You got it? You got it finally? 4799.3. That's really weird. There must be something. Hey, it did empty out. If it's that close. Oh, and then he said finally. Yeah, nice, nice. Good job. Subnautica Factory. Yeah, exactly. Subnautica Factory. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems to me like if you're really being the designer with this game and trying to think what could you add that wouldn't disturb people's playthroughs currently, I think building in or underwater makes sense. And they can easily add water caves and stuff under the map, and that way they don't mess with anyone's current existing saves. So if you're thinking practically as a developer, and what's also not too difficult for them to do, it's like, okay, they've developed gases already and pipes and stuff like that. The only things they'd have to really develop is dealing with being in the water and underwater. Right now, that's a very rough part of the game, I would say, from a development standpoint. So, it seems like a no-brainer, and they seem to be kind of leaving it and ignoring it almost. So I wonder, yeah, is that something they plan on doing? Also, you have to think of it, I thought, anyway, when they added the extra stuff... What the hell is that? I haven't been there, so I don't know why that's unlocked. But when they added stuff to the Spire Coast, they added coral and all these, like, different marine biosphere type objects, and I'm like, huh, that's interesting. Like, someone made those models, animated them, and put them in the game. You'd almost think like that's what you'd want to put on the entire sea floor, really. So if I was a betting man, I'd say they're kind of thinking about it too and working on it a little bit. I'm sure they've got a billion ideas that they'd love to do if they just only had the time, right? So alright, let's continue. Space, yeah, you could go to space actually, I guess. To me, I would just add new map expansions, like add onto the existing map, and then also go underwater. I feel like they need better mid-game content. The jump from mid-game to late game is too big in my opinion. Feels like there should be a step in between. But anyway, Hollow World expansion, yeah. Deep Rock Galactic, why not? Yeah, building in caves, that'd be cool. Oh. Sorry, I was reading chat and then I got completely stuck. Yeah, underwater. I don't know about submarines, but yeah, maybe those like little mini ones, little submersibles. One vehicle. You definitely need at least one vehicle. All right, let's turn off global illumination for a bit. Continue our work down here, our very important work. All right, so because we're not actually hooking up any more right now, we'll just do this. Alright, and they need their lifts first, I think. That it? Looking good. One, two, three, four, five, six. Alright, just leave a gap so that we don't feed these with coal too early. Rather feed them with water first. Oh, I didn't even do the... Oh, sucks. I forgot we ran out of stuff, did we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I didn't even get to this bit. Look. Oh, you guys voted on it. Said we'd do it. Gotta get the job done. No half measures. I can finally leave this place forever. Good thing is, though, when I give out the save in the future now, people have like a more complete factory to play around with and have a look at. Shapes 2 has a demo. Oh yeah, I've been seeing that advertised on Steam. That was fun. Just doing it by flowing along the conveyor belt like that. Speaking of space, have you checked out Shape's demo? No, I haven't. I just saw it being advertised, sorry, yeah. Again, I know it's woe is me, but I just really do not have time for many of the games. I'll tell you what, so because I work at this PC, and, you know, it's where I do all my editing, recording, and all of that, often when I want to take a break and play more games just for fun, I mean, I have fun now, but you know what I mean, for non-content. Like, if it was up to me, I wouldn't just only ever play Satisfactory. As much as I like it, I do like variety and playing other things. What I tend to do is I'll just play PlayStation, because it's in a different room. It gets me out of the work kind of mindset. I don't have all my, like, all the stuff that distracts me on this PC to do with the job. In terms of, like, YouTube comments, Discord messages, all my emails come through here, all that stuff. And I like console gaming. So, most of my free gaming time that isn't for content purposes is on PlayStation. And I just finished Ghost of Tsushima and its DLC and got the platinum, feeling good about that. And I was going to play Control. I'd never played it before. And I started it and it was very serious, and that's cool, but I just wasn't quite in the mood for that after Ghost of Tsushima, which is also fairly serious, I guess. Cut that there. So then I was looking around to play something else. I was playing Spyro for a little while. I got the platinum in the first one. I haven't finished the second one yet as part of the trilogy. And that's a nice just switch your brain off, collect gems, kind of dick around type game. Bit of nostalgia as well. But then for some reason, I can't remember why, I just got it in my... Oh yeah, it came up on PlayStation Plus Extra, that GTA 5 was there as part of like the service. And I was like, it's been a while. Haven't played that in a long time. Wonder how good it looks on PS5. Downloaded it, booted it up, and I was like, this actually looks and runs really, really well, and I forgot most of the game. So I kind of just started playing that, and that's what I'm playing at the moment. But yeah, Ghost of Tsushima and Dredge are the two recent games that I actually finished and played all the way through. I do have a Steam Deck, yeah. I love my Steam Deck. I also just cast the PlayStation to the Steam Deck and play it that way sometimes. I gotta say, I love the Steam Deck, but I don't use it when I'm at home very often because I have my PS5 and my PC here. But when I go abroad, I love it. I'll be going to Ireland. I'm from Ireland, and my brother just had a daughter, his first child. And I'm going over to see it. Her. Because I've been made an uncle. And I'll be going over just at the beginning of next week. So I'll be bringing the Steam Deck then, to show. I'm just going over for a couple of days, and then I'll be back. And then I'm hoping I can get a bit more of a regular stream schedule aligned. And a few other series started and on the go. So content should kind of resume properly, you know, beginning of February for people who are paying attention to the channel anyway. And then there's a few games on the horizon I'm looking at. Manor Lords in April. I'll definitely be playing that. Damn, there's another one that I had in mind, but I can't remember it right now. And yeah, just continuing with this. I was thinking of doing Anno 1800 again, but just on live streams. So 2 streams per week. 1 for Satisfactory, 1 for Anno 1800. That could be fun. See how it goes. I think being consistent and being regular is probably just the most important thing, and the thing I suck the most at, because, well, I don't want to bore people with why, but there are reasons. But none that you should be worried about. Ultimately, it's just up to me. Again, to get the job done. But yeah, I was saying at the beginning, it's just kind of difficult to estimate how long things will take when I just don't know myself. It's like, okay, I'm going to build a quartz factory. How long is it going to take? I don't know. It could be 50 hours for all I know. It's not like I'm just like playing through a single player story game and I'm like, yeah, it's gonna take 12 hours. It's a bit trickier than that sometimes when it's like open-ended creativity kind of thing. Oh, and continuing City Skylines, of course. I was gonna put on some music, mine's gone off. There we go. Manor Lords hits on my birthday, damn. I hope it's not a massive letdown. I've got very tempered expectations for that game. I'm sure it'll be good, but it's an early access city builder. That's ultimately what it is. I'm expecting, by a very small group of people, I'm expecting Not even bugs, but I'm expecting limited amounts of content and poor AI. That's what I'm expecting, but I hope the game will be great. Ghost of Tsushima was good. Yeah, I just got done playing the DLC. I loved the DLC. I thought it was better than the main game. Oh, another game I downloaded, speaking of serious games, was The Last of Us 2 Remastered. I paid the $10 upgrade fee because I actually never beat the game. I had it spoiled for me. And me and Rosie were playing it together. Like, I was playing it and she's watching, but we would always play it, like, sit down together to play it. And yeah, just when it got spoiled for me, I just kind of, like, just the very ending got spoiled. And we were most of the way through the game. About 2/3, maybe 3/4 through. And I'd avoided spoilers all up to that point. But something just happened where the ending kind of got spoiled for me. And I was like, ah. And yeah, just kind of, then, but also some other things came up and we just kind of lost time to sync up with each other to play it. And then just kind of fell out of the habit of playing it. So I'd like to go back and start it again, and I'll play through it now on my own. But towards the end, Rosie will hop back in just to see what happens. But that's just like such a harrowing game. I'm just like, man, you need to be in a good mindset to be playing that, I feel like. When you get off a day of work or whatever, you sit down to play a game, I don't really want to be stressed out, like. But it's also part of the reason I love it. Are we done? I think we're done. Everything's hooked up now. I just have to check upstairs that the pipes were hooked up to these machines, because I have a funny feeling that they weren't. Let me know if I've missed something here. Oh, Sarah's, hey, speaking of going over. Sarah, not to bombard her, but Sarah in the chat is my, what do you call it? Sister-in-law. To be. I'm excited and not overly concerned about issues from release day. That's good, yeah. I'm just very cynical. I like to just not get too excited until... because I've just been let down too many times. I liked what was available in the Mandalorian's demo. No, data got worse, but I suppose... I don't think it's gotten worse. I just think... if you enjoy that, that's great, but it was like an hour-long demo. And you ran out of buildings after like 1 or 2 hours, really. So it's like, okay... are there many more buildings in the game? Are there many more production chains? Will it be a game that lasts more than 10 hours? I actually don't think so, but we'll see. I can't wait. I'd love to be proven wrong, but I have a feeling it'll be a very short run type game. That's my guess. You heard it here first, and we'll see if I'm right or wrong. If I'm wrong, we all win. Oh, we had a little dip. Yeah, we're gonna get dips because of the way the water's changed, but it'll be fine. Now, didn't I leave a box somewhere up here full of stuff? I feel like I did. Do I have any plastic on me? I do. Let's coat the whole place. Plastic. Yeah, there's the box. Good, yeah, just making sure that I had stuff. I'm gonna do it. Not that it really matters, but it matters to me, so it matters. So what we need to do is foundations, half foundation. There. And we'll coat this part of it. That's the way it would be, damn it. Alright, almost done. Oh, finally. Oh, that's one I am super excited for. Frostpunk 2 looks sick. That was actually a big problem with that game that a lot of people had when it first came out, which was people said it was too short. Because it was just like an 8-hour game, that was it. Then they eventually added like the endless mode and the different DLCs and stuff to have, yeah, basically just different modes and stuff. But I remember that. That was like a big thing. People were like, oh, you know, $30 game and it ends after 8 hours. What the hell? City Builder and it ends after 8 hours? People couldn't believe it. I loved it though. I thought it was so cool. One of my favorite games ever. And the second one just looks super hype. Alright, do I have what I need for some windows? I think some regular panel windows up here would look nice. I need to look at. I do have that. It's in that box on the other side, so we'll just grab that. I'm trying to think. I feel like there's something I'm missing here that I haven't done. It was still part of my to-do. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, the power shouldn't ever fluctuate. The fact that it's fluctuating a little bit means that I should probably just turn on some of the other, one of the other extractors, just even for a minute or two, just so the pipes are totally full, because we've added so much more pipe inventory space that they probably can't fill up everything. So we'll just whir these up online, let everything just be oversaturated, and then disconnect them. Sadie's catching her first Uncle Darren stream. Hopefully it helps her go to sleep. A lot of people say they sleep to my videos. Outside of Manor Lords and Frostpunk 2, what management game you expecting this year? I gotta be honest, I haven't been keeping up with what's coming out. Normally I'm very on top of things like that, but I haven't watched any videos of like top upcoming games. I could check my Steam wishlist just really quickly to see. Sort by release date, maybe. Let's see. The Manor Lords, Viking City Builder, maybe. I mean, that's one of those fake games, basically. Frostpunk 2. This game looks cool. Espiocracy. But honestly, for management games, I don't know. This game looked really cool as well, I remember. It's an indie city builder strategy game set in a medieval world filled with story and heart. Had a cool trailer. Earth of Orion. I think it's a bad name, personally, but just for Googling it and things. Pax Augusta, this one looks kind of cool. It's like a Roman city builder. Same sort of thing. Oh yeah, End Zone 2, that looks good. I really like the first one. Expeditions, I think that's cool, although I'm a bit divided on the new trailer actually about it. So I don't know. Seems a bit too arcadey maybe. It's really weird because it's like they're focusing on a sim genre, and then they keep introducing more and more casual arcadey elements. It's like, I feel like you have to double down on your audience, on what they want, not keep like pushing away from it. Yep, so I guess that's it for everything that's not out yet. Alright, I know it's very loud in here to be talking about that stuff now. I'm standing on top of water extractors. Just wanted to hook those up for a few minutes and then we'll disconnect them again. Just because they can flood the pipes. Once the pipes are flooded once, then we're fine. Everything will just consume what it needs. Alright, cool. Anything else? I think that's it. I wonder now if that pump, because it's connected to this pipeline, does that mean that this has a head lift automatically that goes all the way up? I don't know. If this isn't full, then it means it doesn't. Oh no, it is full, so it does. Yeah, water flows all the way up there. That's why it's a bit silly, because there's no pump aiming that direction. The pump's on the other side. But I guess it's a loop, right? It's probably just going over and around. Don't take it as a defense, but I sleep to your content too. And I don't take it as a defense, it's fine. Pacific Drive. Tell me a few game names and I'll just write them down. I don't look them up now on stream because I want to get back on topic. Pacific, but I'll check them out, or join my Discord and tell me in there. Discord.gg/WDP. Against the Storm, yeah, I played it. I really liked it. That was great. It's like overwhelmingly positive or something as well. People love it. Right, I think we are done here. I just need to go get that silica. We'll put in some of the windows, do some of the final bits of cosmetics. So hooking up logistics, you can finally say that that's done. That took forever, but done. And then we've got the rooftops and paint job to go. So just the corner bits of the roofs that's missing. Maybe some glass in parts of the roof would be nice. Some windows, brighten the place up a bit. So give me that silica. That's all we need. And then to do the roof, yeah, you just need a bit of silica. I don't know if I'll have enough, actually. Didn't really bring that much with me, but we'll still have enough to put all the corners on and the windows and the other part of it. So we'll do that first. Alright. Glass roof. Nice. And then just the corner piece, please. Alright, good stuff. That's done. There's one on the other side that needs to be done the same way. Flipping might occur. On what? Oh, nothing. Okay, sorry, I thought it was red. It was just orange. Alright, looking good. Sleeping to a video is like sleeping while someone is telling you a bedtime story. Yeah. Rosie, my partner, yeah, she sleeps with videos on. I couldn't do that. I need, like, sensory deprivation, basically. I'm a very, very light sleeper. I don't do well when there's noises and things in the room. But we actually run a fan at night. I think I told people that before, like, almost as like a white noise machine, just makes noise. And that way, if there is like some little noise that we hear now and then, it doesn't wake me up anymore. Since doing that, my sleeps have improved so much. Because it used to wake me up, just even like, we have cats, and, you know, one of them would jump up or jump down, and just even a little noise like that in the room would just wake me up. And then I could not get back to sleep, and it sucked. I'm just gonna fix this to do it like the other ones. Might as well keep the consistency. Oop, wrong one. Oh, I forgot to check if that truck... Oh no, we did. We checked the truck itself. Oh no, we did actually. No, I went all the way over. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's good. Alright, there's no roof on any of this, so it needs some walls and a roof. Have all the iron plates to do it. Just cover it in metal walls first, and then decide where we can put some windows in. Probably just go to there with that section. They can all be like different heights and stuff. It's not a big deal. Oh, it sounds so loud because of that machine, I guess. Right, so does that go over this? No, we'd have to go up another one height. Do you like sleeping with rain? Yeah, stuff like that. If it's, I don't mind if there's some noise in the room. It just has to be very consistent. If some erratic noise, some random noise happens, then it just wakes me up, you know? That's just the way it is for me. Even if it's a very slight noise. That's why having a little fan on in the room, it just makes a little buzzing noise that just blocks out any of those small noises and then keeps me sleeping. Having a fan while sleeping is absolutely necessary. Some people actually say that they put a fan on and have it like blowing on them. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't live in a warm country, so I just can't relate to that. I also heard someone else saying it's a white people thing, which I don't know why that would be, but okay. That was a podcaster who's talking about, who's a video game podcaster who just mentioned that once. It stood out to me. I was like, what? And by the way, his other co-hosts also hadn't heard of that, because he was like, yeah, that's like a thing, and they were like, no, I don't think it is. But anyways, right, so rooftop flats. The idea was that this is supposed to be like a little doorway, come out this way. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. It's never going to be used anyway, probably. That's the problem with the stairs, though. If you don't have it in the center, then the thing is in the center, the railing. So you just walk straight into railing. Can't even get out through there. It does have to be offset. That's fine. Alright, cool. Actually, there might be... No, I don't think there's any more hard drives out here. I think I've got them all. Yeah. Anyway, I've been putting on highway driving in the rain videos on YouTube lately to put me to sleep. Actually works wonders for some reason. It's supposedly a fear in Korea that you die if you sleep in a closed room with a fan. I've never heard of anyone dying because they had a fan on while sleeping. Have you watched Microsoft Direct? What do you think of Ara, History Untold? The new game... Well, it's the kind of thing where... I actually didn't watch the Direct, but I watched obviously some of the announcements from it. And it's the kind of thing where it's like, this could be great. Humankind could have been great. But you just don't really know until you play it. I like the art style. I think the art style's nice. A more realistic kind of look to things. But it's like impossible to judge on the surface, I think, whether these games play out long term or not. My favorite 4X game was probably Civ 4, but after that is Old World. I think Old World is awesome. I wish we could take the character focus of Old World, mix it with some of the technological progress of Civ, and have the combat system of Humankind. So in Humankind, the way combat basically works, for those who don't know, you've got like everything's a hex, yeah? And when two armies meet, the entire map like sections off around a series of hexes, and then you fight in that terrain in like 3 micro turns within a turn. So it's almost like the metagame stops, the board game stops, and then you have a mini game of battles that takes place over 5 or 6 rounds or mini turns that happen inside of this terrain area that's carved out on the board based on where you fought. I love it. I think it's so cool. So I love that system. That combat should, like, you know, that's to me how I'd want to have Civ. But then I also see something I'm not a big fan of personally in Civ is I just don't like having one leader for hundreds of years. I think it's weird, you know. I'm just not... I know that's like their whole business model is selling those characters and everything. It's just, it's not for me. I don't care about them. I don't... As much as I love like Roman history, I don't want Julius Caesar for like thousands of years. It just doesn't... It's not right. Something's not right about it. So I love that Old World tackles the idea of lineage and keeping various factions happy and things like that. I think that's super cool. So, and then I like their art style as well. So Old World. And then for Civ, they just do all the other little things right. There's so much of that they've done right in terms of how you progress and all the different mechanics and how you build up political influence and all of this different stuff. Like, they do so much good stuff. So That's why I'm like, yeah, I don't really play any of these games anymore, but I'd love to take elements from each one, and if Ara, History Untold can do that, then I'm all in. Greetings. I'm not an Englishman, actually. Baronation. I'm Irish, so I'm actually like your sworn enemy. But I obviously have nothing against English people, of course. I live in England right now. So it's all good. Right, so that had to be at a certain height. This can now change. Annoying, but yeah, it needs a slab of 3. And I'd say glass frame here maybe actually could look kind of nice if we do this. It would actually look better if I do the other way around. Sorry. I think just being down here, like, so indecisive. I'm gonna go back to the first one. The first one's better because you can't see down as easily. I was also thinking reinforced windows would probably look better because it's kind of an industrial area rather than a place that you really be looking out of because of the belts going through it. But whatever, fine. Leave it open to view. All right, let's put the rest of the roof on. Civ combat is so terrible. I avoid it at all costs. Yeah, I used to love it in Civ 4 when you could stack. Is that the one where you could stack? I actually can't even remember now. It's gonna sound so embarrassing, but whatever the combat was in Civ 4, I can't remember if I prefer stacking units onto each other or keeping them all separate. But whichever was the one that it did in that game, that's what I liked. Although I gotta say, I like Civ 6. Okay. Well, I actually never really liked Civ 5 for whatever reason, but. Yeah, tell you what, we'll go with the window along here as well. It makes more sense if we grab this. Do the hex wall or window. I don't know what to do with that bit. I suppose this should just really be cut off from here. We don't even really see it. Yeah, it's just always going to creep through a little bit. Something like that. So awkward. I feel like I need to turn on the game mining noise as well. It's so loud. Factory volume. Just turn that down for a minute. It's just because I'm right on top of the machine. It's just so loud. I feel like I can't even talk. Endless Legend is the best 4X. Highly underrated. I'm not a really big fan of fantasy stuff. That's kind of my fault. Yeah. What's the word? I don't know. It's just something I'm not that into. Like, I'll play fantasy games now and then, but it's not my preferred something about it just always, like, I'm just like, I'd rather this just be a realistic game. Everything, I always like immersion and realism wherever I can have it. But that's nothing to speak about the gameplay, though, of course. I like the endless space. Sci-fi is cool. Yeah, so I guess actually this wall needs its little thing on the bottom if we're going to match the height correctly. Right, looks pretty bad, but there's not much we can do about that. It just is what it is. Right, we can just put the roof on it now. And maybe even here, just have a little out-facing window. Let some extra light in. Yeah, and then from the outside this will look like a more... that's a nothing space, basically. Okay. All right. A little bit left to clean up. Just joking. Love your vids. Keep. Oh, sorry. I missed actually what you said. I was meant to look at it. My bad. I got a bit distracted. Let's see. Oh, you didn't say anything. I thought maybe you had a bit of banter back and forth. It's all right. I live in Oz. Fan on highest setting all year round. Yeah, I could understand that. You could stack it in 4. Okay, then stacked combat is probably what I'm thinking of. The stack is kind of boring, but yeah, it's better than individually moving it doesn't even slowly. I think that's probably why I liked the humankind combat, because you do stack little armies together, but then it expands out to a battlefield. So it's kind of almost like the best of both. That might be why I liked it. Homeworld 3, oh yeah, definitely going to be into that, yeah. Yeah, I'm not a huge Homeworld guy. Like, I played the remaster on a stream a while back. Quite liked it, but I wasn't like, oh my god. But I can appreciate for the time, like 2000, 1999 or whatever, that this is pretty advanced. I don't think it's like it really holds up that well today. I like Deserts of Karak as well, actually. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do with it. I'm not blown away by what I've seen so far, but I think it'll be good. Yeah, Biofuel's great. It goes so high. Hey, Darren. Hey, chat. Hey, Irish King. Did you get all the copper and Caterium Factory done, or do you have more to do in it? There's a little bit more to do in it. We can go into it soon. More like lights and things. But in terms of logic, it's mostly done. The only bit that's left is sending the outputs somewhere, right? It just goes into big containers at the moment. In future, it'll probably go into like a train station. But that's not built yet, so it just goes into containers. Nicely done, thank you. Yep, it's come together. It looks decent. I just wanted to put the roof on the entire place, so we're almost done with that. I'll just continue this across here, actually. And some of it will make skylight. I'm just not using all that material straight away, just in case we don't have that much to use. That way we can say we actually finished this factory finally. Probably gonna have to start there. Now, it's still probably gonna be quite a dark factory, because I'm probably not gonna put that many lights in it. Right, so similar sort of vibes. You'd maybe have a 1 meter wall actually here. That could be a window. This could be the wall that goes across. Bit strange because it's slightly inconsistent with that side, but I don't. It's fine. It'll still look decent. Oh yeah, I didn't finish that bit. Alright, almost done. Just the last bit of wall and then some extra window placement, and this will be it. That's just a straight wall to there, is it? Yeah. I can't really use the small little pieces then. That's fine like that. What else? To keep it consistent with up here, there was some railing, right? Yeesh. I'll leave that as is. Okay, happy enough with that. I think it's good for a quick job. You know, good enough. Let's just have a look. Global illumination. It's still going to be fairly dark, I would imagine, because we're not within direct sunlight. Yeah, so it probably needs a little bit of lighting in here, which I might even be able to do now. Let's just see. Do I have what I need? This one is a really bright one. I think we'd only need this one. Oh yeah, I do have what I need, actually. So yeah, let's try that out. Might just go along the center of here. And we send it to the, pretty much the edge of the window. Oh, I can't get that far over, it's a shame. About there? Oh, there's light. How good is that? We're lit, the kids would say. Can we latch on to this one, please? Thank you. Yeah, not bad. Now that's gonna creep through here. We'll just get rid of that bit of it. Oh, whoops. I was in blueprint mode. Dismantle the whole thing. Sorry. get rid of that? I'll get rid of that bit of the beam. We could just draw a fresh beam. Just to that edge of the wall there. And it's just painted grey. So nothing too crazy. Dark grey. Bonk. There we go. Looking a little bit better, huh? Still that huge copper Caterium factory? No, this is the original coal factory that I built early on in this series. I'm just doing some of the cosmetics of it, just finishing it off. And it's ready to be upgraded now as well. We've just made sure that all of every generator's in place now, and everything is hooked up and ready to go. I always just left it a little bit short, and I always felt bad giving out the save box. It's like technically not fully done, but it's pretty much done now. So just adding some light as well. For people who are going to be playing with global illumination, you'll need a little bit of light in here. So seeing as I have the blueprint for it, and it's pretty quick to add, just again add it in 1 or 2 more spaces here if I can. I'm not seeing it anywhere here to place down for some reason. What the hell's up with that? Try it again. This one? Yeah, that works. So there we go. Yeah, it doesn't. It wants to sit almost on top of the roof rather than below it. Get it about there, and I can nudge it into spot. Oh, dare I say, it might be perfect. Love it. How good is that? What a difference that makes. That's pretty cool with all the big rocks behind it and stuff. It's like, oh yeah. Nice. Alright. I'll just add maybe a little bit of lighting here. I'm not going to do the main floor of the place. I think it's fine. Maybe in the future I will, but I don't think I have what I need. I want to move on to one of the other factories right now and just clean it up a bit. Yeah, I can only add in a little bit more. So again, I would say move it along the belts. Probably, because that's what goes in that way. Oh no, we could do it in the center of this place. Why not? Maybe just push that down just a little bit further. It starts there, and then it's like in the middle of the floor, because it's 1, 2 foundations, 1, 2. We'll see a little outcropping in there, but other than that, it's fine. That still brightens up the place. Not as much, because it's quite high up for these smaller lights. And I'm just a little bit short of quartz crystal, so we'll have to leave it there for that. That's good to see. Good to see the vision. I have to take off my shoes when walking around. We don't run too far and too fast. You can kind of enjoy the factory a bit more, and it's not so loud. I suppose one of the other things then would just be sorting out like the way the power is traveling along just there. So, not to be super picky about it, but if we could just have that on the ceiling, I'd feel a little bit better about it, to be honest. Missing... Oh, we have 1,000,000 iron rods, don't we? Just a bit further down. Cool. Hey, Thope. Sorry it took a while to say hi. And hey, Tobican. Been a while, it has. I remember the name. Well, I asked, when's the next CS2 video coming? Also, Thunderstorm has some great mods. What's Thunderstorm? And Nombizzle says, no better sounds to deliver my mail than placing and removing of objects. Fan on full all year. And Homeworld 3, so excited. Nice, nice. Yeah, you just picking up on all the different things we're saying. That's cool. And Crispy, hey darn, little bids. I've always wanted to start a playthrough of Satisfactory, but it gets overwhelming when trying to account for production for too far in the future. Any tips? Follow along with my playthrough, and then you only have to maintain what I'm doing. Because all my builds in this series so far have been build along, so you could just literally just hand over all the thought about everything you have to build to me. And if you're watching along, then makes things a little easier. And especially when we get to even just episode 3, 4, 5, and so on, each video gives you a lot to do. So it's like, it might be an hour video, but you'd probably take several hours to build it yourself. So it's not like you occupy your time for a long while, I think. But even if you didn't want to do that, just a general tip then would be, Trying to account for production too far in the future. Yeah, so I haven't beaten the game, so it's kind of, I can't really say with any great authority, you know, how to avoid that problem. Because I can't quite say that I've ever gone all the way to the very end. But I would say just live in the moment, man. You don't have to really worry too much about what's in the future. But look, general tips would be always build bigger than you need. If you think that the recipes in front of you require like 20 per minute, 30 per minute, maybe 50 per minute of a certain good, you should probably aim to double what you're comfortable with. So when if you think that, oh, I only need to do this to get the next component done, that's pretty easy. Really what you should do is take the time to make sure like you've got that and then more for the future. So in this series, I'm trying to like overbuild everything so that I never have to upgrade or go back and redo anything. And when I say upgrade, I mean redesign. I can upgrade. We can go back and just click belts and upgrade them. That'll be great. But it is the way the game is designed. It doesn't tell you what you're going to need in the future. So you do have to have a bit of trial and error, as Thope says, with that stuff. Now, when are we adding trains? So oil and trains are going to be two kind of bigger videos that I don't know when I'm going to do them just yet. But I want to do quartz factory next, iron factory, and then I'm going to make a series of micro factories, so multiple might be in one video, of doing things like computers, circuit boards, heavy modular frames, and something else, but on very low volume. And the reason for that is that making a fuel generator plant, a fuel generator costs, it requires, let's have a look. I don't even have it unlocked. How do I not have that unlocked? Because we have oil, don't we? Oh, I didn't even know that it was a separate thing. Anyways, it requires computers and heavy modular frames to build a generator, and if we want to build like 50 of them, that's a lot for stuff for people to get. So I feel like it's fine. We can always manually craft everything, but why not just build little micro factories to do this? Let a bit build up in the background, just so it's automated, and then we'll get to the oil. And once we do oil, then we'll do trains. Yeah. No problem, Crispy. Yeah, very last thing I would just say about it as well is that a rule that served me well in my previous playthrough, I only didn't finish it because my viewership declined. So it's irrelevant to somebody just playing the game. But I was making almost exactly kind of what I needed for every tier, and some people were like, how are you doing that so well? Like, how have you forward planned so well? And it was pure guesswork. I was sort of looking at like what I was comfortable with and then doubling it effectively. Or like if I was like, oh, I need about 300 aluminum, I was like, okay, I'm gonna make 1500 aluminum, you know, it's like 5 times the amount I needed. But that really did serve me well. So if you just, any time investment you put into it, I don't think is going to be lost. It'll pay off later. It's really interesting. I'm just going to on as a talking point, I think this is kind of an interesting thing to think about and look at with this game that I've kind of recently just kind of come to realize that if you were to look at the game in terms of, I thought holding shift gives me a straight line. No, let's just do this then. The time to get to the different tiers versus the time you put in the game. So let's say that, I'll just wait for that auto. Oh, I don't have to wait for it. Let's say that this is, I don't know, tier 1. Yeah, so it's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and then the gaps get like way bigger, don't they, right, as we go up? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, by the time you get up here, you're vastly increasing. I've obviously run out of space here. Make this bigger. This will make sense. All right. But even this wouldn't really illustrate the point because the jump in time is massive. But let's say that's tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, and then 8 is like off the chart basically. But let's just put it here just for, you know, because the way I've done this graph isn't very good. So we'll just say, you know, 8 in the max, and let's like infinite time above that basically. And then we'll just bring this back in a bit just to make it a bit more even. Right. There's our little graph, right? Generally speaking, it's fine. So what I've been trying to think about, you know, if you're to do a really optimal playthrough, obviously some people speedrun the game, that's one thing. But let's just say you're a normal player trying to play through normally. Actually, I don't even know if this graph's going to help me here. But what I was thinking is, let's say that I've just built a copper and Caterium factory that's massive, right? It's 12,000 ingots per minute. We're only ever going to need 12,000 ingots per minute, probably up and around here, around like the tier 7 mark. So what I've done with my time, if time is going like in this direction, I've put a massive investment in time staying in a lower tier. So that when I get... this graph actually doesn't help me at all. I don't know how I'm explaining this at all with the graph. But by the time I have to get up to this area... Yeah, this graph totally doesn't work. The point is simply this. The more time that you put into investing into a factory early in the game to future-proof yourself, somewhere along the line starts to outweigh the time that you would have just spent having a little bit trickle up in the background. So what I mean by that is, let's say we were making 100 copper per minute. Yeah? And it's after taking me something like 70 hours to now make 12,000 per minute, right? But this would have only taken, this would have taken 100 per minute, I don't know, 2 hours maybe, at most. Right, so 2 hours gave me 100 per minute. 70 hours is now going to give me 12,000. But you could argue that if I was making 100 per minute and I just let time play for 70 hours, you'd build up, I don't know how much, a lot, right? So much that you could have been feeding this into other factories and doing things and progressing in a more linear fashion. But instead, what I've decided to do is stall my progression and work on some massive project, not doing anything, investing it all in this time so that I'll, quote, save time in the future. But the question is, will this factory save me 70 hours worth of time? I don't think so. And that's what I was realizing recently, where I was like, wow, I'm after... you know, you put 100 hours into something, ideally you do that because it should save you 100 hours somewhere along the line. I don't think it did. I think it's an inefficient factory in that regard. So it's kind of interesting to think. So if you were trying to design a playthrough where you're doing something like really optimally, or just like constantly progressing in the game and knowing what you need to build and stuff, it's like you need to invest a certain amount of time into where you are right now to save time in the future. But the more you like stall on this like black hole of time, the longer it's going to take you to kind of then reach back up to where you just would have been had you just let it, you know, you built something like small here and small here and small here. It's like all this time is gone now because you sank it into like building this thing. And then you should get back to that point. But it's like the question is, well, would you get back to that point in that same time, or would you be back a bit lower? So this is where you would have been had you not actually invested all this extra time. I know I'm not explaining it very well, but hopefully you're going to get the idea. It's like the question of the game really is, how much time do you invest into where you currently are versus doing just smaller amounts to make smaller bits of progress to get you further in the short term? I don't know. There must be some sort of almost algorithm that could tell you, you know, the time between tier 3 and 4 is 40 hours. If you're spending 60 hours getting there, you know, you're taking too long because you're building something for the future. It's like, no, just continue along the way you are. Store up everything you're making in containers and use what you've made in that time to help you progress. Because that's the thing. If I stored everything I made in the 70 hours it took me to build a copper and Caterium factory, I'd have so much material that I wouldn't even need to tap new mines. I could just build factories, use what I have, and make more components and keep progressing. But it's not as fun if it's not automated, obviously. Anyway, that was a massive tangent. It kind of didn't really fully make sense, but it's just something I've been sort of thinking about recently. Like, what is the optimal kind of amount of time that you should be spending on a tier? And I'm now going to be making 12,000 copper ingots per minute, but it took me 70 hours. Would it have taken me that long in the future, or would it have taken me less time, or did I need to put that much time in? I don't know. Those are just questions I'm asking myself now, I guess. I certainly didn't think it would take that long, and when I started, I thought it would be much shorter, so that's why it kind of crept up on me. Anyway, that's rooftops done. I was going to paint the factory as well. But I kind of like just the standard yellow and grey for this one. I don't know what I'd really paint differently. We'll just go over and do some of the materials on the floor, and then I'll leave it at that. Because I still have a little bit of plastic on me, so any last bits of coated concrete be good to get done. But it's just for the walkways actually upstairs, thinking about it, so, which might be all done already. I try to build medium-sized production, leaving the roof free to double up speed as needed. Yeah, I think if I wasn't on YouTube, like, I probably wouldn't actually cover my factories with roofs and lighting and stuff like that. It's just nice to do because it's, you know, somewhat not, I don't mean to say it, but it's supposed to be a little bit impressive. It's like, oh, that's cool, you know, that's more than what the average person does, therefore worth watching. Yeah, I think we're done here actually. This is all paved. All right. So yeah, pretty happy with it. So for coal, basically everything I did today in this was we added in all the windows. Oh yeah. Yeah, I have no more silica. You know what? We said that we get everything done. We're going to get everything done. I need a little bit more silica and I need more quartz. And then we can add some of the final bits of lighting and then put in the skylights. That won't take long. I just need to make a quick run up to get silica and quartz and then come back. Just dump some of the stuff I don't need. I'll make a run for this. Oop. I'll read my chat a bit better now that I'm just heading in one direction. What's the time investment of this tangent? Yeah, that's exactly it. That's well done. You got me. I think you ask yourself, are you having fun playing the game? If yes, who cares? Oh no, totally. Totally. It's just obviously a game about being efficient and optimized. Some players tend to think about, are they wasting their time with what they're doing? Could they be making progress a bit quicker? But this is actually something I was talking about last time I streamed, which is some people... And again, it's like this gradient on a curve. The payoff is important, right? You want to see the results of what you're doing. Now, if I told you... You have to enjoy building in the game, right? You have to. Obviously, that is the majority of what you're going to be doing. It is 90% of what you're doing. And then you get that little payoff of seeing things run and work and all of that. And having some satisfaction looking back on what you've done and reaching the milestones and progressing through the game. But let's say I told you, like, okay, tier 4 is 100 hours. Like, oh man, that's a long time. What if I told you it was 1,000 hours? Obviously, everyone's line in the sand is different, but if I was to just give you the argument, well, it's just all building anyway, you're supposed to be having fun building, what difference does it make how long we make that? But of course, like, variety in building and using different things and thinking of new solutions and seeing the payoff is all part of the cycle of, you know, good game design and good progression and feeling like you're making progress and stuff like that. So it's reasonable to ask, am I making good progress? Rather than, am I spending too much doing one repetitive thing, you know? So I think that's the more reasonable aspect, if that makes sense, to ask those questions. Here we are anyway. This will be for the glass roof. And this will be for some of the bits of lights that we don't have in place yet. Alright. Any more? Last update when they broke my live... When they... Update way, it broke my live gargoyle project. I think the game resents the position of creatures now. Alright. The real return on investment should always be the time spent enjoying the build. No, totally, yeah. I enjoy building in this game. A lot of people who play Factorio don't. Because they're all about... Factorio players, in my experience, they're all about the result, not about the journey. You want to make the journey as quick and easy as possible, and you just ideally even automate that journey, like blueprinting what you're building, so you're not even building anymore by the end of the game. It's just all doing it itself, pretty much. And a lot of people I see coming into Satisfactory for the first time, they're coming from Factorio, which I think is an awesome game. I think it's the best factory game there is. It's just different style, though. But they don't like building Satisfactory because it is kind of awkward. It's in 3D. You have to, you know, work almost against the grain sometimes to get things to work as you like, lining things up with each other. It's not as easy as building top-down 2D. with like as much reach as you can see. In this game, you don't have that. So there's it's interesting seeing people come from that game and go like, the biggest blocker for me enjoying this game is that I don't enjoy the building. It's like, well, if you don't enjoy the building, you're not going to like the game then, because that's the game. All right, so before we start putting these down, I don't want it on the edge. The second layer in, second, third layer in, they can be windows. Who wouldn't love doing this? I just finished your Frostpunk A New Home Let's Play, and halfway through your just FYI, the last autumn one doesn't end. There's a game-breaking save, so it does just abruptly end. Just telling you now. I don't want to take the video down, but I'll probably play through it again before Frostpunk 2 comes out, though. Trying to think where to put the next one. Just in the middle here, I guess. Yeah, that was an annoying game-breaking bug. But that series, the first one, the A New Home series on hard, best series I have on this channel. Everyone should go watch it. It's just 14 videos. Super good. I know that's weird to say about my own content, but it was perfect. It's like the perfect showcase of that game, I think. And the comments, I get comments every day. Just yesterday I had this comment. You see people in comments like watching along. It's really, really cool. One of my favorite things about doing YouTube, really. And they're saying like, oh man, like you're taking on way too many people, like, it's gonna be a disaster. And then you see in the next video they're like, I can't believe we're surviving. And then he goes further and it's like, holy shit, this is awesome. And he's like, oh, I'm tracking this one person's reaction almost to every video as it goes on, and it's always heavy criticism in the beginning, and then they're like, I can't believe this is working towards the end, which is great. I love it. So I don't say anything, I don't reply to them until the end. I'm like, you just had to get through it, man. But it's like the little people in Frostpunk. They're, you know, they don't agree with your decisions and things until they see the way. Until they see the way. They're like, how are you not using child labor? I'm like, because I'm not a monster. How about that? It's like they don't understand. And then, you know, well, I won't say what happens at the end, but maybe I was right for not using child labor, or maybe I was wrong. Alright, are we happy with that? Evenly spaced windows. Frostpunk's brutal. I'm curious if the story in the full release is going to encourage efficiency. I feel like this. I've said this before. I have no idea. You could be right, but I would imagine the story in this, when this comes out, it's going to be really, really light, like very mild. And I think there'll be a new upgrade tree in the MAM for Sam ore, and you'll unlock some different things. I hope they blow me away, but I really, you know, I guess I'm just cynical. I've said it before, but I try to basically think that everyone's going to do the bare minimum, and then I'll be very impressed and pleased if it's more than that. And not that I think they're lazy or anything. It's just that way I'll be happier, rather than getting excited and then getting let down. Because your mind can run in a million directions with what they could do. But really, they have a resource that's untapped. They're going to do something with that. Some people think maybe portal technology, so it's like maybe SAM ore could be used to consistently power a teleport machine, and that way you can get around the map like almost instantly, or send something through it or something. But you couldn't build loads of them. You could only build it where you can supply the SAM ore. Or maybe the machines themselves would need to be powered by the artifacts you find. I don't know. But I don't think it, me personally, I don't think it's going to be like, even like Subnautica, where it's like you go to this island, there's like alien stuff going on, and you get a little bit more story beats, and I don't think it's going to be as much as even that. I think it'll be pretty minimum. But we'll see. I look forward to whatever they do, some extra new content. And you can tell they're holding stuff back for that update, the 1.0. And they've alluded to that a little bit. So I'm excited either way. Like, it should be a decent content drop. Finish your Frostpunk A New Home Let's Play and halfway... Oh yeah, I read that already. Nice windows, thank you. Black with yellow lighting highlights would look great. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What would it look like just painting the bottom layer of each floor? Gray. Wondering what it would look like to have a grey line going across the factory and at the level of the floor. And then there'd be another one here. Just even something super simple and basic so we can make it quick and then also it can last. And then you could do it on the top as well. That might be nice, right? Yeah, I think I'll do that. Yeah, at least it's just quicker that way. And we'll make the doors yellow, I guess. No, I like the metal look to this place. Personally, anyway. So not concrete. Because this is like a coal factory, I don't know why, but I'm just like, yeah, it's not supposed to look nice because it's an early game factory. I don't know why that's in my head. You could make anything look amazing, I suppose. Just color the top of that bit as well now. I mean, is it even worth coloring it at all? Because now I'm just like, don't know. Doesn't look that great. I feel like it's too inconsistent with where the window placement is. Hydropower would be awesome. Yeah, that'd be cool. Building on dams and stuff. Thanks for the cool content. Great blueprints. No problem, Stalker. I read the comments as I watched the Let's Play and thought you were getting a lot of backseat gamers. You're doing well throughout. Oh, that's fine. I love it, though. You know, I encourage people to... It's not just because, I love comments as a YouTuber, you know, for engagement or anything. It's... I really don't mind people backseating because it doesn't make me feel like I have to do it. I just love hearing other people's opinions. I think it's great. I really don't... I'm not one of these people that takes it very negatively. On streams, it can be different. If people are like constantly telling you what to do on streams because you happen to just quickly read it out loud and say, oh, yeah, I'm not going to do that or whatever. But in comments, it's different. It's like, I might have even already recorded the next couple episodes and people are like, no, you should do this, you should do this. And it's like, well, it's already done. So I don't mind reading it there as much, I suppose. And I have very positive comments almost everywhere. Pretty much everywhere, actually. And even my negative ones are like, they're not mean, they're just usually telling you could do something better, kind of thing. If anyone ever just reads other comments on my videos, it's kind of crazy how positive like comments are. It's like disproportionate almost to the, I guess, the size of my channel. You think that, like I have some mega huge fan base or something. Might be I don't mind. I don't like those lines. Yeah, neither do I, to be honest. I kind of liked it just on as it was. That needs windows, but just a standard metal yellow factory. I mean, I think I might just leave it. Might just leave it. You love when you get philosophical. Were you on my stream when I was talking about black holes and time and stuff? That was in, what was that on? SnowRunner, I think it might have been. Alright, we're just going to go back to the way it was and then we're moving out of here. I'm going to go do the steel factory next. And the windows are on the roofs now, so happy with that. And there was just a little bit of lighting left to add, which is blueprinted anyway, so it'll be quick enough. Originally, the factory was meant to be concrete, actually, but you don't unlock concrete walls till later. Alright. Oh, there's a mistake. Oh, yeah. I need to go get the concrete that I left inside. I need ways to get in here from outside. I like adding lights between walls. That's a modern look. Outside lighting would look cool also. Yeah, I'm not gonna do, I want to move on to a different factory. I'm not gonna do any of that. It's too much. Too much. Although you're right, floodlights and stuff outside do look awesome, I think. Especially when it gets dark. Did I not leave concrete here? Oh no, I built another box, didn't I? You know, I built that, what's it called? Biofuel Factory, and that was one that I focused a lot more on the cosmetics. I'll do that every now and then, just not for every build. Because I want to kind of keep it simple, because if people download the save and they see this factory, well, they do have the older save, I guess, but like people to think like this is doable. If it had tons of cosmetics, if they're still new to the series, because it's this released fairly early on in the series, they might be like, oh my god. Right, that's that done. Last thing was just changing a bit of the roof up here real quick. So I'll actually leave that roof there, and then I'm going to add a second roof just right on top of it. I feel like it'll look better if I do it this way. That's pretty weird. It's two different floors that have different heights to them, so I don't know, I've kind of messed it up a bit. You could do the little corner ramp, I guess. Ramp it down. Is that it? I don't know, I'm losing my mind with this. I should just leave it. Just leave it. I got a better idea, I know what to do. Solved. Solved. Better. Okay, cool. Leave it like that. For aesthetic purposes, it might look better to do this. Alright, we'll leave it there. That's this factory largely done. Don't like that the corner isn't done there, but you can't do anything about that. Gotta poke out one side or the other. And we've added in the new loop system thing. Yeah, making the cables look a bit better would also be nice. I guess I have those giant cables up there now, so I could probably get rid of these ones. I don't think they're needed. This is dead, but does it connect into that? Oh, it does. Uh-oh. So I've just cut everything, have I? But how? Really? Does this not feed in? No, it doesn't. That needs to go inside. Now I just deleted. Did I make a crate? Oh yeah. I can say I don't even have any cable. Yeah, hang on. Need more wire or more cable before I can delete those other things. My inventory's full. I'm gonna build just a little connection thing that goes through the tower there inside. I forgot to change the paint back. Cool factory upgrade with tier 4 belts. I don't want to upgrade it now on stream. I'll do it on a video. The upgrade is super simple. All that has to happen is the belts need to be upgraded, and then I add 1.5 generators to every line. Because all we can get, the best we can get is 300 water and 300 coal on a belt when they're upgraded. Because we need Mark III miners. What am I looking for? The double wall outlets. They're connected together. Trying to think where I can sneak this up to the roof and bring it across. Alright, so that should be powered back outside now. Yep. Alright, last thing to do is just clean up that color. I'm gonna disconnect this. It's not needed here anymore. It was only ever needed for building this place, so now it's just like redundant. Almost need to build like an awesome sink or something. Just get rid of all the crap that's here. More cables is missing. I've just obviously dropped that inside. I really need to declutter my inventory is just so packed with random crap. Declutter. That's the name of this stream. Decluttering everything. Cleaning up factories, getting rid of old machines. Trying to get rid of things that I don't need to be carrying. And then, yeah, just sending all this crap into an awesome sink. Crates are blight. I know. I can't believe some people... I see some people's screenshots and they have like 1 million crates on their compass. And I'm just like, what are you doing? I don't understand how people play this type of game and don't have a problem with that. Alright, so awesome sink. Ironically, need to actually hook that up. Okay, good. Now we can get rid of some things. It's really all I have in my inventory. I feel like I used to have more space. Because I feel like I need a lot of this for the cosmetics I'm about to do. We'll do that, and then get rid of this bit. All these machines can go. Now the water down there gets fed from the thing we just deleted. Oh my god, which means my entire power network is going to stall out if we don't do something about that, like right now. Ideally, power should probably just go up this tower, actually thinking about it, so let's just do that. We're literally running on fumes now. Oh, it's on the outside. Goddamn. That's the first time the power's ever reset, ever, in my playthrough. For this one, anyway. Where's that other power line coming in? Oh, it's above the roof. Okay. Oh, let's see. I'll go through the walkway. I don't mind that too much. It's on a middle point. It can look kind of actually okay. You know, it's just coming through like the gap bit thing there. Really need like a vertical placement for a small power outlet. I know you can do it by faking it. It's just a bit of effort. Can't be bothered. Did I just build that as a double? Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Hang on. They're all double. Ugh. I suppose, yeah, I copy and pasted that one, didn't I? Wall outlets. Go. Some of them sound like they're still on, actually. Oh yeah, and I have to turn off the rest of those water extractors, the ones I don't need, actually. Forgot about that. Okay, we should be back online down here, I think. No? Oh, we can't be because we've reset the whole thing. Shit. Come on. Stay alive. Oh, for fuck's sake, can't hit the wire. There we go. Laziness, major MH, laziness. Alright, we might be in business to get this rolling again, and then we'll be good to turn everything back on. Anyway, hey Chris, oh sorry, Marie Kondo stream. I don't know what that means. I already wish there was a Control Z. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be a good quality of life update. From my point of view, it does have tons of cosmetics. I got the game for Christmas and I'm learning so much from your series. Appreciate it. Thanks, Serials Games. Call me Mage. Will do. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure how to say it. Hey, Raghav. We're climbing back up. We're getting back up there. That's what I'd like to see. Just check on one or two of those machines. Because even the coal was stopped. But I feel like it's not the coal, it's the water that was probably the thing that knocked it off first. That's going to be a problem now. It's going to take a while till it stabilizes. At 4800. It'll probably dip up and down a little bit while the water makes its way. Oh no, because we're overproducing water actually. No, and it should do it actually fairly quickly then. That's good. The third extractor's on. You only need 2. But I've got 3 on. It'll fill these bad boys up nice and quick like. That actually worked out pretty well. Alright, good. So we can reconnect and then finally leave this place. Alright, so to reconnect, we want to grab that guy, connect into there, and we'll just connect you in there directly. And somehow you have no power. What? It tripped. Oh, I didn't hear the thing. How did that happen? Everything just went off. Did I delete something? It just died. So everything died out. That's really weird. The same network, 4800 production. Alright, well, whatever. Don't know. Must have made a bit of a mistake there. Anyway, she's the Japanese leader that sparked that whole minimalist movement and cleaning up junk. Alright. Got a Netflix show. It'd be a good idea to build some backup batteries. Yeah, I knew someone would say that as soon as the place tripped. I knew it. It's never tripped before. But yeah, you're right. Obviously, batteries would prevent that ever happening again. Yeah, I don't have any power storage because this was built before you unlock batteries. Yeah, it's not really an issue. I'll be building power backups into the oil plants, but this one I'm just gonna leave it as is. Right. Anyways, that was just to get rid of the stuff in there. Can be removed now as well. Alright, there we go. So that'll just empty out until I can get rid of all that now. And that's the troublemaker. Pick him back up. Good. Whew. Alright. Especially with the priority power switches. Yeah, I've never used those yet. I actually haven't even unlocked them in the game yet. So I'm surprised you could get it running again. I expected you'd be screwed with the water extractors not having power. Well, no, I just disconnected it from the, oh, just the water extractors alone? Nah, yeah, they don't require that much. And the generators all have their coal, so it's like, you just need one in each row to fire at the same time, and that's more than enough to cover all the water extractors. Yeah, not a problem. You just have to do it a few times, though, because it'll kind of come on, then go off, and then come on and go off. You need just that little bit of water to make it up there. It's okay now. So some of these are actually flickering yellow. See, there was already a ton of water in the pipes. So we can turn off... That's the very last thing... I keep saying this a million times, but the last thing I got to do here now is just cut the final one, or turn this one off. I've just been cutting the belt, though. Or the cable, I mean. Because they're not needed. So basically each row is now making 120 water after cutting these off, and that's all that's needed. Oh, sorry, 240 water, and that's all that's needed because all we're bringing into the factory is 240 coal on the belt. The water only has to match that. So when we get the next tier of belt, we'll be able to do 480, but the miner is going to be capped at Mark II. So even with full overclocking, we can only get 300 out of it. So by bringing it up to 300 on the belt and adding 50% of this, you know, like turning this on but underclocking it to 50, they'll make 300 then. So we'll have 300 fully on the pipe, we'll have 300 fully on the belt, and you'll get like another couple thousand megawatts of power out. I think about 1,000, I think, because it's 1.5 extra generators, so it'll be 66.667. That's how much power we get. And that's for each row. 3, those times 3. It's 9. No, 12. We've got 12 rows in total. That'll be 800. So yeah, 800 megawatts will be added. Plus then 33.33. 800 and 400. So yeah, 1,200 megawatts of power can be added when we get Logistics Mark IV. And that'll carry me well through to building the oil factory. Alright, cool. Took way longer than I thought, as always happens. That's been 5 hours now, and all we've done is do the cosmetics for this one place. but we'll knock that off now. Now there's a tiny bit left to do over at the steel factory, so let's just make our way over there and get working on that. I really don't think it'll take me nearly as long as this. There's no machines to hook up, and that's what takes the bulk of the time. It's more just I want to paint the roof, and I've actually written down what I need to do, thinking about it. Paint the rooftop and add cosmetic lights inside. Yeah, that's all we got to do for that one, so I'll just have to get out, I do. Change this now to say steel. Paint roof. Cosmetic lights. That'll be that, really. It's just those two things. There's a little bit to do with the truck station. Maybe add that in. I put water storage in my coal power plant. That's a good idea. Yeah, fluid buffers. That would help. That would keep you rolling for a while. Yeah, no, I'm aware of what priority power switches do. I just haven't used them yet. The entire copper build that I did, like I made these cable runners and I separated all the cables out so that you could like run them to different sections of the factory. And people were like, oh, priority power switches do this. And I was like, yeah, I just don't have them yet. So I haven't unlocked them. I have to get them in the MAM. I have to make a bunch of stuff before I can get them. And there's just like a limit of amount of things I'm willing to do in between episodes and then tell everyone else they have to follow along. So it's just like, yeah, look, at the stage you're at now, this is a way of creating like a power grid, you know. But I'm aware that power switches do that, and I look forward to using them, just haven't actually ever used them yet. The priority ones. Alright, here we are, another very similar looking factory, really. The idea here was that this would be truck stations along the side, so you can kind of pull on and off the highway. I want to also move that. It's poking through, and I don't like it. It's the awesome sink that's downstairs. So that's a few things that we have to do. One of the first things was painting the roof. I'm going to be super creative with this and paint it gray. Because it's painted this kind of blue color. And I actually like it, but I don't remember what the hex value of that was. I didn't save it. So this is just to keep consistency and also just to make it uniform, because some patches of the roof are not painted. And there's just a few cosmetic fixes inside. I do have the color scheme that we've used for the walls here, though. That has bothered me for so long. I've just been sat there for so long as well. Just that it was sunken down just ever so slightly. Alright. Go in lines. Oh, and that has to be painted as well, does it? Oh, that's done. Okay, cool. Anyway, when do you plan to start building the first train line? So I've mentioned this a few times. I hope people just don't mind me answering questions, because obviously a lot of people ask the same thing. No problem asking the same thing, by the way, Cuba. You couldn't have known. But for those who don't know, the plan at the moment is to make an iron factory, small iron factory. Here's the plan. Anything that's being built out in the grass, I want to get rid of it. Right? We want to put everything in factories now. So quartz has to be put inside a factory. Iron. I need to remove the old copper, which we can actually do in a moment. But then I also want to make some smaller things. So I want to make computers, circuit boards, heavy modular frames, and... is that it? I think that's it. Circuit boards. But make them in really small quantities. It doesn't have to be much. There we go. Make them in small quantities. Just really, really small amounts, because you need them if you're going to build, for instance, train lines and what's it called? Fuel generators for doing oil. So oil will come after that. So basically, iron, quartz, and then this maybe 1 or 2 episodes for doing this micro factory of these smaller, more complicated goods, but actually automate it somehow. Just in very small quantities. Once that's done, then oil. Once that's done, then trains. So, not for a while. Because I'm relying on trucks in this playthrough, not trains. Trains will be for going very far distances. trucks are going to be going for small distances. So nothing down here is going to have a train line other than taking it somewhere into the middle of the map. So until I go to the middle of the map, don't need it. What about oscillators? Yeah, oscillators too. That's actually why I need the quartz. Anything that's required in building some of the things that I've been just making manually. So, you know, even refineries. I made like 100 refineries by hand, effectively. I don't have motor production set up. So we want to make motor production. And that'll come from the iron factory. I have a modular frame factory. That's like as far as we've gone, basically. So what have we got in the world? We basically have a steel foundry, a copper and Caterium factory. So we've got quick wire and wire and cable. That's all automated, and soon to be copper sheets. That's good. Modular frames. That's totally fine. Then on the ground, where we have the little man symbols, little pioneer symbols, that's out in the field. Where we've got the factory symbols, that's an actual dedicated factory, right? So these are the factories. That's also a factory, obviously, if it's a coal power plant. So if it's an extraction site, that's fine. That's where we pull up some resources like sulfur, copper, coal. That goes somewhere. But these are the ones I want to get rid of. Motor production, iron production, this copper production. It's not an extractor. It's an actual field full of machines. And then the quartz production. So they all have to go. We need to make dedicated builds for them all. Because I was thinking, like, you know, it'd be nice to just rush ahead and go for trains and stuff. But I think I can make it interesting getting there. And also, when I looked at the power network, I was like, we have a lot of power to play with. No point just rushing ahead, crafting all these things manually, telling people to put up manufacturers in a field so they can make 100 computers. Let's just make a small computer factory, you know? And we don't need trains to do that. Got a lot of room to play with in terms of power. And we can add more power with a little upgrade. That wouldn't take that long either. Anyway, was that all the, that was all the paint to the roof, right? I think the roof is now painted. So we're going to go inside and do some of the lighting cosmetics. Now, initially I had planned on the roof going underneath the whole place, but I don't know. That is just open air. They just keep it concrete the whole way over, actually, thinking about it. I might have to decide that myself, but this will stay concrete, so let's just do the lights in this bit. Oh, and I need to sink this down a bit. Either move it somewhere or sink it down. I don't want to raise the roof, so I'm happy to sink the actual floor here. Just a bit. You can actually literally just bring it down a meter, I think, and it'll be fine. And then just put the awesome sink down that little bit, so that its antenna doesn't creep through the road. That way I don't have to change the layout too much, because, whoops, the layout files are online. Right, so let's just hold this stuff here for a sec. You missed some roof tiles? Okay, I'll go back and get them. Thank you for that. Sorry for the frame rate. There seems to be a bug in the game with, just for the awesome sync hologram, sometimes tanks my frame rate, specifically when things clip through things. You build it out in the open, I don't have that problem. But the antenna's maybe clipping, although if it was clipping I think it'd be alright. I don't know. Anyway, for some reason it's just this thing. Now we're back to being totally fine. think the color scheme was the grey with the dark red on the side. Teal red. Alright, so I'll just grab this, put it in the same spot. It goes so many different ways. Alright. Should be fine. Okay, cool. So that was just sinking that down a little bit. I know it's a bit crude, but whatever. It's totally fine. Just as long as the antenna doesn't stick through the roof, I'm fine. I just want to put in some of the lights now. So we need the ceiling... The machine floor light, I think, would actually look a lot better. Although it requires crystal oscillators. I do have some. Got 100 and something. Let's just see how bright the standard logistics ones I have would be. And if they're bright enough, then I'll leave it. We need it to be in the middle here. Just push that forward. Whoops. The lift is Mark 1 instead of 3. I'll check it now in a second. Thank you. Thanks for that. I wouldn't have noticed as well, by the way. That's a little bit of brightness. I'm not sure it's enough, though. Let's just make it nighttime. No, it's actually fine. Yeah, it's bright enough. So we could put a few rows of this in. Yeah, cool. Better. All right, there we go. The lift is on Mark 1, bro. Bro, how can you leave it like that? We got it, we got it. Don't worry. We got it. I wouldn't have got it unless you said, but we got it. It's actually kind of nice having just a little light above the door, but that's not intentional, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Alright, there we go. We are lit along our little walkway. And yeah, it'd be nice to light the machines. Just a little bit. We also need to light turning the walkway this way. And we had an old makeshift light over here. I was testing out lights before. Don't need them anymore. Cool as they looked. Of course. What is life without crates? You know what? Don't need that either. Okay. Alright, so I just need the lights to come along this way. This is why I was like, oh, should this just be concrete instead of a roof? This is concrete because there's like a driveway and stuff up above it. But I think that should just be a roof. Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. I can still feed the lights underneath. It doesn't really matter. We'll just grab that and we'll just start it basically like this, I guess. I could go a little further out. So there's just a bit, some space between the two. Like that. Sorry, do you think you finished the game in this playthrough? Or try adding more as the game updates? So the reason I didn't finish the game the last playthrough was because my viewership fell off. If my viewership stays consistent, then I'll just keep playing until I beat it. But if the viewership falls... And it's not like a threat, it's just like a... Yeah, I do this as a job. So, if it doesn't pay anymore, then I'll stop, you know. I kind of have to, really, at that point. But yeah, the intention is that hopefully I can maintain viewers into finishing the game. I mean, that would be the goal. If we could do that, that'd be great. Nice, looking good. All right, just a couple little extra strips to do, and then we can leave it. Oh, it's perfect. Come on, game. Do whatever you gotta do. Latch on somewhere. Thank you. Was it more like input versus output? Not sure what you mean. Food and cars don't make themselves. Indeed. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And massive tax bills that I totally didn't expect. Because I'm silly. Threw my January financials into complete chaos. Turns out I couldn't afford the car, who knew? Bought a car like all cash. Was like, sweet, this is great. And then like literally a few days later got hit with a tax bill that was like the value of the car, and I'm like, wow. Okay. That's like 3 times more than I thought it was gonna be. Oh, we need to paint these. It's all okay. I'll manage. Thanks for the videos. They mean a huge help. Currently watching through your Update 7 playthrough. Regarding the previous playthrough, was it more like input versus output? I still don't know what you mean, though. For the reason I said I slowed down, or the viewership slowed down, and you said, was it more like input versus output? Kind of. I mean, I still don't fully understand exactly what that means. I'm not very consistent as an uploader. That's a big problem I have, and I keep trying to improve on that, but I'm still just not very good at it. It's not like I don't work every day on this stuff. It's just that I'm very creatively driven, where I'm like, okay, I want to build a factory and do X, Y, and Z, but it's very hard to predict how long that's going to take. It might take, it's like, okay, I'm going to build a copper and Caterium factory. How long is it going to take you? I have no idea, dude. It could take a week. And it turns out it took 2 extra videos more than than I planned, and that's not counting all the stuff I decided not to show. So if I just, so it's just so difficult to know, to plan. So when, in my previous series, when things started getting more and more complicated and bigger projects, then of course the frequency of uploads slowed down, because it's like, hey, today I'm building a power facility. That's okay, fair enough. We do it, we bang it out in a video. Tomorrow or next week we're doing, I don't know, something else. And then, but by the end you're doing, hey, I'm doing a fused frame factory. If I kept at the same pace, if I wanted to do a video every, I think it was 3 videos a week back then, there'd be a lot of like videos where nothing really happens from beginning to end, if you know what I mean. It's just like, hey, I'm doing all the logistics and I'm not even, you know, I'm 20% through, and by the end of the video I'm 40% through. But what ends up happening is it takes me a huge amount of extra time then in between episodes, thus taking the video way longer to get done. Because I time-lapse a lot of the long-form stuff. So I don't know, like, and I don't have an editor or anything, I do everything myself, so it's just everything takes way more time. If something ends up taking 12 hours to record, then you're adding so much more editing time, rendering time, everything time, you know? So it's all a balancing act. But yeah, the very same might happen in this series. One thing I'm hoping in this series is that I'm doing builds that are hopefully somewhat future-proofed. I'm not numbering the episodes, so I'm hoping people do come in and come out where they find videos that they're interested in, like oil or trains. Seem to be ones that people always ask about and want to know how to do. And then aluminum is another one people keep asking for. So those are ones where it's like, I'm almost thinking of them as like mini milestones, where when I get to them, hopefully it's not episode 67, you need to have watched all other ones to understand what's going on. Hopefully maybe more people just decide to tune in, and then some people stick around, and some people just get their fill and move on. I don't know. It's hard to predict. I don't know how to do it any other way. Without literally just sitting down recording and then batch uploading 12 hours of gameplay, which would be boring AF, in my opinion, to watch. Or editing them down. But the reality of the game is things take far longer the further in you go, and there's no getting around that. So it's going to be hard to... I'll just have to see how many people can stick around. I mean, someone like I'm Kibitz or City Planner Plays, there are things, you know, I compare myself to them somewhat, or I look at them somewhat. I don't compare myself, they're far bigger than me. But I try to think, like, how do you maintain an upload schedule when it's fucking impossible to gauge how long something's going to take to do? And in some respects, they have an advantage because they do have editors now to kind of help them a little bit. But still, just on a creative front, it's super impressive what they're able to pull off, especially City Planner Plays. I'm blown away by what he does, because every 2 or 3 days, I mean, I suppose he only focuses on one game. I try to have multiple series on the go. Pretty much as fail-safes, because if one starts to fail, as they all do eventually for me, I need to jump into something new and keep people going. Anyway, just with this thing, it's like, oh, I'm going to build out this part of this district in a city, and every 3 days he has a video doing that. I just don't know how you can do that, because some of them are huge and some of them are small. I'm like, how did you time? I don't know how you manage that. That's my biggest weakness as a YouTuber. I like to think I make good videos, but I'm a terrible YouTuber, really, because I'm not consistent. And I also get bored doing one thing quickly. Or yeah, so I like to play multiple games and stuff. Well, I don't know. It's all good. Just at least trying to let you know a little inside baseball from my perspective about what's going on. Did I get all the bits of the roof that I missed? I think so, right? These need floor holes rather than just whatever that is. Meters is too big. But yeah, I would do this series like all the way to the end, even if it had just like 5,000 viewers, but it was always consistent. The problem for me anyway is that it's, you know, the video about blueprints is like 150,000 views or something. Great, it's amazing. And then the video after that will have like 50,000. So it's like, oh cool, I lost 100,000. 100,000 people didn't subscribe or choose to keep watching or find the next video. You know, so some people are joining every randomly, and then other people are leaving. So it's so unpredictable. So I can't give an answer like, oh, am I going to go all the way to the end? I have no idea. If people keep watching, then yeah. That's really all it comes down to. I don't know what's going on with power there. Quite happy with this now. It looks decent. And it's much brighter. We can see everything now a lot more clearly. I can see clearly now. I think he's played through and edited multiple videos to come out consistently. Yeah, so I did that before, earlier on. I don't know if it's this series or City Skylines. I recorded like 2 or 3, and then like I started... Basically, the release schedule outpaced my recording schedule. I couldn't keep up. Thanks, Philip. Appreciate that. I think building a channel on just one game is very dangerous. Yeah, but it's definitely the way to success, though. 100%. Especially in modern YouTube. For sure. And you'll see it, you know, not to throw shade at Kibitz or City Planner Plays, but it's the same as me. If they cover a game that isn't the game they're known for, a lot of the time, or Total Eclipse, all these other guys, it's like you get like 20% of your viewership. So I did a video on Timberborn. I got like 5,000 views. I feel bad. I mean, I like the game, and it's totally fine. But I feel bad for the people who sponsored me, because they look at like your viewership of your other videos, and then they'll come to you and be like, "What the hell? Why has this gotten so much less?" And I'm like, "Well, that's just the way it is, isn't it?" That's just the way it is. The reality is, it's not everyone's here for me. They're here for Satisfactory, and that's cool. That's cool. Totally fine with it. But that's why it's like, you change your game, and they're not there anymore, because they're there for you playing the game. And I'm that way with other creators. I watch certain people because they play a certain game, so I get it, totally get it. You need like the biggest and best personalities to shine through to really carry people from game to game. Or it has to be their focus. Like someone who does reviews of multiple games. Like, yeah, I'll watch whatever they play because they're talking about whatever it is. Like a Skill Up or a Total Biscuit or something. It's like, doesn't matter what he plays. We're there for them to see what they say about a certain thing. Whereas when I watched Frankie on PC back in the day, although I do watch him actually play anything, most people were there like, I found him for DayZ and I want to watch him play DayZ. Or Dr. Disrespect. It's like, I found him for PUBG, I want to watch him play PUBG. He's playing Call of Duty now, not interested. Because the content is different. It's not just the personality alone. It's like how you talk and play a certain game is different depending on what you're playing. How I would talk to you guys now if I was playing a completely different game, like a Battle Royale or something, would be totally different than this. So you get, it's a totally different vibe and experience. So I get it. But yeah. It didn't always used to be that way. YouTube was much more subscription driven. Now it's much more topic and recommendation driven. And that's totally fine. I mean, I'm a big fan of YouTube and viewing stuff on it. And I think the algorithm's pretty great. But it just means that the landscape's different. You got to do things a little differently. And generally speaking, if you find something that works, you should probably just do that. And just lean into that as much as you can and become bigger and known for that thing. And then when you want to swap or move on to something, you'll be able to at least carry a portion of those people over. You know? Rather than if you were to do loads of different things from the beginning, you might never have enough people to carry any series. So it's difficult, or it's interesting to think about, but yeah. And I think the biggest and best YouTubers... Oh no, I knew it was still clipping through. Damn, I can't have that. Just cannot have that. That has to be fixed. Which means I gotta move that awesome thing somewhere else. I'm not sinking it down into the ground any lower. Anyway, I'm here for Darren playing Satisfactory. Lol, not gonna lie, I haven't looked at any of the videos yet. I'll definitely try. Hey, no, look, it's totally fine. Honestly, things are great. I really appreciate that people are here for Satisfactory. And like I said, I watch other creators the exact same way. But don't worry about it. Frankly, I don't put my personality really into videos that much, so I don't expect for people to be like, I'll watch anything he plays, you know? So it's totally cool. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'd rather people just watch what they genuinely enjoy. I mean, it'd be nice if people would try out the other things and see if they like it. I really do recommend my Frostpunk series. You can make it past the first 20 minutes. I reckon you'll really like it, and then get into the whole thing. I just take a while. There's a long intro. I used to have a Patreon. I was naming people after Patreon characters. It took a little while to get through that. But after that, it's great. It's one of my favorite series. Stellaris was another favorite of mine on the channel. But yeah, beyond that, my channel is now kind of being focused and more focused and more focused into more city builder and logistics games, and it'll keep doing that. And I might do other series in like Anno and try to cross-contaminate a little bit, get some people into both. But I'm a Satisfactory YouTuber now. I mean, that's basically it. And at least this game has a lot of updates to come, so I'm not worried about burning out or dying out anytime soon. And I love the game, so what's the big deal, you know? Alrighty. So we gotta find a place for this. Any ideas? Where could we put an awesome sink? Should I build it outside further, or should I just... I'm not raising the roof. That's not happening. It has to be built either out that window or something like that. Or no awesome sink at all, and we just let the place fill up. Which I also would not like to do. Hello, Necro. How's it going, man? Sorry if I missed any of the chat. Just joining in. Curious if you're continuing the City Skylines. I'm literally just talking about that. But yes, more videos for City Skylines hopefully in February. I know it's a little while away, but I have to go to Ireland, see my niece. who was just born. So yeah, it's a scheduling thing. So it's just like I just haven't had the time to really board it. The next one's gonna take forever as well to do. Take like a full day. Anyway. I watch your CS2 content, it hits different though, but I still watch it. Ah, thanks. Yeah, it is different. At least some guy bought it after watching your video. Timberborn? Timberborn's a great game. So I get offered sponsors for loads of different things. I've actually got a few now, and I'm just like, or lined up. I haven't done them. I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, your game's not out, and I just get worried that it might flop. And I don't want to, you know, peddle something to people that might not end up being as good as it looks. So I try to be careful as best I can with that stuff. What about a little area just outside here that has a higher roof? Would that look weird? Oh, it ruins the whole look. One of the initial plans for this place, when I first built it out in Photoshop, was that it actually covered the entire crater, and it used everything here to have a much higher volume. Put this thing in a part that's not under the road. Maybe. There's no part that's not under the road, though. Because even this bit in here, that'll be road in the future. It's for the truck stations. So we would have to go over there somewhere. Alright, let's just redirect it around to that side then. So we're just going to have a belt that's rolling along this way, going under, and then maybe hitting into it here. I see why I had that there now. I was wondering why that was just sitting there before. Right. Added by the miners, yeah. This means that the belt has to travel all this way out. Might look a little strange, but whatever. Whatever. We don't need a merger. We'll just grab a standard lift. The street? Yeah. Alright, there we go. Our overflow belt is on its way out. And our awesome sink does not clip through the road anymore. Great. Does your family watch or support your YouTube? No, they don't watch, but they support it. My family's really small. It's basically just my parents and my brother. We don't really, long story, but it's just us, basically. Let's just put it that way. And yeah, my parents aren't really interested in video games at all. Don't really understand them, don't really care about them, don't want to know. But, that being all said, always been very supportive of everything to do with video games and stuff. Like, I have always had an obsession with video games beyond anything. I'm quite a boring person, really. I just like video games. I don't really like movies or TV, don't really listen to music. Just love video games. All types. Racing, platforming, third-person open-world shooters, logistics builders, city builders, 2D games, whatever, man. I love it all. I'm not a big fan of online games, but for the most part, I pretty much play anything. Anti-gravity racers, love those. Just love a bunch of things. Anyways, yeah, I used to play like just absolutely tons of games. Lived in rural Ireland. It's one of my theories of why I have no accent, really, is that I just had played so many video games, listened to American TV and American-made video games. It just nullified my accent quite a lot. And the great thing about my parents is just like, I mean, they weren't always super supportive of me just sitting on it all day, but once I went to college for it, then it was like, okay, totally cool, and I became like a programmer for a while. And then when I wanted to leave and quit my job and do it full-time, my dad was basically like, you know, you just want to be careful doing that kind of thing. I would never tell you not to do it, because I wouldn't want you to turn around in a few years and say, like, I could have been something, but you told me not to. That kind of thing. So he was like, look, you know, supportive, but he was hesitant. And I think rightfully so. I think I was really way too eager and quick to quit my job and go ahead full-time on this. As I said in the early parts of the stream, I was making $250 per month on YouTube at the time. And I'd had it for a couple of years. I wasn't really uploading to it anymore. So it's not even like I had an active audience and it was building up and I was trying to get started. It was like, actually, it's kind of waning. I had it for a while, didn't really use it that much. And I was just fed up with the company I worked at, and I just thought, screw this. I'll just go back to making videos or something and find a job later down the line, maybe. And I'll just really apply myself, and maybe I can make it work. And it took me way longer than I thought it would. But anyway, it took me basically 5 years before I even started really turning any kind of profit. This looks amazing. Will the save be out? Yeah, I'll just update the save at the end of this video. Why not? It's for you to play around with. But the save will be out after the stream, and it'll be called Liquid Biofuel, like I'm from the previous video episode, if that makes sense. So the Liquid Biofuel save will just get updated with this stuff. I forgot we had a slug. We'll craft him down. So I'm just going to look at my little to-do list. What else was I planning on doing? Still not done yet. Oh yeah, fix the extraction route. We did do that. Turn off and destroy the old copper node. We could do that next. We have to set up a series of awesome sinks and try and get rid of all that old material. Just over there. We got rid of the lights along the road as well. Just decluttered it. Looks a lot more clean. Not a massive fan of those wires, but yeah, other than that, it's pretty good. Don't have the inventory space to get rid of anything else right now. We're just going to set up a series of awesome sinks over here. Just try to declutter as much stuff out of this place as possible. I'll keep a container or two full of copper sheeting though. Always feel like I need that. SimCity playthrough when? No other playthroughs planned other than just Satisfactory, City Skylines 2, and perhaps going back to Anno for live streams. And then the proper new series will be things like anything that just comes out that suddenly I didn't know about and was really good. Obviously, I'm always open to it. But then pretty much just Manor Lords in April. Don't know. Not much else on the horizon in terms of variety. Just going to try and stick with what's working, which is this, and try to get a better schedule going so it's more reliable and consistent for people. What will the next video be about? Quartz, I think. I've been working on a quartz build that's going to be built up in the hills somewhere up there. Quartz is actually so easy and quick that I feel like I might do it there and over here. Here's what I was thinking. Make this all quartz crystal and make the two deposits that are over here all silica. Because the deposits over here are pure and these ones are normal. Both of them have 2. So all that's needed over here, it's so easy that I was like, oh, I don't even think one video would cut it, really. You get 300 out of a Mark II miner. 300 per minute. And there's 2 of them, right? So we'll say that we've 600 raw quartz per minute on 2 belts. And the input of quartz crystal is 37.5. So we'd only need 16 constructors. That's it. Just 16 constructors. And we'd use everything. There's no smelting involved. So 2 miners, 16 constructors, so split into 8 and 8. And then the output is 22.5. and there's 16. So that's how much we get. We get 360 quartz per minute. So yeah, I do have the other recipes. I have a recipe here for mixing water in, so you can make it higher volume that way. But I just don't really feel like I need to do that. There is a lake up there actually, so I was kind of thinking like, maybe we do it with refineries then, and that way we get a lot more volume out of that one. And then the one that doesn't have a lake, it's built over here, could just be silica. And silica has that recipe like you're saying, cheap silica, right? You mix it with limestone, you get more out. So you put in 3 raw quartz and you get 7 silica out as opposed to 5. Why is the per minute less though here? Because it still says 3. I don't really get that. I understand the time. Oh, it is the cycle time. That's why. I was going to say, I understand the per minute thing, but yeah, it's the cycle time takes longer. That's why. That's made in an assembler. That's done in an extractor. Gotcha. The power cost is more. So yeah, maybe that would be the way to do it. It'd be kind of interesting to do both at the same time. It's like, okay, we're going to do quartz, and I'll set up a facility for doing quartz crystal and also silica in 2 different places. But just make it quick. The cave has a water node? Yeah. What do you think? Here's what I was thinking though. I feel like you need more silica in your game than you need quartz crystal. Am I wrong? Because that's why I was like, instead of trying to complicate it and building silica and quartz into one factory, silica and quartz crystal, why not just have 2 separate factories, one that does quartz crystal and one that does silica? That one's near water, so like a big pool of water, so that kind of makes more sense rather than needing to get the... How do you get the water out of the ground anyway? I've never even done that. Is it using the geothermal pumps or something? Or whatever they're called. Those big excavator machines. And you put all these additional pumps. Yeah, it is that, isn't it? That's what you do for gas, anyway. That's I don't have any of that yet. So this seems a bit more straightforward. Glass is expensive. Yeah, well, see, what you need silica for in vast quantities is aluminum. And what you need quartz crystal for is crystal oscillators. And I just don't think you need as much of the quartz crystal. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, Rodney just said the exact same thing. So I just feel like you do need a higher volume of silica, generally speaking. So if I was going to use a pure node for one and a regular node for another, I feel like pure for silica and regular for regular quartz. Anyway, that's where I'm leaning right now. People ask me how do I think about these things and figure them out. That's basically what I was thinking. I was looking over those deposits thinking maybe we could just make 2 separate factories. Anyway, we should have talked about that while we're sinking these materials, because we're going to have to just sit here and watch it happen for a bit. Let's do that. I suppose let's just quickly go foundations. Whatever, man. I'm going to drain some of these. So this is our initial copper starting area, and it's not needed anymore because we have a giant copper factory that makes all the same stuff. So this place makes cable, wire, and then sometimes I change the machines to make copper sheets. So I'll leave those containers, although I'll probably just dump it into a different container, and then we'll sink all the rest of this stuff because I don't need it anymore. But there's a huge volume of stuff, so it would take quite a while. So it's not like we have to just sit here and wait for it. I might go into the copper and deuterium factory and show you what some of that looks like now with the lights on. Although I teased it in the previous video, actually, a little bit. So this is cable. 4,000 cable. Let me just grab one of these. Make a little container over here, and I'm just going to put that stuff in it for now. I want to keep the cable, just so it's quick for me to get while it's still around this area. That can go, though. And then we have 3 containers full of sheeting, so I'll put that here as well. Alright, 4,800 in all of those. Good. Right, but the wire can be sunk. I don't need that, like, ready at hand. But I feel like the sheeting is good just to have nearby. Hey, Spike. Yo, thanks for making my making the Let's Play, but the tiny rock pieces you get, like quartz... No, I know, they're randomized. Yeah, sorry. I didn't know that in the beginning, but a lot of people told me that. It's alright. You can just run around and find them, but even if you don't, it's not the biggest deal. You can still continue and build everything else, even without those things. Yeah, apologies for that, because it was... I just assumed the little deposits were the same for everybody, but it turns out they are not. Alright, goodbye. They served me very well, this copper. They provided all the copper I've ever used. It just really hit me that I need more stuff to make things that make more stuff. Yeah, totally. That's the whole game. Nero here. Oops, wrong chat. Just woke up. I switched it off because of the low power. Oh yeah, no, totally. It's switched off. I filled up containers and then I just switched it off. Obviously that's not ideal. In the future, it'll be running when it... So we need to build a factory that actually needs something from that place. Otherwise, it can just be switched on and switched off. And that's why I built the whole power management into it. It's why I built the awesome sync thing into it. So you can just leave all your trucks running, dumping material constantly in there. It goes into awesome syncs. So it was done with that in mind, thankfully. But at the moment, it's not on because why would it be, you know? Doesn't need to be. Alright, so now I can just get some containers ready and just unload in here. I need more steel. Do I have any in here? Alright, let's just connect this up. Sorry, my cat was just walking all over the keyboard there. So I didn't want to say anything. Freak her out. Need any of this stuff? This garbage? Alright. Now we can just plug in these different things. Is there anything in that? Nope. That one? Yeah. So, I'll tell you, it's probably just easier. Instead of feeding a belt over, I'll just pick it all up, dump it in, and then we'll put a belt on the bottom ones so that they feed over time. Oh, I don't have any biofuel. I left it in the container, didn't I? Alright, great. That'll just keep going for a little while. Give me back that biofuel. Nice. Good. How many hours have you played Satisfactory in total? 1,100 or something? Something like that? Because some of my time was split on Steam and Epic, so I played it first on Epic. But I could check my time now in just a sec. Dump as much of that stuff in as we can. Right, send those guys in there and just get rid of the rest of that crap. And it'll take a while to burn through all that because we're only doing like 300 per minute for each machine. And there's 12,000, so you do the math, I guess, on how long that'll take. And then I'll keep this. I'll just leave it in a container there for me to grab in the future. And this is my normal container, so I'll just take that now. Everything all good? Good. Alright, we've decluttered the area. Once this is done sinking all that stuff. I mean, I guess if I built 3 more of these, we could double the output. Or double the speed of which this area gets cleared. So I'll just be a bit lazy with it. I'll just extend these out. And that way, because we've got 2 outputs, might as well use them. Alright, just get rid of all that material. And hopefully make some tickets while we're at it. Alright, there we go. We can mark that stuff as done now, because that was done a while ago. I have a total playtime of 400 hours by now, 405. Wow, as much as I expected. Yeah, let me just check. I'm just kind of curious. I haven't looked at it in a while. It's different for me, though. You know, I make a living doing this. Yeah, 1161 hours at the moment. And City Skylines 2, I've got 145. Timberborn, I've got 10. Alright, so what's that down to? 10,000. They're going to stay pretty much full. Okay, what's next on my little mini to-do list of different things we can do today? The roof windows on the modular frame factory, and it needs to be painted as well. Alright, let's just do some of that. Why not? Let's just keep going. Even though it's 8 o'clock. Whoa, I got hit by that car. 900 hours, wow. You can already hear the Minecraft music, so relaxing. Yeah, kitty. My cat's super cute. Not to be mean, but we've got 2 cats, and one of them, she's not a looker. One of them is, though. One of them's like insanely good looking for a cat. Like a show cat. The other one's just like a little fat mess. But she's great. Alright, so yeah, this place never had a roof and people were calling me out for it. I'm just gonna slap a standard roof on it, nothing crazy. Let's get to it. Just flat roof, and then I'll put some windows and stuff on it. Like some of them skylights. Oh, I guess the bits over there where there's miners, they'll need to be raised. The walls. This bit could be pretty standard. I saw you played Inscription. I've actually never played it. I bought it, but I haven't played it yet. That's a Steam Deck game for me, so whenever I travel abroad, like any kind of 2D, more indie game, I always play them on Steam Deck. So I bought Dredge, Inscription. There's a few others there. Cult of the Lamb, Inscription, Dredge. Those are an OTXO. I don't even know how you say that. OTXO. Bought those for Steam Deck. Oh, and this Domekeeper, Lego Builder's Journey, and Necess. Haven't played any of those. Octopath and Dredge I have. Octopath's like my game of the year last year. 200 hours in it. Boom. Fuck yeah. And Dredge was not as good as everyone else says it is. And by the way, it says 40 hours. I've noticed my Steam Deck does not count the time correctly. There's no way I played that for 40 hours. Maybe 20. Maybe. I mean, not even. But yeah, I can't really speak to how much I enjoyed those games because I just haven't played them that much. I've talked about it before. I'll just show it again really quickly. I actually tracked all the games I played last year. I haven't made my little thing for so far this year. I do it at the end of every month. I need to clean my desktop. It's getting unruly. Those are all the games I played last year. And whether I completed them or not. So, games I recommend. Obviously, God of War. I mean, I recommend pretty much everything I played. I don't play very new games. I often play older games for the first time a couple of years after they come out. But yeah, it'd be easier to tell you the ones I don't recommend almost. But yeah, highly recommend Anno 1800. for people who are like into Satisfactory, let's say, Anno 1800, definitely. Ixion, definitely. These are like production games, masked as other things. Still play Overcooked with my girlfriend quite regularly. Quite liked Bastion, that was good, but I didn't actually complete it. Not bad about that. Some of these I was doing for I was doing a Total War Marathon on stream on Twitch back in the day. Back early last year. Hogwarts Legacy, Callisto Protocol, quite like both of them. Both 7 out of 10 type games in my opinion. Octopath, 10 out of 10, loved it. Hollow Knight, couldn't get into it. People love it, but I don't think it's, whatever they're called, Metroidvanias, I don't think they're for me. Been meaning to go back to this. I love Final Fantasy VII, the original. But I got kind of turned off when I got to some bits of the game where it's stuff that didn't happen in the original, and I was just like, it seems a really over the top campy. Guy driving a motorcycle basically on a ceiling, and I'm like, well, this is wasn't really in the original. Tectonica, really good underground builder. Needs a bit more time in the oven, I think, but I really like it. Same with Starfield. It's like, this is good, fine, but you know, needs more time. I had no hype going into it, so for me, it's not that bad. It's just mediocre. And yeah, Ghost of Tsushima. So the ones with little platinum symbols, those are the ones I actually 100%ed. That's everything I played last year. Just joined the Discord server. Cheers. Yeah, if you're into Satisfactory, basically it's just one channel for people in there, which is the Satisfactory channel. But if you're feeling friendly, hop into general chat or one of the other ones, films and TV or screenshots, posting your screenshots. See, I used to have a much more generalized YouTube channel, so I still have people in there that are from my older channel, like where I used to play a variety of games. I used to review games for 2-3 years on YouTube, just reviewed all these different games. So I gained a lot of people that like more variety and stuff, and that's what I'd say actually the bulk of the general Discord, like the general channel and a lot of the other channels are made up of those people. And then we have like Satisfactory, which has tons of people in it, but it's just the one channel basically. What did I run out of? Iron plates, was it? Yeah. Oops. I'll be doing the same here, actually, thinking about it, so it's time to start emptying these guys out. Talking about oldies but goldies. You ever played Banished? Yes. Played it on a stream a while back. I'm actually really good at that game. I find it quite simple now. Well, I say, like, let me walk everything I just said back. When I say I'm really good at it now, I meant to say that a lot of people made it out as if it was some really hard game, and I found it relatively easy. Quite like it, though, but it's quite simple. Something like Farthest Frontier is basically Banished, but a little bit better, in my opinion, a little bit more modern. Look forward to whatever they do with that second game they're supposed to be working on. Because I know they are the OG, but yeah, really like it. Just feel like it's a little, you know, we've come a bit further now since then. But it was the one that started it, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I still think it's good. I just think it's a bit simple. When will I be starting trains? I've answered this question many, many times over. Long story short, not for a while. Another month or so, probably. I do a video a week, and I've got several other factories to do before doing that. I'll be doing oil before I do trains. I don't know why so many people want me to do trains, or keep asking that. It might just be that they want to know how to do it themselves, or they just like it. But trains, to me, are to carry things long distance. I've mentioned before that basically, I'm breaking the game into like maybe 5 biomes, like north, south, east, and west, and center, and then northeast. So, or however many that is, 6. And each of those are going to have this mega massive train station. That's the idea. That carries things to each other. And then trucks deliver things to the factories. That's the plan. So I've got road networks and trucks as my, quote, train network in the beginning. And I think that's more interesting and more fun. People don't like trucks, I guess. But I'm finding them to be very reliable and very good. I've got no problem with them now that I know how to use them properly. And it's cool. The whole point was, I just thought, like, why ignore a whole section of the game? Why ignore trucks just by getting to trains immediately? Why not, like, build a game where we use everything? So trucks do all the local routes, trains will do the long distance routes, drones will do the hard to reach routes. I think that's totally reasonable. No, I've never played Planet Base. Haven't played it. What kind of music do I like? Don't really listen to music. I'm really boring. I don't know. I mean, I've been driving lately, so I've been listening to music again a bit more. Because I just got a license in October. Now that I'm forced to be in a place where all you can really do is listen to music, you're listening to a bit more. So, I don't know. A bit of everything, I guess. It's really a boring answer. I like 80s music. 80s music is good. But I'm not even, like, I'm so unused to speaking about music. I don't even know the names of genres or anything like that, you know? What music I love is movie soundtracks or video game soundtracks. I like orchestral music. You know, like Hans Zimmer or Ludwig Göransson. All this kind of stuff. I like that. I don't really like lyricized music with lyrics and stuff. I much prefer synthy music or orchestra music, that kind of thing. But see, I used to listen to music a decent amount when I was a teenager, but when I became a programmer in my, let's say, when I was in college years, like 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, because I was in college quite young. I basically started college when I was 17, university, and graduated when I was like 20, just coming off 22, I think. Anyways, because I was doing programming, you're typing with you're using words and thinking a lot. So listening to lyrics really put me off. It's not the same for everyone, but a lot of programmers do say that. It's definitely true of me, that I just could not have someone talking in my ear, even if they're singing it to me, and also be thinking about like logic and words and typing out words all the time. It just gets confusing. So I ended up becoming someone that just listens to soundtracks a lot. But I also just prefer that now. Just what I genuinely prefer. I really like soundtracks and yeah, just orchestral or soundtrack music. Music without lyrics. Instrumental music, I guess. John Williams? Well, his music is so iconic that it's almost hard to listen to as just something that you would want to appreciate the music for, because it's so iconic. You know what I mean? It's like dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. It's not like I sit around listening to that, because it's just too iconic for what it is. But, you know, some Hans Zimmer, I feel like, even though it can be fairly iconic, I could listen to the Inception soundtrack or some of his older work. The Thin Red Line soundtrack of his is awesome. Went to see him live recently. My girlfriend bought me tickets to it. We went together. It was awesome. So good. Didn't think it would be good. Kind of was like, oh, I don't think this is really music people should sit around and listen to. But turns out he was totally right, and it was amazing. Possibly best thing I've ever been to, really. Or one of. Anyways, built this up high enough now? Yeah, we'll put windows in as well, but just want to do the roof first. The Mad Max soundtrack. Absolutely love it. What did I do at university? Game development. I did 4 years, which is mostly a programming course. I know C++, C#, a little bit of Python. Did some animation, did some rigging, game design, philosophy, game design, and production. 4-year course. Bachelor of Science in Game Development, I think. In computer game development. Yeah, I worked as a programmer for 6 months for a small little indie company in Ireland. Who don't exist anymore. They were just a startup and they didn't really make it, I guess. They were building a game engine. So I was an engine programmer for them. Well, an all-round programmer, I suppose. And then I was doing YouTube on the side, talking about AI in games in YouTube videos. Specifically on Total War, because I'm a big Total War fan, or was. And then I started doing videos on a game called Total War Rome 2 that they botched the release of really, really badly. They had to come out and do apologies, and this was before Steam user reviews or refunds, so people were just kind of left in the dark with the game. I was doing videos reviewing the patches they were doing, and also just talking through like what I thought was going wrong with the game, because there was like bugs in it. So I was like, oh yeah, it seems to me like blah 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 is happening. Just trying to use a little bit of my quote-unquote newfound expertise, kind of break down some of the behaviors that I was witnessing or seeing with the AI, for instance. So I had an AI module in my course, things like that. Anyway, that company noticed me and then hired me, but not for programming. They liked my videos. They wanted me to make videos for them instead. They weren't hiring programmers at the time. Although I did interview. They tried me out as a programmer, and they were like, well, they literally said, well, if you're some sort of prodigy, we want to know. I did a programming test, and I got like a C on it, basically. It's like, yeah, you're a junior programmer, basically. And they were like, we'll put you in QA and marketing, 6 months of each as an internship, and you can pick whichever one you want to do first, and you can stick with whichever one you want if we end up like offering it to you. We might offer you either. So I did marketing, start off with, and after 6 months when I was supposed to transition to QA, and it was a QA kind of with an eye for design was what they were telling me anyway. I don't know if it would have been. When it came time to move over, they just basically offered to pay me way more and keep me in marketing, and I said okay. And then a year and a half later, I left because I couldn't take it anymore. What should we do with this antenna? These antennas are the bane of my existence this stream. Let's do, I'll tell you what, we'll just do the wall. And that was, so I left that company, Creative Assembly, in 2017, August of 2017. So I've been full-time on YouTube ever since. I've been profitable on YouTube since maybe late 2018, early 2019. Because for the first 12 months, I lost money every month. Just by having to pay rent, basically. Ever thought of making your own game? I would love to. My only goal left in life is to make my own game. I've done everything else I wanted to do. Oh, this is awkward. I didn't know that this metal strip was in the middle. That's kind of annoying. Who put that there? Now our height is completely weird and offset. Oh well, we'll just leave it there. We'll put in some windows. Yeah, no, I've got a couple ideas. One in particular that I think is really good. I've had ideas, like loads of ideas, right? Let's say I've had literally over the course of... Because when you're in game development college, you're just constantly trying to come up with stuff. Maybe 100. I think 3 have been good, and 1 is really good. And I still haven't seen it happen. Or still haven't seen anyone do it. And I've been holding on to it for years, and I'm just like... And it's... By the way, my ideas are all very, like, realistic. It's not like... open world MMO, amazing graphics, anything ridiculous. It's more like this is just a unique kind of 2D kind of game, that kind of thing. Something that I could feasibly make. But yeah, I just don't have the resources to make one. I can barely even make enough videos on time. I can't even do a weekly Satisfactory video. That's what you're dealing with. And this is someone who does it all the time. I'm not like sitting around doing nothing. I'm constantly in here, in between videos, doing things and planning out the next ones. But yeah, unfortunately I just don't have the time to make a game. And I don't have any contacts. I'm very jealous of a couple YouTubers I know. Mr. Matty Plays is one. I don't know if anyone knows him, but he's a YouTuber I'm just jealous of, generally speaking, because he was able to make enough money, I suppose, to tuck away some on the side to buy a house, first of all, which I still can't afford to do. And also... he made enough contacts where he's now hired a team of like 3 or 4 people to make a game for him. I mean, he doesn't even have the skills to make a game. I have that, and I still don't have enough like to pull that together. So I'm not like jealous of him, but I'm just like, damn, like how can I do that? How did he do that? So I like what I'm doing now. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want to stop this. But man, I wish I could do what he's doing, which is do both. It's like, yeah, I'd be like a little game director, chime in and help out and understand how long things take to make, and work on it with other people, as well as do my regular job, which is doing this and coming up with videos and covering games. And then obviously the ideal would be tell people when the game is ready to go. Then you've kind of got a mini built-in marketing kind of thing going on. So got a mini audience that are there, a little bit of exposure just right off the bat, which is super valuable. because it's very hard to get your game noticed these days. This factory is stalled, and that's because of this. It'll be a Mark II. This will keep everything running again. Anyways, what's the next factory going to be? The next one's going to be... I've answered this like so many times now. I'm just going to be very quick in answering. It's probably going to be quartz. I'm working out how to do that. And then after that, it'll likely be a modular, very small, what I'm calling micro factories. Thank you for saying testicles. I don't know why you just said that. But yeah, smaller factories that do high-end things, but in very low quantities. So heavy modular frame, computer, circuit boards, crystal oscillator, but like tiny little factories that literally make like something like 0.5 per minute, just to have them in the background so that we can build oil and a few other things without me constantly telling people like, okay, just set up like 5 manufacturers and dump things in manually. We'll do it automated style so that we always have it, but it won't be like a factory that other factories depend on. It's just a factory for making things for us to build with, if that makes sense. Anyways, let's continue doing a few more of the windows at the back. We'll keep that same style in 3s, I think was good. I came in by 2 on the edge. Keep that rule. Let's view the copper and Caterium factory. Love to see it. Amazing builds in series. Thank you. PC boot. Blueprinted? Question mark. Is what blueprinted? Any of the factories that I'm going to be working on? I don't know what you... Sorry, I'm not sure. There's a little bit of a delay in the chat. Not much, but there is a bit of a delay. So I'm not sure which thing you're asking is it blueprinted or not. Micro factories? Not micro blueprinted factories or anything like that. I'm saying, I'm calling it a micro factory. It's just a bad name for it. But I just mean a factory that makes one thing, but it's really small. Like, it doesn't even run at 100% clock speed on one manufacturer. It's like making crystal oscillators, but literally at like 0.2 per minute. Just so that some are automated in the background for us in the future. Not a one-click factory. No, nothing like that. I don't know. I'll blueprint whatever bits, elements of it I can. I haven't worked it out yet. I just know that I want to make heavy modular frames, right? So one of these recipes will be used. I don't really think about it till I'm doing it, you know, so I'm not sure yet. We need to make motors. That might be its own factory, actually. We need to make crystal oscillators. So these are all done in like or those two are done in manufacturers. And what I've been telling people to do, so here's the reason. We want to build an oil factory, yeah? Oil power plant. It takes a fuel generator. Fuel generators require heavy modular frames and computers. Computers require all sorts of different pieces of things. None of that is set up in any automated fashion. Now, you could just do what I've been doing in the past, which is setting up a box and a manufacturer, feeding it manually, and just making some in the background. People complained about doing that in the last episode, right? I just did a biofuel factory and I said, hey, you're going to need like 10 supercomputers for this. I've just made some out here out in the grass by building a manufacturer and throwing things into it. And some people, not a lot of people, but people were like, oh man, you know, would have liked to see how you made those because I haven't made them before or whatever. And it's like, well, I thought it was fairly simple. You know, you type in supercomputer and you just get these things and put them in a manufacturer. That's all I did. But I suppose there was a few layers to it, right? It's like, oh, I never showed high-speed connectors. I never showed circuit boards. So now what I'm going to do is say, okay, before then telling you that you're going to need literally like 500 of these, like 500 computers to build that many fuel generators, instead of telling someone to manually do that, we're going to set up a micro version of a factory, a small manufacturer. And we're going to automate feeding it these different things, either by collecting the resources via miners or delivering it on a truck from the factories that we already have set up. Because, for instance, this place makes screws. Right? I have screws going in here. There's extra screws that we don't need. Whoops, sorry. There's extra screws here we don't need. Not many, but there are some. So what I'd like to do is say, okay, if you followed along my build so far, you've got 20 screws per minute in this factory. We're going to bring it up to the road upstairs, get a truck, and send it over to this mini factory that's going to be now making heavy modular frames, because it requires screws, right? And it's like, oh, hey, you need 200 per minute just to make 2 per minute. It's like, yeah, we're only going to be making like 0.1 per minute, but at least we're making them, and it's in the background. So that's what I mean by that. Not your most sexy, flashy, big, cool factory, but something that is necessary in the playthrough to kind of get us to oil and get us to a few other things, and allow people to follow along and come along for the ride with that. And just I'll have to try and figure a way in my head to make that interesting, because it is inherently like less interesting to make small pieces of things that aren't fully operational. But it's like, hey, a severely underclocked factory of high-end goods. That's what it'll be. Anyways, what if you make a factory tower? You could do that. It's unnecessarily complex, I guess. I don't plan on making anything in this playthrough for the sake of interesting architecture. I kind of make it, it's more for the sake of making things. My last playthrough was for the sake of having cool architecture, and it just ballooned the projects up to be way too long. So I was trying to build Big Shell, this massive hexagonal plant, and it looks awesome. I'm super happy with how far I got with it, but ultimately it killed the series, because it took me, you know, like hundreds of hours just to make the outer shell. Actually, we'll leave it like that. That was fine. Back in here. Not to say that I'm only going to build giant rectangles. You know, I'll try to make it look somewhat interesting, a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's probably just going to be stacks of rectangular rooms on stacks of rectangular rooms. The quartz one, I've got some interesting kind of ideas in mind for building it with like a lot of glass and some beams and lights and things. But you know, I'm really happy with the biofuel cave we just made. That's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, microfactory is probably not the best word for it. It's like just underclocked factory, really. I basically made a small city of buildings that do... Yeah, exactly. Do you feed it manually, though, or do you actually deliver things automatically to it? Because I thought about that, too. I was like, you could just set up a dedicated area that's like, look, if you want to make stuff, you go here and you just feed it. But then I thought, like, well, no, it would be nice. Most of the things that we need to make these things, I do make. We have them. You know, whether it be the modular frames in this factory, it also makes screws here, steel, we make iron, we make bits of copper, I make quick wire. It's like I've got a lot of what I need to make a lot of these other goods. It's just bringing it together. I also have a road network, so it's like, okay, let's just choose a location to build a very small set of manufacturers with a few truck stations, a few sorting splitters, and just make a few of these like little products. Why is this place still stalled? I don't understand. Everything should be done now. Or maybe oh, it's the same with this, that's why. Yeah, modular frames go in there, and if I want to build up some more in the background, I've just been doing that basically, which is cutting the feed that goes out there, the overflow, and just allowing it to go up to this container, so we just always have a full container. Because this might empty out over time, because it's taking 60 out per minute. But obviously I don't make 60 per minute, so I suppose we could have used an overflow splitter. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's fine. We didn't have it at the time, that's why. Okay, I just need to go outside, and we have to do a little bit more glass on the roof on the other side. Then we're going to go back to the copper area and see if that's done now. The emptying out of the copper area. Someone said that that's genius. I don't know if genius is the word for making a hole with for an antenna, but thank you. Yeah, let's do glass roof and the edges here. Suppose we'll bring it down this way. Hey babe, it's Rosie. Yeah, just for a little bit. Not much longer, though. Boss wants me to wrap it up. But yeah, probably 15 minutes, I think. It is getting kind of late. Alright, cool. The last thing then to do is to paint this place, so I'm going to have to choose colors for the Modular Frame Factory. Music again. Is anyone still there? What am I exploding things for? I was, yeah, clearing rocks on the ground. Trains are such a huge pain for me. I'm looking forward to you explaining it, especially the signs. Also love the idea of calling a train to you that has material you need. Something you mentioned in a previous stream. Yeah, I don't know if I planned that for the series or not. I'm still torn between whether or not I do a central storage or the ability just to call a train to you. Basically, if you build, let's say you have a train network, just a rail network, so a rail loop, big rail loop somewhere, and you put a train on it. At any station, you have access to all other trains. You just click the station, or like press E on it, and it'll tell you that you click timetable inside of it, and it shows you where all the trains are. And you just go, okay then, like, I need train A to come to this station. So you just build a station that's hooked up to the same network, and you click it, and then you just call the train to you. And your train should have everything you need on it. That would be the idea. Because it's loading from all the various factories you have. So you don't need a centralized place. You're the place that you want things to come to. You should never have... This is what I don't understand why people say they like centralized storage. Because at the end of the day, if I'm down here, building down here, and it's like, well, I've got a centralized storage of everything up here. Okay, fine. It does save the time of having to go to the northwest or whatever to get all these different things. But I still have to travel all the way to the center of the map to get something and come back. It's much more convenient to set up a train that has all the buildables on it, and you just click to get the train to come to you. Now, you could get even more clever with it and make a blank train, so a train with a bunch of freight cars and nothing on it, deploy it from where you are, send it to a factory that has the thing you need, and then call it back. You could just do that. Yo, I did, yeah, construction thing is like next level. I could be a little bit wrong, so forgive me if I'm wrong. Does he use some sort of exploit to make that happen? Or does he just use the in-game stuff? I thought for some reason in my head he had to use some external, not mod, but do something on the Satisfactory calculator website to make it work, and then it would work. I could be wrong about that, because I haven't actually watched it in full. But either way, that's just the way to do it. Bring things to you rather than you go to the thing, right? That's ultimately what I'm saying. Delivery by drone. Well, that's obviously not till much later in the game. You have to set up drones to get that to happen. Trains you can do not that far into the game, but yes, definitely. I had to pause following your vids because of what Caterium Logistics did to my brain, but I'm having a lot of fun with drones and mini factories while I wait for you to finish that monstrosity. It is done now. The save file's out there. You can go in and play around with it. See what was done. Alright, that's good enough. Good enough. Not bad for a quick job. Lumen makes everything look good. Alright. Oh, I don't have my plastic with me. Oh well. Okay, do we want to paint the place? Yeah, so modular frames. It's kind of a bluish gray kind of color, I feel like. Be decent. Easy low output, long distance. Uranium, keep that stuff high above you. Yeah, that's my plan, is to use drones for uranium. Plan, at least. No, just clever switching. He's gonna geek out that you know of the blueprint. Oh, I don't know the blueprint. I'm sorry. I know of him, though, and I've seen something about... The only reason I've seen it is because in my Discord, people will post other people's videos, and I allow that, and it's totally fine. I'm always interested to see things. I just don't have the time to watch loads of different things, but I saw that he had worked on some switching system that allows him to basically, yeah, just like kind of remotely call resources to himself, I think. So I don't know of any blueprint or whatever, but I thought the way people were talking about it, that it was something along the... I thought maybe you had to use an external program or something to do that. So yeah, that's why I didn't want to even speak about that, because I was like, I'm probably wrong there, because it's secondhand information, you know. I haven't seen the video, so properly anyway. Yeah, I kind of think what you mentioned, what color was that? White and light blue. That could be good. Blue stripe that goes through the place. Try that. Would dark gray? I often use gray as a fallback color. Gray could be a little depressing. We'll make it more modern. We'll make it white. Should it be white or like a light gray? So I'll just do this face here and see what you guys think. Or then we color all the other walls. Right, and then we just flip it around. Not that we need to even do the bottom bit, but... Now, forgetting that power pole there for a second, and the, this thing. This would be inverted again. I really wish you could just click a little button here, just swap, you know, invert. There we go. Yeah, that color scheme's kind of nice. Just straight up. Maybe light gray. Looks good in that white, the original white. The teal, I think it was an extremely light teal color. Well, let's see the difference, if you can even notice the difference. You can notice it. It's very, very minor, but it's there. Just as an example, that's what it would look like. So you can see where the white ends and the sort of almost greeny kind of, yeah, tealy white kind of color begins. It's supposed to match the door color. I've done that on purpose. You can change the door color by the secondary color of the swatch is the door color. So if you want it to be red, for instance. See? I think coloring system could definitely use some quality of life stuff. Yeah, for sure. White's better. I prefer the white. What about a silver? We'll try one more. A bit more of a purposeful gray color. And I would say a bluish, yeah, kind of gray. Don't want it to be too dark. I'll just put this back to blue. Oh. So I would do something like that, yeah. I think that's a better middle ground. So it's definitely more gray, right? It's actually darker than that other one was. But I think the color probably is a bit better. It looks more like a faded white, I think. I think I'll make the executive decision on that. I'll just go with that. Unless everybody hates it. And then a lot of the machines will be this color too, with the blue accent. I'll do the windows and stuff later. Just the walls first. I feel like more windows could be added in here. I mean, that miner is sticking out there. In fact, that's not even supposed to be there. Come on, game. Let me latch onto that bit right there. I'm looking right at it, man. Satisfactory things. The blue stripe a little more faded? Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't be against that either. Oh, I'll have to save this color actually. I didn't do that just in case I lose it. DBD 3D8. Off-white. Call it off-white. Copy the building you're looking at. Middle mouse button. Hi Darren, I love your Satisfactory series and City Skylines. Thank you. A lighter blue? You mean a more faded blue? Because it's already like a really light blue? You mean a more pale-ish faded kind of blue? I guess that is the term light, right? Pale, light. Alright, so that's what we got. You're saying even more faded than that. So that was my pipeline watercolor. But yeah, we could fade it down a bit. So it's more like a sky blue now, almost. I won't save it till we use it. I don't know, I kind of preferred the bold kind of bluish color. Like the really bold color. It being faded probably looks more realistic and stuff, but I actually like the yeah, I think I prefer it like that. What do you guys think? I'll defer to you. Take a drink. What program do you use for planning in the blue grid? Photoshop. I just do that in Photoshop. Waiting for the chat to kind of come in. A bit delayed. I like the sky blue. Alright, Mage says the same, I think. More slick. Alright, we'll leave it as that then. We'll use sky blue. So the only other thing then would be... I'll save that color then. All the way down at the bottom. This is so bugged that you have to like switch different things. And then we needed off-white. Our doorways. Just do all the doorways next. Well, anything that needs off-white first and then the trim. So like these things be perfect for that. So they'll have little bits of blue as they go up. All the railing and things like that. I'll add more light in here. I'll either brighten up the ceiling or something. So what I'll probably do is some machines or the belts will be inverted, like their colors will be inverted. So there'll be a lot more blue than this kind of grayish white color. Right, last bit of railing on this side, I think. Oh my god. I agree. They should make a color revert button. It's crazy you can't swap. Yeah. Honestly, you should just be able to make your own swatches. You know, like the blueprint thing. You can make as many blueprints as you want. Why can't I just make my own swatches? Because they're limited means I'll never use them. I'll just always use the custom swatch. But if I could just make my own, just the way I'm saving presets here, well, that'd be it. That'd be perfect then. And then you could just switch on the hotbar between what you wanted. Perfect. You can invert it yourself. You need to do that. Get on it now. Lazy. Alright. Let's just add a couple extra windows into some of these spots which are particularly dark. These areas here. Could even maybe fit a little window in here. Why not? Mostly cliff though. Oh yeah, that won't update till the game restarts, which is super annoying. Might have to go over this in the future, just slight. Nah, I don't know. I was gonna say because there's no stripe in this room, but the only way I could do a stripe is if I removed this foundation, I moved the windows down, and then I did one on the top and bottom because you can only has to be level. It'd be a bit awkward doing that, or you could just make it a really big one, I suppose. It'd be inconsistent with the rest of the build. Then I was gonna say like it could be 4 meters across rather than just 2. Here, it's right. A little bit more on the roof now. I think, yeah, some extra windows would be good. Need to see from down here. I'll probably turn them into windows from down here because it'll make more sense. So materials, glass roof. There we go. Sunlight. Try to get some of these bits that are evading me. Oh, is this a stream of literally watching paint dry right now? All right, looking a little bit better. We have blueprint wise. Do we have some of that lighting we can put up here? We do. Be very close to the floor that we're walking on. I'll clear it up outside. There you go. We are lit, as the kids say. Hey, Tornado Power. If Rosie beckons, I know, right? Is she in the chat? Sometimes she is. Remember when coloring used to... Oh my god, yeah, it used to cost cartridges. That was nightmare fuel. To be honest, people still feel that way about patterns. I think it's a somewhat decent middle ground to say patterns cost cartridges, but it's just the fact that you can't grow them back or automate the harvesting of them, which is the real problem, I think. Like, why can't I pick these? Alright, we just had the blue stripe left to do. I'm happy enough with the brightness in here. It could be brighter. I could always put the strip lights... Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Just run the strip lights in between the... Yeah, why not? Let's do that. In between the windows. Oh, my feet are hot. So we'll just start it somewhere like there. And just bring it over. And just bring that down. Maybe just start here. We could just attach the beam then ourselves. Spot. Actually a fine space to end. I'll leave it there. It doesn't need to go to the edge of the wall or anything. So yeah, just do the same on this side then. It's so finicky to line these up. There we go. Oh, I'm out of steel. Alright, I won't be able to do any more. Let's leave that there. I'll do more on my own though. Like, just finish the lights there and then just color the machines. But we'll do the strip. We can't not have that bit done. So, need to rotate these around so that can go there and this can go here. Sky blue. Alright, looking good. I've been struggling so much with painting aspects of the game. I find it works best when you use muted colors, right? So not bold colors. Typically looks the best. Because then it looks faded in part of the machines. Like all the machines in the game by standard kind of have that faded look to them. So it tends to just look a little bit better doing that. And I tend to just really basically go for the kind of colors that are used in the products that the factory makes. So a screw factory, I tend to use blue, like a royal blue as like an accent, because the screws are in a blue kind of container. The steel factory, I use literally the colors of like the steel beams. It's like this reddish brown and this dark gray. And that's worked well for me, I think. You know, it's up to you guys to tell me if it looks good or not. I think it looks good anyway. It looks fine. Not like it's like super impressive or anything, but it's like, yeah, it looks fine. Cool. Oh no. I thought that was a piece there, but it's actually not, so we can continue that over. And just fill that back in. Right, so machines will have to be done by me, and same with the roof. We'll just leave it as is. That's gonna have to be it for this stream, but we'll do a couple of things. We'll just have a quick look inside of that factory and also at the underground biofuel factory for those who haven't seen it. People were asking earlier. We need to dump some material in there anyways. I also want to just see if we've deleted everything from the copper area. This was a very long stream. I just thought it was the coal that took forever. These ones have been nice and as expected, like taking as long as expected, but the coal plant, hooking up those machines and getting all the materials for that did take longer than expected, so it took a while. But happy to say that all this stuff has been pretty much cleared out now, looking good. Wow, it's still going. Oh, it's really close to the end. This is empty. That can go. 7:15. That'll be done in a sec. The hell out of here. So this one is done. Put that away. Return to nature, you know? Reclamation. I like the term bio-waste factory. Nice. Yeah, I've just called it Biofuel Factory at the moment, I think. Biofuel Factory. Need to add another truck that goes down to Copper Extraction 3. That truck's just coming up right now, actually. I might just interact with its nodes, because I feel like its wait time is also not that long. Similar to, excuse me, the other problem I had earlier. How much you're carrying 2100. Turn on your nodes. And I can just run down here and see if the wait time is good. I feel like there's 2 miners down here. I feel like it should be a full truck almost every time, or more than that. 2,000 is pretty good, but I feel like it should be more. So how much is there now? Yeah, 3,000. So clearly it didn't pick up everything. It could have picked up more. The 18 seconds is the wait time that I've been going with. It's so weird. It's blank until you type something. 18, and it types the word seconds for some reason as well, but it seems to work. Alright, so that's double the time. That should be fine for the one truck to continue that. It will be 2 trucks in the future because it's going to have to be 2 stations. There's 3 deposits. It's only 2 inputs. To get all of that out of here, we'll need more. I think at the moment I'm delivering 1,800 copper ore in. It can take 4,800, or it demands 4,800 when it's fully upgraded. You seen Josh from Let's Game It Out? He shoots doggos off the cliff with nuclear waste in the inventory. Yeah, I've watched 1 or 2 of his videos. I gotta say, didn't do it for me. But I can understand why people like it. It's just, I was talking about this earlier. It's like exploit type gameplay. I'm just not really into. I don't know. It's not even that he's exploiting. It's like just, it sounds so. Like it really sounds like I'm throwing shade. I'm really not. It's just like I'm just like, oh, okay, like whatever, you know. It's not my kind of thing. It's like people who just push a game to its like absolute limit or whatever. It's like that's interesting, but once I've seen it once, I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. I don't know. It's just not really the type of thing that I watch that often. I like to play games immersively. I don't know what's wrong or broken with my brain, but I just like to pretend I'm really in the world, and when you start kind of like abusing games, I'm just like, nah, it's not for me. It's just not for me. It's the same with like Legend of Total War. He's a really good friend of mine. Very good friend of mine. And he's a great content creator. And he basically just absolutely exploits the crap out of his game. And just exploits the AI and plays with them and just does crazy things in Total War. You know, which is super interesting. And it is interesting to see. It's like he figures out patterns to the AI, and then he can just like make them like run in circles and just abuse them, and he can take like any army and beat any other army with it. Basically, he can take 1 soldier and defeat thousands. It's crazy, you know. But like, it's just not the type of content for me. I watch it a little bit, and I'm like, oh, it's interesting that people have done that, but I never watch it because it kind of ruins games for me. I like to kind of escape reality and play games in a way that's like immersive. And like I really do lose myself in them, pretend like I'm there. And once you start, quote, breaking the game or cheating the game or doing things, it's like I can see behind the, you know, I can see this how the sausage is made, and it kind of ruins it for me. Completely like breaks my immersion. And then I'm just like, no, I lose interest. So I saw one of his, the only thing I've ever seen from him was he did, I didn't even know his name was Josh, but Let's Game It Out. Like the drone swarm, it's like drones just spinning out of control, endlessly going up like a massive tornado. That was kind of cool. It's like, oh, that's interesting that you could throw that many at the game and it still runs. But anyway, there we go. Our copper area has been completely removed. Gone. Are my trucks emptying out at the end drop? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they have been. I can check if they're ever not, but I've never seen one come back with anything on it. Although I haven't really paid too much attention because the factory isn't even really running right now. Right, so this road will probably change now because it doesn't need to go down there anymore. Well, actually, I guess we'll have to pick up that copper and send it in to this factory. Yeah, we'll just quickly have a little run in here and we'll see if any trucks are leaving now with something on them. So that he doesn't have any, or it doesn't have any copper on it, so that's good. Or does that one? I'll have to wait till I see that one coming back up here with all the nodes on it. It's whatever one takes that turn. When will there be an oil factory? Not for quite a while. There's a couple prerequisites you need to do before that. I've explained it maybe 4 or 5 times. I know it's a long stream, but I just don't want to explain it again. I'm sorry. Even though you are a channel member, tempting to take a break and to explain it all again. But in a few more videos, I've got a plan. We're working towards it. I just feel like some of the components of it require doing some other things first. I was just checking if that was it. Yep, copper is a flowing. Nice. How much is in here? Nearly 1,000. That's pretty good. And they're going to be full, as expected. This is our Caterium guy. So he still has stuff on him. That is normal. But yeah, there's nothing to turn on. The factory is completely maxed out anyway. Even if I turned it on, nothing would happen because the outputs or the end belts, storage containers are just full right now. Oh, that's what I was going to show here, though. It was just that that strip lighting that I've been doing. You can kind of see it's not everywhere yet, but on the logistics floor, it's mostly done now. So it's still fairly dark, but it's enough to see like what's going on. This is the kind of brightness level that we have now at the logistics floor, and at the floor above, it's a bit brighter. I've used bigger lights. But I like that. I think it looks really cool. For like a logistics floor, I'm like, yeah, that's like almost like perfect level brightness. That sort of fluorescent lighting down here. Thanks, Birdsall. Quartz Factory times 2. Then he's going to do a Parts Factory. Yeah, Parts Factory is a good name for it, actually. And after the Parts Factory, I think maybe a Motor Factory. And then I think definitely then oil. And then trains and stuff after that. But yeah, since the last video on this place, like I've been putting in more and more of the cosmetics, the walls, the paint job, and stuff like that. Just all the in-between bits. Yeah, I've noticed that with global illumination, windows flicker, which is such a shame. But this is what we have now on the main floor, which is quite nice. Just rows of refineries, and then every now and then we have our big stacks of glass cases that carry all the resources upstairs. 8 belts, all the Caterium is here. I wish you could like upload your own pictures and put them in the game, like on the signs, because you could have a floor map in here. It'd be quite cool. See where you are relative to other places. I've been doing some of the machine numbers. I haven't done them all yet. There's so many. It's like 300 or something crazy. It's refineries as far as the eye can see. And just windows and stuff everywhere. Yep, really happy with it. It works great. I can't wait now to just like every time we need something, just like turn it on, flick it off. And then once a factory actually depends on it and we make enough power, just leave it on. Leave a few blocks running consistently. I have enough power to leave a couple of the refinery blocks on permanently. Just not everything. Yeah, so this area here that's all blank, this is where some of the glass cases like come up. And ideally, I think this will probably be a big train station that just feeds like all the copper that's not used in here, just feeds over there and sends it out. Or onto... It seems unreasonable to use trucks for such high volume. The volume is just far too high for what we'd be sending, so probably a train. But then at the moment we just have yeah, containers full of wire. Just temporarily, I think in that previous stream I just dragged them all over. So the wire, that's all going to be made into cable. This actually never goes into anything because these are never powered yet. It's only when we increase our belt speed will they ever come on. But then all our cable goes out here, so we make tons of cable. So anytime I need cable or wire, I just like have to power the factory on for like a minute, and we make like thousands. And then the quick wire is over here, isn't it? Yeah, 24,000. So let's turn them on for a while and just watch them fill up. All we got to do. I mean, this is why I haven't just finished that bit yet. I need to just decide how to get this stuff out, and I haven't put the lighting on this floor yet either. But it's cool just seeing it rammed full of ingots now. But still some paint work and things to do. And a roof. Still needs a roof on this floor. Oh, but we have just unlocked today on this stream copper sheets, the steamed copper sheet recipe. So there's still some refineries to be added in. These will be the final 52. 52 refineries making copper sheets. And some of them are going to go here to make AI limiters. That's the plan. These are the AI limiter machines. They need copper sheets and quick wire. So they have their quick wire from down from the quick wire section here. They just don't have the copper sheet section yet. But yeah, we can have a quick look down on the basement again and see what that looks like down there. I take the legs off because if you want to enjoy what the factory looks like and not have your feet be so loud and just run at a bit more of a reasonable pace, I feel like you can see things a bit better and not as loud. Whereas if you put them on, especially downstairs, especially running on metal, right, it's when it's super loud. So just, obviously for getting around, I always wear them. But when I'm inside a factory, I just feel like we're zipping around a bit too fast. And it's quite loud and stuff. So it's really just because people are watching. If I was on my own, I'd leave it. Oh yeah, I've disconnected the hyper-juice power actually right now. But yeah, it's like, oh, let me run in here and like show you stuff. And I just feel like this is like too much movement. Right? Even if I try to look relatively steady at what I'm focusing on, it's just a bit fast. So I just whack them off. Even sprinting now, it's just a slower pace, you know? Maybe not much difference, but it's just why I'm doing it. Yeah, you asked why, so. Anyways, need to replace these lights with the global illumination ones because these ones just aren't doing the job. And I have to extend some of the lights down here. But I ran out of crystal oscillators. These are made with crystal oscillators, so that's why I was making them in the background. Right, so the last thing to look at then would be the basement floor. Yeah, I need to also make that an actual room. That's the awesome sink room. That just is currently all the material that comes into this place that gets delivered in here just goes into awesome sinks. I'm a bit confused though. Why is that all just stopped? Oh, it's just... Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just stopped because it's after the awesome sink. Yeah, I see. I thought they weren't working or something for a second. They are. But yeah, so there's a switch. For those who don't know, switches activate the awesome sink so that the ore doesn't go into the refineries because the place is powered down. So instead of stopping all the trucks and all the everything, we just stop the machines receiving their ore. And their liquid as well. We've got all the liquid turned off. Love this place. It's so cool. All right, we'll head back up. We're going to go to the Biofuel Factory, and that's where we're going to end it and save it. And then for people... Oh, it is powered. And then for people who want this save, they can just go get it at whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. Still going? Yeah, just about to wrap up, actually. Is there a thought behind the multiple small factories compared to a mega factory? There's copper, iron, deuterium, alongside oil and concrete in the southwest. Well, you could do one giant mega factory. One of the drawbacks with one big mega factory for everything is that it can get really laggy, apparently. So that would be one reason. But also, I just think it's more fun. You get to explore the map, see the different biomes, build a bit more creatively. Possibly avoid lag if your computer's not good, if you have everything in one area. But some people do that. I mean, they'll build in grassy fields and just make it, excuse me, a little city down here and just have it all be one big place. Or they'll build an actual massive warehouse and they'll have like ore coming in from all over the map, but all just centralized in one big like factory down the bottom. So it's a debate a lot of people have. There's no right or wrong. Like, what do you want to do? A giant mega factory or multiple smaller modular factories or some hybrid of both, right? In this playthrough, I've decided to do small extraction sites with vehicles pulling all the ore into larger factories. That's like the overall idea. And then these larger factories will be connected via rail to each other. And something I'm calling transport hubs, which I did in my previous playthrough. So I only ever did the concept. I never actually fully networked it out. But one big one here in the south, so everything that gets made here, in smaller quantities at least anyway. So let's say we make modular frames, motors, some steel. Everything will pile into this transport hub via truck. And then a train takes it to anywhere else on the map. That'll be the idea, so... I started following along with update 8. I'm only on video 5 or 6. Excited to get this far. Yeah, this one is a real daunting project. It takes 4 videos, multiple hours in those videos. Some of the videos actually have, literally, they take like, what's the word? 2 hours, you know, multiple hours literally per video sometimes, so it's kind of crazy. But I'll never have to build copper ever again. At least that's the idea. That's the idea. Well, some factories I'll still build a little bit of copper in it, but any factory that relies on copper will just get it from here. I need to find that vehicle so I can turn off those nodes. Alright, we're going to go to the Biofuel Factory and have a last little look at that. It's my best one yet, possibly. That's the Caterium truck. It's not the one I'm looking for. Oh, it's this one, because he's coming in from the side. Good. Alright. Oh my god. I thought for sure he was going to be knocked over when I did that, because they normally fall over. But I think the Explorer's a bit too weak. Man, the creatures in this game are dumb. We'll use that in the factory that we're about to go to right now. Sad. Alright. Paid a little visit. There's no easy way to get down here. This will be another cosmetic stream in the future, I guess, where we do the outside of this place. How do you guys feel about these cosmetic streams generally? I know you're here, but you can be brutally honest. Do you think they're worthwhile doing every now and then? Hey, Monica. Moving around so many factories feels better for me. Yeah, I like moving around. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. Canister production is stalled because we're not making any more. Our containers are full, actually. Good, yeah. Yeah. I should ask at the beginning of streams rather than at the end, because I think the people who do like it are probably the ones who hung around a little bit. Nice, thanks Josh. I need to get better at reading my chat though, for sure. Consistent problem of mine. Bio-organic material. Flowers, grass, wood. Hog remains. Put all of that stuff out. Is this full though? Yeah. Could just make another container, I guess. Keep the party rolling. I suppose I should just maybe just copy that sign, delete it. Pop this down. There we go. And then we can just put that sign back. And then the color scheme of this place, if I remember correctly, is the purple lighting color with dark gray. That's simple. Alright, we're back in business. And then color the belt the same, I guess. See, doesn't the sound much better? I just prefer that noise than the Blade Runners, I guess. Has our stuff already gone into the machines? Is that it? Oh no, it's still there. What's happening? No power. Oh, I must have cut the power line here by accident before. Uh-oh, I've given out the save for this. How embarrassing. There we go. Our flowers are getting made. Need some better lighting in this part. This is like the darkest part, I guess. And we should have just tons of biofuel in here anyway, right? Yeah. We are good to go. Canisters being made. The packager, I think, is the only machine where you can actually see what it makes. Because you can see the color of what it's making. And there we go, we're banging them out. Easy as that. Love this factory. Definitely my favorite one. Favorite one I've ever done. I really liked, a lot of the comments said they didn't even know this cave existed, so that was nice. To be able to show people something. Show off the artist's work, because I do think it's really, really cool in here. Holy crap, this is filling up super fast. Take another 100 out. What do we got? 3, 7, 48, and 1. And this is our color cartridges. Sweet. That's what the flowers have been turned into. Alright, that's going to have to be it for this stream. Had a blast. Had really good fun. Felt like I got a lot done, actually, so that's good. So we cleared up the coal power plant, put a roof on it, fully, some glass roof. All the windows are in. Put a roof on all the smaller modules at the side, added all the extra generators, added everything that's ever going to be needed there. Now it's just a matter of upgrades, so that's finally fully done. The steel foundry, added in some lights so it's not so dark, painted the roof, fixed the awesome sink. What else? Just tidied up some of the paint as well, because that was a bit messy. That's all well and good. Then we went over and removed all of the copper, the old copper area, so totally done. Clearing that out. Then we went to the modular frame factory, painted it, gave it a new fresh coat of paint, put a roof on it as well, so that's now done. That feels good. Tidying up a lot of loose ends. Tying up a lot of loose ends. Yeah, so does this have any specific video? It does. Thanks for asking. Let's go check it out. For anyone who doesn't see my channel, it's What Darren Plays, which is where we are right now. The latest video is turning this into this. So it's an underground biofuel factory. I might rename the video, actually, because I feel like it hasn't done that well. It's doing fine, but compared to all my other videos, not very good at all. Because we're looking at... But in fairness, these are such long, ridiculous videos, it's hard to really gauge anything. But we started off with nearly 500,000 views, and we're down to 18,000 now. But maybe it'll get picked up. This is why I say you gotta share these videos. If you like this channel, and you want to see more from it, you want to help me out, it does go a long way. Like it. Maybe post it somewhere, show it to someone and go like, hey, I didn't know this factory existed. This looks really cool. If you think that. Only if you think that. And then post it there. But yeah, it's an hour and 24. It's obviously a long video, but it goes through some of the milestones and the prerequisites that you need to actually start this factory. The top floor, like the placement of how to build it. It's a build a long video, so it's how you can build it too. We've got the documents, the floor plans, everything's there. If you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, which is in the description, you'll get everything you need for this. So you go to update 8, save files, the save file for this factory, the planning documents, if you want to just build it yourself without just taking up my save, you put it in your own world. These are the different floors, the dimensions, where the machines goes, constructors, packager, assembler, refinery, etc. The logic of the entire build and the rates of all the machines. It's all there, all for you, all for free. And the blueprints, of course, if you want to build it yourself. Some of the blueprints I used in this episode are all here. And then you have all the blueprints of all the previous videos and stuff as well, too, with instructions and color choices, hex values, anything you might need. It's all there. Alright? It's all there for you. So just get involved and get building. Yeah. It was 7 hours of awesomeness. Yeah, thanks for everyone hanging out. Alright, that's going to have to be it for me. Appreciate everyone hanging out. I'll be back with more streams in the future, but like I said, schedule's a little bit erratic because I'm going to Ireland in a few days. And then once I'm back, I think early February, it'll be a bit more predictable again. Or it should be anyway, so I'll try my best. Alright, thanks again. Thanks for all the support. Appreciate all the new subs, the memberships, the gifted memberships, and the couple super chats we got as well. Appreciate you, really do. So thank you. Hope January's treating you good. We're nearly out of it. Into February. Hate January. It sucks. So looking forward to getting into some slightly better weather. Alright, that's going to have to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you